Chapter 1 Hope House. Boom. The pain woke Kira from her sleep. It hurts. Who is this blind guy who dares to disturb me from my nap? I must. It's me. Opening her sky blue eyes, the woman in front of her had long hair of the same color as him. She looked angry like the bloody chili pepper next door. Her eyes were unkind, and she said, "If you don't get up, I'll smash your shop." Kira's eyes suddenly became clear, and her tone suddenly changed. "I want to thank her for asking me to get up and work." "Oh, isn't this Urza?" He stood up instantly and wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth. "Sit down, what do you want?" At this time, Kira was more like a waiter in a tavern than the owner of a magic shop. "Oh, I heard that you bought all the strawberry cakes from the newly opened cake shop next door yesterday." "I know, I'll prepare it for you right away." Being so diligent is not because Kira is afraid of Urza's power, but because, "Dear VIP customers, please use it slowly. If you feel dissatisfied with the taste, I will destroy that cake shop for you." The Hope House run by Kira is the best magic shop in Magnolia, selling all kinds of magic props, which naturally includes some powerful weapons and armors. Therefore, Urza, who can use dress-up magic, night magic, and is an S-class wizard, naturally became a VIP customer of the Hope House. Of course, the most important thing is that she has money. 1 minute later, Urza sat on the leather sofa and tasted this new cake with a unique taste in an elegant posture. "It tastes good and the texture is to my liking, but the serving speed is a bit slow." "Good guy, do you think this is too slow?" After tasting the food, Urza finally revealed her purpose. "I'm here to pick up the armor I ordered the day before yesterday." "I know, wait a minute." Kira nodded and turned around to walk towards the small room in the store. After a while, he walked out holding a pair of shining armor. The armor is white and traceless, thin and hard. The helmet, breastplate, arm guards, leg guards, boots, and gloves seem to be integrated into one piece. Together with a round shield, the whole thing is matched together, perfectly showing that it is very suitable for Urza. Unique beauty of strength. This set of diamond armor is made according to your requirements and the design drawings of the HK store, using new technology and the best materials. Kira introduced carefully, including the scales of the giant snake, the horns of the rhinoceros, the claws of a jackal and the teeth of a crocodile. He said in a flash, "I also applied the defensive magic that I have used for 12 years on it to ensure top-notch defense." This was the experience he gained from communicating with the owner of the most famous local magic shop when he traveled to the royal capital last month. He claimed that it was an argument that could deceive customers into confusion. Unfortunately, now he was facing Urza. Although Urza politely did not interrupt Kira's eloquent introduction, in fact not a word entered her ears. She only cared about the practicality of the armor. "Then, let's try it now." "Hey? But I haven't finished speaking yet. This is my proud work. It took me a long time to create it. Even if you are a VIP, it is too much to be ignored like this. If you can't tell it, wouldn't it be as uncomfortable as walking in brocade clothes at night?" "It's okay, I don't care." "Okay, I understand. There is also a small logo of our store here, in the future." "Yeah, okay." Urza continued to deal with it perfunctorily. She didn't care about the logo or not. As long as the armor was good, she was not short of money. "Hurry up." "Yes." Kira methodically placed the armor in front of a uniquely shaped wall, which was a wall made of energy-absorbing stone. Energy-absorbing stone is a special ore that is expensive. It can eliminate most of the magic, physical attacks and other energy hit on it, preventing the aftermath of the attack from spreading to the surroundings. It will be used in many places that need protection, such as city walls. Use this stone to create protective walls. In Ishgar, there is another special ore called the Demon Sealing Stone, but it is more often used to make handcuffs. A magician who wears handcuffs made of the Demon Sealing Stone will not be able to use magic. As a magic shop, it must show the power of equipment to customers. Therefore, having a wall made of energy-absorbing stones is the sign of an excellent magic shop. Therefore, even though energy-absorbing stones are expensive, he still built one in his store. Kira took out a unique magic wand from her cuff. The magic wand was only about 30 centimeters long, as thick as an index finger, white and silver, with a metallic texture, and several strange words engraved on it. From the appearance, this is just a beautiful short stick, but if you are a powerful and experienced magician, you can sense at a glance that it contains a special magic circle. Watch it. Kira gently pressed the magic wand against the armor and chanted softly, "Energy impact." The surging magic power was released, and a crimson magic array suddenly flashed in the air. The magical power of the word spirit responded to Kira's drive and transformed the surging magic power into a huge energy impact. With the increase of the magic wand, a wave of energy was formed. The destructive power that is enough to destroy the entire magic shop is ejected from the tail of the magic wand. The energy blew up a strong wind, causing Urza's hair and skirt to fly around, but her feet did not move at all. Kira glanced at Urza and thought, as expected of Urza, such an aftermath can be as stable as a rock. Urza also glanced at Kira and thought, as expected of Kira, he can cast such high-intensity magic easily. After briefly looking at each other, the two looked away, and then another thought came to their mind, I have to find time to practice with her/him. Urza marveled inwardly, Kira, this guy, has been slacking off and not doing tasks for so long. I thought his strength had not improved much. I didn't expect that his word spirit magic has become so strong. Since there was no fixed device, the powerful energy impact directly knocked the armor against the wall, but the armor hitting the wall did not make the expected sound. The wall made of energy-absorbing stone absorbed the magic aftermath, and at the same time even vibrations are reduced to a minimum. As long as this wall exists, no number of attacks can cause damage to the small shop. Kira ran over, picked up the armor, and patted it in front of Urza. Look, the defense is super strong. There is no damage at all. Urza stepped forward and took a closer look. Indeed, Urza had personally experienced how powerful that move just now was. There was no damage under such magic. The defensive power of this armor was obviously a higher level than those of her previous armors. Urza couldn't help but nodded with satisfaction. Chapter 2 Magician, Part-time Magician Businessman. Kira proudly patted the armor towards Urza. It's great, this armor is tailor-made for you. By the way, in order to not be affected by fat during battle, I also specially designed a large enough armor here. Groove. Okay, I'm very satisfied. Urza interrupted Kira directly. Don't you want to listen anymore? This is the armor that concerns your life and safety. As long as the armor fits well and is practical, I don't care about the rest. Kira couldn't understand why she didn't care. If it were me, I would have to take a second look, but since it was the user who said it himself, as the boss, I wouldn't ask any more questions. Then, this final payment. Urza took out her card and slapped it on the table. Great. This was what pleased Kira the most about Urza. She was cheerful, had a lot of money, and paid the bill without blinking an eye. She was much cuter than a woman who drank every day and had to haggle over the price of a card. If not, even if it was a VIP customer, Urza would not be able to be treated so attentively by Kira. Kira transferred the money neatly in his hand and asked, speaking of which, you suddenly want me to make new armor. Are you going to do a very dangerous task? No, I just want to try a new way of fighting. I just took the opportunity of this mission to try it out. I see, when will we set off? I'm pressed for time, I'm leaving now. What? Are you in a hurry? I can't see it at all. Are you in a hurry and still in the mood to eat cake here? You can't live up to the food, right? After putting away her armor, Urza, who was about to turn around and leave, seemed to have thought of something. She turned around and said, you haven't accepted a mission for a long time, right? You should go back to the guild when you have time. Don't always stay in the store. Although she actually wanted Kira to just keep making armor for herself in the store from now on, Urza still couldn't say this to her companions. If you continue to slack off like this, others will catch up. Others? Do you mean Natsu or Gray? Kira sat back on his recliner and resumed his lazy look. Forget it, let's wait and see when they get the title of S-Class Mage. Now they still have not even clothes. Kira has been an S-Class Mage in the guild from a long time ago. He passed the test even before Urza entered the guild. Even in Fairy Tale, which is full of talented people, this record has not been surpassed yet. For this reason, Kira is known as the first person in the guild under Gildas besides the guild leader, and is a recognized genius. Urza frowned. Don't be too proud. They are very strong now. If you can't beat them by then, others will laugh at the value of our guild's S-Class magicians. I understand. If you don't set off, it will be too late. Then I'll go now. Goodbye. Go slowly without seeing you off. Welcome to come again next time. Dingling bells. The wind chimes rang again to send the guests away. The afternoon sun shines through the glass windows and shines on a green lawn in the store. There is a wooden rocking chair on the lawn. Kira is lying on the chair in a daze. The rare afternoon is a good time to sort out his thoughts. After traveling 20 years now, Kira can clearly understand what kind of world this is: fairy tale, a world full of fantasy and magic, a world based on blood, adventure, and friendship. If you are an ordinary person, the best choice is to live an ordinary life, but you can use magic, and your magic talent is very good, then of course you have to spend as much as you want. Ah, no, I want to make a breakthrough in this place. Kira was born in a poor small village and started as an orphan. He was born with powerful magic and the magic of self-awakening, which can be said to be the standard configuration of a perfect time traveler. When he was a little older, he followed the adventurer team passing by the village and traveled around. With his comprehensive magic, he became the team's magic attack leader and assistant. Word spirit magic, the magic used by Kira, is an extremely powerful word magic that uses word spirits and words to cast spells. The method of use is similar to that of a mage in a traditional fantasy world. As long as you pronounce the name, you can cast the corresponding magic. As for the magic effect is, similar to the arc of concreteness and additional magic. Powerful magic, coupled with the huge natural magic power and unparalleled spiritual power, Kira feels that he has a bright future and looks like an emperor. In X774, Kira was 10 years old and heard the name fairy tale for the first time in this world. Before that, Kira thought that he was just reincarnated in some fantasy world. However, when the adventurer team came to Magnolia, he realized that he was in the world of fairy tale. So Kira turned to the magic world and joined the familiar magic guild full of cheats, Fairy Tale. In X776, in just 2 years, Kira passed the upgrade assessment and became the first S-Class Mage in the guild after Gildas, and the youngest S-Class Mage in the entire kingdom of Fiori. Scholar. In those years, Kira's fame spread throughout the Fiori continent, and was even named the most talented young wizard by Magic Monthly, and was nicknamed Sage. The origin of the title Sage is not because of Kira's weird personality, but because of his magical word spirit magic, which can not only create objects concretely, but also add status to everything. Kira's glory made Laxus, who grew up in the guild since childhood, and Myra and Urza, who later joined the guild, very envious and unhappy, so they repeatedly challenged him. In 782, the 3 strong guys who regarded him as their target, but were left far behind by him, were extremely angry. Then, it is now X784, Kira is 20 years old. This is a special year because the plot of Fairy Tale is about to begin. Although it had been such a long time, Kira still remembered most of the plot of Fairy Tale. Even though some details were not clear, it didn't matter. Anyway, the guild was in trouble, so he didn't panic at all. Even if you encounter a powerful enemy, as long as you shout out the plug-in password, an exciting BGM will sound in your ears, and then you can quickly turn defeat into victory. This is the magic of this guild. Thinking of this, Kira's heart suddenly surged, as if his youth was back, so he got up and packed up, heading to the place where the dream began, Fairy Tale. Speaking of which, it's true that I haven't been to the guild for a long time. I have so much free time today, so I might as well go back and take a look, and pick up a mission to increase my presence. Counting the time, it's time for the plot to begin, right? I wonder if Lucy has joined the guild. Chapter 3. It turns out that the news about the fire dragon is. Chapter 3. It turns out that the news about the fire dragon is. This is the world of magic, Aslant, Ishgar, the kingdom of Fiori, Magnolia. The central street is the most expensive, busiest, and most migrant area in Magnolia. The Hope Cottage run by Kira is located here. Kira, who has been staying in the hut making magic props and hasn't left the house for a long time, only feels that the surrounding environment has changed so quickly. He has changed so much after not going out for a few days. Fortunately, the people were still the same, and the atmosphere remained the same. Walking on the road, it was as if there was background music accompanying me. I felt lighter inside, and I couldn't help but quicken my pace and walked in the direction of the guild. Magnolia is a famous town in the kingdom of Fiori. It is lively and prosperous, with an endless stream of people coming and going. There are business travelers traveling to and from cities in various countries to trade goods, as well as tourists traveling to the mainland to increase their knowledge. The reason for the prosperity, in addition to the warm hospitality of the residents, is also because there is a magic guild known throughout the Fiori kingdom, Fairy Tale. There are two most famous magic guilds in the kingdom of Fiori. One is the Ruler of Ghosts, which has many small branches under its name. Its number and distribution area are the largest among all guilds. The other guild is Fairy Tale, which is like a tavern. Same place. It is a pyramid-shaped building with a big clock hanging on the top and a guild flag with red background and white stripes hanging below. There is a fenced courtyard outside the guild. The courtyard is wide open, and the black door sign Fairy Tale is hung at the door. The overall look is like a small Western-style villa. Standing outside, you can see the open wooden door on the first floor. Through the wooden door, you can vaguely see wizards chatting and drinking wine inside, and various noisy sounds can be heard from time to time. These guys really keep arguing every day. Since Kira joined Fairy Tale, the atmosphere of the guild has not changed in the past 10 years. It is always so lively, but there are more people drinking and chatting. It's strange. These people with stereotyped backgrounds seem to have money to spend all the time without having to work. They drink and gossip in the guild every day. It's really enviable, and the nobles will cry when they see it. Kira looked around, and sure enough, the noisiest one was Kana, Wakaba, and Makeo, who were having a drinking session. This was the most common drinking trio in the guild. This time, they also brought Gray along with them. The busiest one is Myra, who is working as a waiter. She always has a smile on her face and is sweet and cute. On the other side, Rocky, who is very popular on the boyfriend list in the wizarding world, is hugging a beautiful woman on each hand. He is so happy that he is the envy of others. Then there is Elfman, who looks like a man and has no idea what he is yelling about. In this atmosphere, Rebby could still hold a book and concentrate on studying, as well as the two licking dogs whose names Kira had forgotten hanging around her. In addition, there are some people who serve as backgrounds. Some people gather together to talk about clothes and food. Some people stand in front of the taskboard for a long time without moving, and some people sit quietly in the corner and paint silently. All kinds of guys gather together, and the tavern is filled with a happy atmosphere. This is Fairy Tale. The noise in the guild did not stop even for a second, but it was not that no one noticed Kira's arrival. Myra was the first to come up to say hello. This warm, gentle, and attentive sister who also works as a waiter and manages the affairs of the entire guild is always the first to spot people entering and exiting the guild gate. "Oh, long time no see, Kira. Why do you have time to come over from the store today?" Since Kira runs a magic shop, she is usually not seen for a long time. "Hey, long time no see, Myra-san." Kira greeted with a smile. "The store has a lot of revenue today. Hurry up and grab some of the new drinks in the guild." "Okay." Kira sat down at the bar and stretched. "Ah. Having Urza as a big customer really saves me a lot of worries. I don't have to go out to do tasks, I can make a lot of money just by staying in the store and making magic equipment." "Really? That's really convenient. But, if you want to make magic props, don't you have to go out and collect materials?" "Oh, you said this. I occasionally issue material collection tasks in the guild, and I can also solve the work difficulties of guild members, killing two birds with one stone." To be honest, Kira admired himself for being able to do this without leaving the money to others. Suddenly thinking of something, Kira added, "Well, there are some materials that are difficult to collect, and they can't go on missions that are too dangerous, so they do have to go out in person occasionally." "The new drink you want?" Myra tilted her head and asked in confusion, "Isn't there Urza?" Kira took the drink handed over by Myra, took a sip and looked melancholy. "Urza? It's true that she also took over my collection task, but well, the materials she brought back can be used. It's less than 1/10. "Hey? Why?" Myra tilted her head and looked confused. "That's Urza. She won't be merciful when fighting." Kira raised her eyebrows and explained meaningfully. Myra, who is familiar with Urza's character, understands it all. "I see, that's what I said. It's really amazing. She deserves to be Urza." "Huh? Is this a context that should be praised? What a strange brain circuit. Speaking of which, why don't you see Natsu and Happy? Have you gone out to do a mission? When he usually comes here, he always quarrels with Gray." "Yes, I heard about the fire dragon, so I took Happy to look for it," Myra replied with a smile while wiping the glass in her hand. When Kira heard this, her heart couldn't help but move. "Fire dragon? Igunalu? At a time like this? Ah, no, there seems to be no such plot in my memory." "Fire dragon? Are you talking about Natsu's father? How could this be true? If the dragon really appeared, it would surely have caused big news." "You're right," Gray walked over, "but he also knows his character. If he hears the slightest news, he will run there overnight. By the time the subsequent news comes, he will have already left." "The news later? What news?" "It seems that there is a magician who does black business and is using the name of Fire Dragon to swindle people. I can just leave this matter to Natsu." Kana walked over with a face full of alcohol and a small keg in one hand. Hugged Kira and Gray's necks from behind, and shouted to Myra at the bar, "Myra, 2 more barrels of wine." "Yes." Kira nodded, "That's right if you say so. This incident seems a bit familiar. It seems to be the beginning of the plot, right? In other words, Lucy is coming? Natsu is going to fall in love? Is the guild going to become lawless?" "Oh, no, the guild has always been lawless. Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. It's rare to see you here. Do you want to have a drink together?" "No. I'd better forget it." Facing Kana's warm invitation, Kira raised the drink in her hand to indicate that she already had it. "Girl, you're late, you have to seize the good opportunity by yourself." Taking advantage of this hint, Kira started her daily routine of product promotion. "It's you. As I said last time, the Hope House is about to release a new batch of magic props. Among them, there happen to be cards that match your magic. How about it? Do you want to buy it?" Chapter 4: The Dilemma of Holding Magic. Although Kana already smelled of alcohol, Kira had no doubt that she could continue drinking until the evening. While she was not clear-headed and was busy doing business, she might agree as soon as her head got hot. Kana, like Urza, is also one of Kira's main customers. Although she is not a VIP, as a store owner, she must not be biased and must be enthusiastic enough for each customer and provide them with the opportunity to create opportunities even if there are no opportunities. Not only Urza's armor, but almost all the magic props in the Fairy Tale Guild, including but not limited to magic crystals, magic weapons, magic pens, etc., were made by Kira. Perhaps due to the benefits of being a time traveler, or perhaps purely due to talent, a few years ago, Kira suddenly discovered that he had a high talent for making magic props, especially the combination of forging technology and spiritual magic, allowing him to make a lot of weird props came out. Smaller defective products, such as haste boots, telekinesis knives, prophecy cards, lucky dice, larger weapons, such as armor, staffs, rings, etc., can be called Magnolia's department store merchant. Kana uses card magic, so she needs magic cards when fighting. Kira is best at making magic props. Making a set of magic cards is not easy. Kana slammed the wine barrel in her hand on the bar and complained drunkenly, "This matter, I mean, your asking price is too high, how can I afford it? What are you talking about? You get what you pay for, and you still don't know my cards? A good card can be used for a long time. Besides, your money is not leaving you, but being by your side in another form is much more valuable than the 2 barrels of wine you have." Kira looked matter-of-fact. "But, it's really too expensive. I'm not S-class like you and Urza." Kana was a little hesitant. She knew how powerful Kira's magic items were. To hold magic, you need to rely on powerful magic items. If you want to become stronger, you have to pay a little bit. When you become S-level and take on a few high-paying tasks, won't you make back the money? In the world of magic, magic is divided into possession system and ability system. The holding system refers to the magic that needs to be performed by relying on magic props. The star spirit magic should be the ceiling. The powerful star spirit clan is a world of its own. The magician summons the star spirits to fight through the corresponding star spirit key. Under the Star Spirit King are the 12 constellations of the zodiac, which correspond to 12 powerful star spirits, summoned through the rarest golden key. Under the gold is silver. As for whether there are others, Kira is not know well. Since most of the combat methods rely on the Protoss, under normal circumstances, the Protoss magician's own combat ability is also the weakest, unless the magician can wear the Protoss suit. Dress-up magic is completely the opposite. Mages rely on equipment and use powerful weapons to fight in person, so their physical fitness is generally the strongest. Equipment comes in various forms. For example, Urza uses armor, and Bisksa and Alzik in the guild use guns. Cards are naturally a type of holding system, but card magic is not outstanding in the holding system for 3 reasons. First, the cards of the card mage are not as good as those of the star spirits, and their physical fitness is not as good as that of the dressing mage. In other words, it is somewhere between the two, a point of neither superior nor inferior. The second is the issue of production. The first thing you need to know is that the card wizard cannot use the magic in the cards, nor can he make the cards himself. If he can, why bother to use the cards to cast them? Therefore, most magic cards can only be obtained through purchase. Not only does it cost a lot of money, but the quality is not guaranteed. After all, except for special circumstances, the person who makes the cards is generally not a powerful magician, otherwise why bother making cards? So they can't make powerful cards. The third reason, ordinary power. A comprehensive fighting method means that there are no specialties. This type of magic has flaws that cannot be solved unless it is cheated. Kira himself is a perfect example. This is also the reason why Kana was specially given the fairy's shine in the later period of the original work, because with card magic alone, she is not enough to become a member of Team B, in terms of hard power, let alone Lucy. Maybe Lebby is better than her. At this stage, Kana has not yet been suppressed by cheaters like Natsu and Gray. Kira estimates that her strength is about the same as Rocky. But who is Rocky? The star spirit of the Golden Zodiac, Leo, who was originally a Leo, stayed in the human world for 3 years, and his strength was greatly weakened. When Lucy arrives, he regains his identity as a star spirit and returns to his peak. By then, only Kana will be left behind. In front of the bar, Kana was silent and hesitant. Kira encouraged her loudly and refused to argue. Gray secretly complained in his heart, "Profiteer." Seeing that Kana was a little moved, Kira struck while the iron was hot. "This new set of cards took me a whole week to complete. It is quite powerful. If you don't want it, I will have to sell it to others." Then the conversation changed and he started playing the emotional card. "Hey, actually you also know, with my personality, how many card wizards do I know? I didn't make all these cards for you." Kira patted the bar to attract Kana's attention, and pointed at Gray who was eating melon next to him. The inspiration for persuasion was endless. "In terms of friendship, we have known each other for more than 10 years, longer than we have known Gray. In terms of reputation, so many people in the guild have bought my magic props, who can say anything bad about it? Besides, we have done so much business, and the magic cards I make have always been of high quality and quantity. Since joining Fairy Tale, you have been working hard to become an S-class mage. I have seen all this. But look, you have been a member of the guild for 12 years, and you have already produced 5 S-class mage. It's not your turn yet. Is it because you're not talented enough? Is it because you're not working hard enough? No. You have abundant magic power, proficient fighting skills, and an IQ that far exceeds Natsu and Gray. What you lack is just a set of powerful magic cards." "Hey! What do you mean?" Gray on the side was a little unhappy, but Kira ignored him. Upright and awe-inspiring, these words of Kira were like the whispers of the devil, hitting Kana's heart every word. "Become S-class! Become S-class! Become S-class! I want to be! A set of 10 cards, 500,000 J. It's so expensive!" Gray on the side exclaimed. "I want a ghost! You damn profiteer, go to hell!" Chapter 5, That Mission? Hearing the price, Kana woke up instantly, drained the wine barrel in her hand, and patted her well-developed heart. "It's a risk, it's a risk, I almost agreed." Then she angrily said, 500,000 J? Why don't you grab it? Do you know how much money I make per task? This is what the talker said. How can you make money so quickly by robbing? What is the concept of 500,000 J? Let's give some specific examples. The monthly rent for Lucy's house in the original book is 70,000 J, and the remuneration for ordinary tasks ranges from thousands to tens of thousands. The mission on Alcatraz Island is an S-level mission, and its reward is 7 million J, plus a golden star spirit key. In other words, the minimum for an S-level mission is several 100,000. From this point of view, 500,000 J is just the reward for a few tasks. Assuming that Kana is on a mission for half a month, that means that if she really buys Kira's set of cards, she will probably be relatively strapped for a long time. What's more, it may not be possible. I haven't paid attention to the task board on the first floor for several years. I remember the monthly rent for the girls' dormitory was 100,000 J. Kira tilted her head. How much is one task for you? 300,000 J? Or 100,000 J? I think no matter how low it is, that's it, right? This guy deserves a beating. Kana and Gray beside her thought at the same time. Seeing that the expressions of the two people were a little unkind, Kira quickly said, "Hey, what are your expressions? This is a powerful card made by me, a genius prop master. My card is different from the inferior products on the market. But it's different. I can guarantee that you can use this deck for at least 7 years. 7 years. If you think about it, a set of 500,000 J is a good deal. Of course it's impossible to use it for 7 years. When Kana becomes S-level, I will be able to release new products in a year and a half. Kira would never say such words. However, if Tianro Island is still blocked for 7 years, then he will not be deceiving consumers. But, no matter what, the price is 500,000 J, and only 10 cards are too few. Gray said from the side. It's okay to say that Kana's IQ far exceeds his. It seems that he really doesn't know much about magic props. So Kira looked at Gray with an expression of "you are really ignorant" and said, "What do you know?" For a magician with a magic weapon, if he has too many equipment, won't it affect the speed of his attacks in battle? Is that so? I thought the more equipment, the better. Doesn't Urza have a lot of armor? Kira beamed, don't you understand? Everyone who plays cards knows that a deck must be streamlined to be powerful. After explaining to Gray, he turned to Kana and continued to say, is it clear? Kana, card magic is not ability-based magic like Gray or Natsu. You need to rely on powerful cards. If you use cards that are not strong enough, you will never make progress. Kana was a little annoyed and laughed, hey? Are you really embarrassed to say that? The card I am using now was not sold to me by you. Kana's words made Kira silent for 2 seconds, and then he chose to pretend not to hear, recognize the facts. Kana. From the beginning, you only used money to become stronger. You guys are so annoying, tons. Kana, who quickly drained a barrel of wine and put down the barrel, seemed to have thought of something. Her expression suddenly changed and she said with a smile, otherwise, you sell me 30,000 J, and then I'll take some losses and go on a date with you. After speaking, she shook the 2 lumps of flesh on her chest and said, it seems like you haven't dated a girl yet. Do you want to give it a try? Gray was speechless and held his forehead, this guy is not serious again. I think you are robbing me of my money by saying this. Kira held Kana's head gently with both hands and slowly twisted it back, haha, that's a good idea, poor people should go back to drink in your cheap bar and talk to me again when you have money. Want to cheat money? There are no doors. You guys, don't you always say you treat customers equally? Except the poor ones. He is indeed a profiteer. Kana cursed and left. Kira turned her head and found that Gray, who was sitting aside and watching the excitement, had taken off his shirt at some point and thought for a long time. Gray, how about I help you modify your clothes and add the magic of automatic searching? Hey? Where are my clothes? Gray then realized that he was already naked from the waist up. Don't worry, I'll do it for free this time. I won't charge you any money. The main reason is that you are too annoying. No need, I think there's nothing wrong with this. Kira looked disgusted, hey. Sure enough, you are just an exhibitionist. Turn around and leave, starting to look for the next customer in the guild. Bye Zika, Alzak, your relationship is so good. When are you planning to get married? By the way, I have made some awesome new magic guns to ensure that your relationship will be full of firepower. Find some time, come and try. Bisk's face turned red with embarrassment, really, we haven't reached that level yet. Arzak also didn't dare to look at her, so shy. These 2 guys only had eyes for each other day by day, and they didn't listen to a word Kira said. Litasu, you are so good at painting. Speaking of which, your brush should be replaced after using it for so long. I just happened to. No need, I'm very satisfied with my current pen. Lebby, you study so hard. Reading for too long is bad for your eyes. Do you want a new pair of glasses? The price is only The petite and introverted Libby has always been a little shy about this enthusiastic attitude, so she can only respond in silence. No rejection? Kira climbed up the pole. Writing magic has very high requirements for magicians. Have you been using this pen for several months? I just happened to make a very powerful magic pen recently. It's suitable for a wizard like you who uses three-dimensional text magic. It's smooth and gorgeous to write. Would you like to go over there and try it sometime? It's easy to tell me the price. I've always been. You guy, stay away from Libby. ×2. 2 flower protectors emerged from Libby's side. What are you two guys doing? I'm just selling. Let go, don't pull me, hey. Humph, these 2 licking dogs deserve to be single for the rest of their lives. Kira cursed and went up to the 2nd floor. Hey, these guys, I obviously do it for their own good, and I have specially built equipment for them, and the price is not expensive. Why do they all call me a profiteer? Urza is better, although there are some pitfalls, but the purchase is not ambiguous at all. Could it be that I really failed in the art of speaking? So tired. Forget it, take on a task and change your mood. Kira strolled to the task board, glanced at it, then stretched out her index finger and closed her eyes. I will choose whoever the little rooster clicks. When I opened my eyes, my finger pointed at a task list that looked familiar. Unlock the curse of the island. The location is Karna Island, and the reward is 7 million J and a golden key. Hey? Isn't this? Kira pulled out old memories from his mind. Oh, this is really interesting. Chapter 6 Kira's Team Invitation. Karna Island is also known as Devil's Island. The inhabitants of the island are all devils who survived from a long time ago. Although they are large in number, they are weak in strength. They have neither magic nor supernormal strength and wisdom. The technology is more advanced. It is backward, and its only ability is to become a human being, so it is not taken seriously by the Senate and just thrives silently on small overseas islands. Alcatraz is only a small chapter in the original work. In order to prove that he is better than his master Uru, Gray's senior brother Leon moved the demon Deliura sealed by Uru to Karna Island, hoping to use the drops of the moon remove the absolute freeze and then defeat Deliura. Unexpectedly, the magic circle that made the moon drops condensed a purple magic barrier over Karna Island, which affected the memories of the island residents, making them think that they turned into demons because of the purple moon, so they asked the Magic Guild issued a mission, hoping to solve this curse. Among them, the only one that interests Kira is the moon drop. In this legend, it gathers the power of moonlight and can eliminate all magic. As for the rest, it is Alcatraz Island after all, and there are things related to demons everywhere. Maybe you can collect some useful materials, and maybe you can make good magic equipment. Kira has always done tasks such as solving World of Warcraft, because these tasks not only require no brain use, but also allow you to collect materials for making magic equipment, but this time he wanted to try something different. In the original book, the key finally fell into the hands of Lucy, a person who had an indelible fate with the stars. Kira can already foresee that Lucy wants to buy the golden key in her hand. He. Ahem, don't think too much, it's useless. If I get the golden key, wouldn't it be free to decide the price? Ah, this is the benefit of foresight. The luckiest thing in the world is cheating, and what is more addictive than cheating is cheating all the time. As the saying goes, cheating is fun for a while, but if you keep doing it, you will be banned. However, who can simply reject the beauty in it? Kira took down the task book, went to the registration desk on the 1st floor, slapped the task on the table, and said excitedly to Myra, who was in charge of recording, Myra, Kira has taken over this task, you help me register. Sometimes Kira finds it strange that Fairy Tale is such a big guild, but Myra has to do everything big and small. Task registration, newcomer guidance, waiters. Maybe this is why Myra doesn't appear to be short of money even though she doesn't go on many missions. Well, she used to be S-level, maybe she had a lot of money, she was fair and rich, and she was a big and gentle older sister type. She was a perfect character. No wonder those fans regarded her as the heroine. But these alone cannot seduce Kira. Not as strong as me, not as intelligent as me, not as popular as me. You don't have as much savings as me, do you want to conquer me based on your looks? Am I a superficial person? Who I am? Kira. Anyone who knows the name will understand the value of this name, but it will be difficult to explain clearly to those who don't. Readers, there is no need to search online, after all, the relevant content online has been deleted. For the rest, I can only say that it involves a lot of water. If you really want to know, you can read the comments below. Click here to expand. In fact, Myra was not the only one to complete these tasks for the entire guild, it was just that everyone else was just a background, and Kira never noticed it. Ah, it's really rare. You actually accepted the task. Are you interested in the reward? Myra took the task sheet, looked at it carefully, and asked curiously, "Are you interested in this golden key?" Everyone in the guild knew that Kira ran a magic shop, so it was natural for him to purchase some magic props. The Golden Star Spirit Key was indeed attractive enough for him to accept the mission. Kira nodded, "That's right. Besides, the islands where demons live are rare after all, and the unexpected materials that may be collected may not be certain. By the way, doesn't it matter if you go alone? This mission doesn't look easy." Although she believed in Kira's strength, words like demon and curse made Myra slightly worried. "It doesn't matter, I'm very strong." Kira patted her chest confidently. However, what Myra said makes sense. Maybe he can find a few thugs. After all, he might meet Leon, Arusha, and others on Alcatraz Island. Kira thought that he could bring Gray with him, not to correct the plot or anything, but simply to give his brothers a chance to clear up their past feud. "Ah, I am really an angel. I do good deeds without asking for anything in return. Where can I find such a trustworthy companion like me? I really envy these lucky guys." Thinking of this, Kira walked towards the busiest wine table. Snapped. He slapped the mission book in front of a few people who were drinking, and tied up the 3 fingers of his left hand. "Everyone, I want to take on an S-level mission. Does anyone want to go with me? There are only 3 places. Of course, each people only get paid 1%. Hey? 1%, who is willing to go with you?" Wait a minute, what he just said seems to be an S-level mission. Did I hear it correctly? What? S-class? Really? If it's an S-level mission, 1% should be a lot, right? No, it's really rare for you to accept a mission. But, isn't this in compliance with the guild's rules? Don't worry, if you encounter any danger, you will still have me. Kira waved his hand nonchalantly. Didn't the president often say that these strict regulations are bullshit? If you really care about it, just say that I will take over the task. Yes, you are just traveling along the way. You are really a genius. Hearing what Kira said, everyone started thinking and came forward one after another. The first thing they saw was the mission reward. What mission? Let me see, Nanny. 7 million J. Is the reward for S-class missions so different from ours? Isn't that 1% equivalent to 70,000 J? It's almost the same for one of our missions. Seeing the mission reward, several guys who were almost drunk suddenly woke up, and the wine in their mouths spurted out. Gray even raised his head and glanced at the second floor, eager to try. He didn't expect that the reward for becoming an S-class magician would be nearly 100 times that of his own. He was absolutely sure. Absolute. Absolute. I must become S-class before that guy Natsu, and then laugh at him. Wait, this might be an opportunity. Although it is only 1%, 70,000 J is enough. The rewards for the tasks I usually take are almost the same, and I have to pay part of the compensation for breaking things. Well, this job can be done. Chapter 7 Departure. Covering his face with one hand, Gray showed a sinister smile where no one could see him. You guys think that if that guy Natsu comes back and finds out that we have done an S-level mission, his expression will definitely be quite exciting. Well said, Gray, that's it, fight for these 3 spots everyone. Hearing what Gray said, the faces of the people around him suddenly brightened up. These guys who didn't take it too seriously to watch the excitement knew that there would be another good show to watch in the next few days. Hey? Ha 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 ha. That's right. I can already imagine Natsu's expression. This is an opportunity to show off in front of him. Hearing this, Gray couldn't help laughing, ha 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 ha. Okay. Then add me. If you encounter any difficult enemies on the road, just leave it to me. If the deception is successful, Gray will be happy, and Kira will be even happier. You are the one waiting for you, and there will be something good to watch. If Gray is so eager, others must be too. Hey? What about the rest? What about your cheers? What's your response? Why are everyone gone? Kira came up to Kana, who was drinking, and touched her gently. Kana, do you want to come too? I'm going to show you the set of cards. I guarantee you will want to buy them after seeing the effects. Forget it, I'm afraid I won't even be able to afford a drink when I come back. Really? What a pity. I thought you would want to experience the difference between yourself and S-Class. Kira approached Rocky again and patted him. Rocky, do you want to come with us? I'm not going, I have a date tomorrow. Rocky refused directly. Kira secretly complained, scumbag, sooner or later, your kidneys will be weak. Where's Rebby? Hey. What do you want to do? Lebby is from our team. Lebby thought for a while and said weakly, I'd better forget it. It's too early for me to do S-level missions now. That's strange, why would I think of calling him Elfman? Kira asked other people, and all of them either had something to do or felt that they were not capable enough, and finally refused. Although they were so excited about what they just said, Kira thought that these bellicose guys would fight over the 3 quotas. Alas, it was a wrong payment after all. You guys really have no ambition at all. How can you still be considered a member of Fairy Tail? Kira said with an angry look on his face. He even formed a team and took you to fly. Do you still want to become stronger? Forget it, Gray, just the 2 of us will go. When to set off? Tomorrow. The next morning, the coastal city of Haruhian. On the coast, the young man is handsome, with a tall and straight figure, red hair like fire, sapphire eyes full of temptation, and a magic robe with gold patterns on a white background that looks low-key, luxurious, and connotative. He is the most famous genius wizard in the magic world, Kira, who holds the title of Sage. Kira spread out the map with both hands and compared it carefully with the coast in front of him. According to the mission book, if you go to sea from here, you can reach Karna Island in half a day, but... He looked back at the 3 people behind him. Why are you 2 here too? Aren't you unable to tell me? Behind him is Gray, wearing a white coat and carrying a small package, with an expectant look on his face. Kana is wearing scantily clad clothes, with a card bag hanging diagonally from her waist, smelling of alcohol, and even now drinking from a bottle. And Rocky. I can understand Kana coming, but Rocky, don't you have a date today? Is it really okay to abandon the young lady? Gray also looked at Rocky with some doubts. That's right, and I remember that you were afraid of avoiding anything related to the stars because you were dumped by the celestial spirit mage. I went back yesterday and thought about it. After all, there are not many opportunities to participate in S-level missions. Anyway, if we go on a date, we can do it anytime, and this time is not bad. I don't have much time left. If possible, I still have to ensure the whereabouts of the golden key. Kira saw Rocky's thoughts at a glance, but did not expose him. I see, it really sounds like something you would say, Kira suddenly realized. Sure enough, Rocky is the legendary scumbag. Hey, I'm not a scumbag, I just have rich personal emotions. So, Kana-san. Kira looked at Kana with a smile on his face. You really still want to see the power of the new card with your own eyes, right? Kana showed unusual embarrassment on her face. Don't show me this expression, you guy. I just want to see the S-class mission. Gray looked at Rocky and Kana and smiled confidently. They must be like me, they just want to take this opportunity to participate in an S-class mission. In this way, Natsu will be the only one left among the few of us. Hasn't anyone done this before? Ha ha ha, yes. Yes. Sure enough, only Gray is a fool. Do you really think that these two people will be like him and violate the guild's regulations to do this task for this reason? That's it. Rocky and Gray looked at each other and smiled. Natsu might be so anxious when the time comes. Wow, ha ha ha, ×2. You two are so childish. Kana shook her head. That's right, you are too childish. When will you be more mature like me? Kira nodded in agreement with a serious look, but what you said makes sense. Natsu will definitely be anxious and angry, but there is nothing he can do about it, right? Wow, ha ha ha, +1. The three of them laughed together. Boom. 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 Kana couldn't stand it anymore and punched one of them. Have you laughed enough? If you don't leave, I will leave. It hurts. Kana has really grown up, her fists are so heavy now. Okay, let's go. Although I didn't expect you two to come, I originally planned to take 3 people there. Kira stopped smiling, walked to the shore, waved her hand, and shouted, Yanling shape. Sailboat. The magic was released, and a cool magic circle about 5 meters in diameter appeared on the sea. Then, mosaic-like blocks appeared in the air above the magic circle, and slowly pieced together to look like a sailboat, and finally fell on the sea, causing a splash of water. Oh! So awesome! This one-hand operation was nothing to Kira, but Gray and Rocky thought it was very powerful, and couldn't help but praise. No matter how many times I see it, I think your ability is really convenient. Yet, I also think that anything you can create is easy if you have this ability. Hey! Are you guys? Rocky thought of something dirty, and his face became excited and flushed, and then he sighed, Ah! You are such an evil man. Kira looked confused. It's also modeling magic, but it's much more powerful than Gray's. Of course. Chapter 8: How to use word spirit magic. Although she didn't know what he was thinking, Kira could feel the envious admiration in Rocky's mouth. Hey? I can't pretend I didn't hear this. Do you want to try the power of the ice shape? The peace-loving Kira couldn't see these two good friends fighting and immediately broke up the fight. Gray, don't be angry. Rocky's character is straightforward and he likes to tell the truth, so don't worry too much about him. Do you look like you're trying to break up a fight? Gray's face looked a little ugly. What? Do you also think the ice shape is weak? Ice will always melt. Kira did not answer directly, but just mentioned a physical phenomenon. Can the things you make last forever? What nonsense are you talking about? Of course you have to clean things up after using them. If you keep them for a long time, it will consume magic power. Hey! Ice doesn't seem to be able to do this. Because it is disposable, it is better in this regard. But it also means that the magic consumption will be more. Well, looking at it, my modeling magic is stronger. After all, Gray couldn't defeat Kira, so he could only stay silent. Several people got on the boat and sailed towards Karna Island. On the boat, Rocky couldn't help but said, speaking of which, I have always cared about it. Your magic seems to be very special. As soon as these words came out, Even Kana and Gray looked at Rocky. They have known from a long time ago that the word spirit magic used by Kira is a type of writing magic, but it is different from Leby's three-dimensional writing and the spell writing of Philid and the Thunder Gods. The magic of being able to achieve text shaping. However, using text to shape it is too strange. What's so special? Shape magic is all kinds of weird, let alone using words. I also know that there is magic in this world that remembers shapes. That's right. Shape magic is the freest magic. Unlike the other two, Gray immediately thought of his master's words and immediately loudly agreed. The three masters and apprentices Gray use the same ice-shaping magic, but the types of magic are different. Master Uru's shape is a plant, senior brother Leon's shape is an animal that represents animal, as for Gray, it represents animal. Quiet weapon. In addition, modeling is just one of the ways to use the magic of words and spirits. Well, speaking of it, I think this is more like a concrete type of magic than modeling. Concrete? What kind of magic is that? That is a more mysterious, longer, and more complex magic. It is a type of lost magic. Oh, the memory shape I just mentioned is also a kind of lost magic. It can create things in the user's memory, including magic, and even combine magic. It can almost be said to be the most powerful type of modeling magic. Got it. My ice form is also very strong. Kira shook his head. Elemental modeling will still be limited by attribute restraints. If you encounter a wizard who is not compatible with you, you will suffer a big loss. If your own magic power and physical fitness are not as good as those of your opponent, then it's even worse. You guys, after saying so much, don't you just want to say that your strength is much more than that? Ah, you are so smart, Kana. You guy, you really deserve a beating for saying such things. Intentionally showing off his skills, Kira looked a little proud. Think about it carefully, why can't I create a large number of magic props with special functions? Even if my talent in magic is unmatched, it is impossible to forge it at the same time. I must be very talented in this area, but even if I spend most of my time practicing magic, how can I still have time to practice forging? This must have something to do with my magic. Kana rolled her eyes. Hey? I've never seen you practice magic before. To be honest, I have always been curious about how you made those magic props. Could it be that all your magic props are concrete? How is it possible? If this is true, it will be discovered soon. Kira patted the sailboat beneath him, and I just said that if this kind of thing made with magic does not maintain its magic power, it will eventually disappear. What on earth is that? Okay, stop guessing, don't worry, this mission will open your eyes. With a bang sound, the sailboat docked. The time on the road always passes quickly. On the small sailboat, the sound of playing cards on the boat suddenly stopped. Kira stood up and stretched, and called to the three people with stickers on their faces, "No more fun, no more fun, the ship has docked, let's go for a walk and do the task." Hey, you guys, don't even think about cheating. You've obviously lost, so hurry up. But how could such words leave behind Kira, who has a mission in mind? Nonsense, we are on a mission now. How can we think about having fun? Kira spoke righteously, and nimbly broke away from the surroundings of the three men, turned around and jumped off the boat. In one go, the soles are silky smooth. This guy, he was the one who suggested playing cards first. But he won't admit it when he loses. Seeing that Kira was about to lift the magic, the three of them had no choice but to stop playing and get off the boat. Speaking of which, I still don't know what the mission is. Me too. Hey? Didn't you watch it yesterday? Lift the curse. Kira was speechless for a while. These guys only wanted to do an S-level mission, but they followed them without even knowing what the mission was? If you don't say that you are a fairy tale person, you have a big heart. Removing the curse? Then what are you going to do? Can you do this with your word spirit magic? Who knows? But in the end, the curse is just what the residents of the island say. As an S-class magician, you can't be fooled by these one-sided statements. We have to wait and see what the situation is. You just follow me and take a good look at how the S-class magician does the mission. The three of them followed the instructions on the map, walked through the woods outside the island, and came to the village of the island residents. Along the way, Kira discovered that it was not surprising that Karna Island was ignored by the council. The reason was that it was still a living environment in a primitive society. The walls built with wooden piles, the sentry towers only 3 or 4 stories high, and the simple and primitive weapons in the hands of the guards, only made of sticks and stones, all illustrate the technological advancement of this island. Of backwardness. You must know that whether it is the kingdom of Fiori or other countries in Ishgar, magic and technology are developing side by side, and no one is lagging behind. Of course, the technology here is based on magic. Let's talk about magic crystals. There are different types of magic crystals on the mainland. For example, they are used for lighting and can be seen everywhere on the streets, such as street lamps, for recording images. Reporters from monthly magazines, and other companies have one. The magic crystal can be regarded as the cheapest and most common magic prop on the mainland. This means that although the technology of this world is closely related to magic, in terms of the level of development, it is definitely not inferior to the technological society. Even with high-end technology, there are weapons such as magical elf power and fez in this world. Looking at it this way, the technology of Karna Island is at least 300 years behind. Chapter 9: The Curse of Karna Island. Who are you? The guard noticed the 4 Kira people approaching and asked. Kira took a step forward and answered, "We are magicians from Fairy Tale, here to solve the task." Guard A turned around and asked his companion, "Is there such a thing? It seems that someone from the Magic Guild is coming. Show us your guild crest." This is something that is required for almost every mission, and several people were not surprised as they immediately revealed their respective guild crests. Kira took off his coat, and a black guild crest representing Fairy Tale was engraved on his left arm. In fact, Kira doesn't like tattoos very much, but this is the way the world is. The crest of the Magic Guild represents one's identity. He can only do as the Romans do, and over time he has adapted to it. In fact, there is another reason why he doesn't mind engraving a coat of arms, that is, Kira vaguely remembers that this guild coat of arms seems to be a magic buff, with the magic of Mavis, the first president of Fairy Tale, on it. The specific effect is forgotten, but all in all, it's cheating. If you can cheat, of course you won't mind. After all, who would think that they have too many cheats? After confirming the identity of the visitor, the guard opened the door to let a few people in, and then led them to the village chief. Everyone, including the village chief, was wearing clothes that looked like some backward tribe. Among them, only the village chief was wearing a slightly more noble-looking cloak, supported by the fur of an unknown beast. The village chief was a short old man with long ears, holding a moon-shaped scepter on the top. When he saw the Kira people who came to solve the curse, a warm smile appeared on his face. "Finally, you have arrived, magicians." The old village chief showed the current situation to several people and spoke slowly. "As you can see, all the creatures on this island, from dogs to birds, are not spared. All of us are haunted by this curse." On. Gray put forward his own opinion. "Why do you say it's a curse? Haven't you ever thought that this might be a disease?" The village chief replied, "We have asked dozens of doctors to diagnose us, but they concluded that they have never seen a similar disease. Moreover, our body mutation is related to the magic power of the moon. This island has been gathering the light of the moon since ancient times. The whole island became bright and beautiful because of the moon, but a few years ago the moon suddenly turned purple and gave off purple light." Rocky, purple light? Could it be light magic? And when the purple moon appears, our appearance will be changed and we will become ugly demons. Gray thought of something and looked a little surprised. you mean devil? Yes, during the day, everyone will return to their original posture, but... Kana, but... There are also some among us who cannot recover, and even lose their minds, and even their hearts become demons. In the end, we can only cruelly kill them. Kill? How decisive! That's right. If they find a way, they should be able to reply. There is no way. If we let it go, everyone will be killed by the monsters. Even if they are locked in a prison, they will destroy the prison door, including my son. So please, all the clever magicians, please save this island and lift the curse on us. Otherwise, if this continues, everyone will have their souls taken away by the devil. The village elder became more and more excited as he talked, and in the end he couldn't help crying. The surrounding villagers came forward to comfort him. There is only one way to solve our curse, please destroy the moon. Gray, hey. Rocky, you mean destroying the moon? Kana, how is it possible to do that? Although the surrounding atmosphere was made very weird by the old village chief and villagers, and the performance of Gray and others perfectly set it off, Kira felt no fluctuation in her heart and even wanted to laugh. After all, he knew what was going on, but he couldn't tell everyone directly because he had to maintain his style as an S-class mage in front of everyone, so he could only make step-by-step deductions. Finally, Kira led several people to leave the village and go deep into the forest on the grounds of investigating clues. On the way, Gray, Rocky, and Kana expressed their opinions. No matter what, it's impossible to destroy the moon, right? Compared to Gray, who was still struggling with the moon, Rocky was obviously much more rational. According to my guess, this should be a kind of magic, and it is a magic that only affects the people and animals on the island. Magic? Is it like Myra can receive magic? How is it possible that the entire island, including the animals, has the talent to receive magic, and there aren't that many demons for them to receive? It should be other magic. Kira felt that Rocky's words were a bit too taken for granted. Where are there not so many demons? Kana thought for a while. The moon turns purple and emits purple light. Is it light magic? Rocky, have you heard of similar magic? Rocky shook his head. I have never heard of this type of magic. What do you think? Kira, what should we do? The three of them looked at Kira to see what he would say. Seeing that the three of them had no clue, Kira felt proud in her heart, but sighed helplessly on her face. Hey, so, this is the difference between you and S-class magicians. Didn't you collect any intelligence at all during your previous missions? What's the meaning? I did some research before setting off, Kira said, starting to waffle on logic. This island is recorded in some libraries and is an island with a long history. Karna Island was also called the Moon Island a long time ago because it can gather moonlight and condense it into a powerful moon power, but at the same time, it is also called Alcatraz Island because the residents here are a demon, not a human. Nanny. ×3. Kira's words shocked several people to stop. Gray exclaimed, are you saying that these residents did not become demons because of the moon, but are demons themselves? Yes. Kana asked, wait. But what we just saw was indeed a human being, right? It is recorded in the book that turning into humans is the talent of the demons here. In other words, they actually change during the day and return to their original appearance at night. After thinking for a while, Rocky asked, if they are really demons, why did they lie to us and say that they turned into demons because of the curse of the moon? And the attitude of the villagers. Something affected their bodies, to be precise, their memories, making them think they were originally human beings. Affected memory? Is it the purple moon? The purple moon that the villagers will see should be related to the changes in their bodies. There are two possibilities. One is a biological virus. The virus affects the villagers' bodies, not only causing memory confusion, but also disturbing their eyes. If we can also see the purple moon after dark, then it should be the second case. A magic spread all over the island turns the incoming moonlight into purple, which then affects their memory. However, considering the situation on the island, I prefer the latter. Well, it has come full circle, I am really a genius. Chapter 10 Drops of the Moon. So, this is the truth about Purple Moon. That's amazing, Kira. You are truly an S-class mage. I found out the reason right away. Hearing the praises from several people, Kira felt proud, of course. Study hard. Then, why don't you just tell the village chief and the others? Gray's question was immediately ridiculed by Kira. Are you an idiot? Since the memory has been affected, you must not be able to listen to our explanation. After holding on to that cursed idea for so long, you even killed my own children. If I say that they are originally demons, they will definitely get angry and think that there is nothing we can do, and finally drive us out. That's true. By the way, since they were originally demons, wouldn't the village chief's son's death be in vain? Don't worry, I heard that it's hard for demons to die, Kira explained. And, since the village chief said that his son lost himself, it also means that he has returned to normal. In this case, I think the probability of him leaving the island is relatively high. Kira took steps again, walking towards the center of the forest. Every change has a reason. This island cannot have such a phenomenon for no reason. Whether it is a virus or magic, since this phenomenon only started a few years ago, it means that something must have changed at that time. Rocky asked, then where are we going now? Let's look around first to see if there is anything similar to a magic circle. Since this magic can cover the entire island, more preparations are required. In other words, a large enough place is needed to arrange the magic circle. This works magic. A big enough place? We haven't seen anything like it along the way. According to the records in the book, there is an ancient ruin on Karna Island, which is a place where the power of the moon can be gathered. Because the power of the moon belongs to the holy attribute, the residents who are demons cannot approach it. It is the most suitable place for setting up magic circles. Place. I see, because the villagers can't get close and there's no need to worry about being destroyed, it's really the best place. Humph. Study hard. Remember to prepare your intelligence before going on missions in the future, read more books and newspapers, eat more fruits and vegetables, stay up less late and drink less, fight less in groups and pick up girls less. 10 minutes later. Here we are. Kira, who was walking in the front, stopped. In front of him was an ancient and mysterious ruins. As far as the eye could see, it was full of gravel, and there were patterns that looked like the moon in some places. This is the ruins you mentioned. The village is obviously not far away, so why didn't the villagers mention it? A few people looked around and found that there was a road leading directly to the ruins from the village. Because they can't get close to this place, they may think this kind of thing is too unbelievable. Even if they told us, we wouldn't believe it, so they didn't mention it at all. This is the center and the highest place on the island. If you want to set up a magic circle, this is the best place. Let's go up and have a look. At this time, Rocky discovered Hwadian. Hey? There is a cave here. There are caves of the same size above. Is it a coincidence? Rocky said as he walked forward, looked up, and frowned. No, several floors above have also been opened up. It doesn't look like natural aging, it's man-made. Yes, why would you do such a thing? Kana and Gray heard Rocky's words and came closer, and found that it was indeed what Rocky said. While thinking about it, Kira's suddenly enlightened voice came from behind. So that's it, it turns out to be this magic, I figured it all out. If you think about it carefully, this place itself can gather huge power of the moon, and it is indeed the most suitable place to cast it. That magical place. Kira showed an expression I'm going to start deciphering and said the lines she had prepared, there is only one truth. The three of them saw that Kira seemed to have come to a conclusion and asked aloud, what is the magic you are talking about? It is said that the moonlight is condensed into a beam and the huge power of the moon is gathered into the moon drop. It is a kind of magic that can eliminate all magic. Magic that can eliminate all magic? Is there really such a magic in the world? Kira noticed that Gray and Kana looked surprised, but Rocky didn't have much reaction. That's right, he is a celestial spirit who has lived for who knows how long. It is normal for him to know more. In the original work, the celestial spirit told Natsu and the others about the moon drop. Of course, I have seen it in the book, Kira nodded, but the conditions for the formation of moon drops are extremely demanding. Not only does it require huge power of the moon, but it also requires enough manpower. Even the spells are very old. And being niche is a kind of magic that has been lost for a long time. Moreover, this is a polluting magic. According to the description in the book, it will produce a special gas. It is probably this pollution that affects the island. Kana exclaimed, pollution gas? In other words, are the villagers' health affected because the air is polluted? Kira said, not necessarily, there may be other reasons. The sun is going down, we will know soon. It's really disgusting. Who is doing this kind of thing? Gray said angrily, why do we have to wait until night? Can't we just destroy the magic circle now? Kana was also a little confused, that's right. If you destroy the magic circle, you can at least stop the source of pollution, right? The moon drop can only be used at night. If you go up there now, you can't destroy anything. You can't find anyone if you want to fight. According to what the village chief said, this magic has been activated for 3 years, right? Hasn't it been successful yet? It's not that simple, Kira shook his head and explained, the formation of moon drops is very difficult. Even if the island has abundant moon power, it cannot be completed in just 3 years, moreover, the impact it causes is also very difficult and cannot be solved by destroying the magic circle. Kana asked again, then there's no way to remove the influence on the island first? You should have a way to purify the air, right? In fact, I haven't felt the air being affected since I arrived on the island, so I said I would have to wait until night to find out. As for now, don't you want to see what kind of magic these guys with unknown origins want to use moon drops to remove? Kira's words aroused the curiosity of several people. Yes, what kind of person is he, and for what purpose is he using the moon drop here? The answer is below. Do you want to go and see it together? Of course. The three of them laughed, seeming to be full of interest in the unknown before them. Gray thought in his heart, sure enough, S-class missions are interesting. I learned a lot of things that I didn't know before. This experience can be boasted in front of Natsu for a while. Kira looked at Gray, whose face was full of adventurous interest, and thought darkly, just laugh, you won't be able to laugh anymore later. Chapter 11 Gray, I will never forgive this person. Then, let's go down and take a look. Kira raised her right foot, stand firm. What do you want to do? Wait a moment. Several people rushed up to stop it, but it was too late. Kira had already stepped hard, and the ground beneath his feet cracked, spreading in all directions, making a click and click sound, and then, collapsed and collapsed. Not good. Danger. What are you doing, you bastard? Why is the ground here so brittle? Yan Lingwen, Yi. The ground suddenly lost ground, and the three of them fell out of control. Kira, who had been prepared for a long time, used wing magic and flew downwards smoothly. His speed was very slow, so slow that the cloak behind him didn't even fly up. Perfect landing. Bang! 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 Kira stretched out his index finger and waved it, and said to the three people who fell to the ground, you can't do this. If you don't have the ability to respond to emergencies, you won't be able to pass the guild's assessment and become an S-class mage. The three people who got up rolled up their sleeves and waved their fists to fight. You bastard, how dare you say that? It's not all because you suddenly did something like that. Just when Kira was about to educate the three people surrounded by him in turn, he suddenly pointed out, look. It turns out that this is the target of the drop of the moon. What a big and ugly guy. Gray didn't believe what Kira said. He had long been tired of using this method of diversion when fighting with Natsu. Hey! You guys still want to change the subject now? However, Rocky stopped his fist, looked back, and frowned. Is this thing a demon? Kana also understood something. So, are you trying to use the moon drops to destroy this ice and release this demon? Demon? Ice? Hearing what the two said, Gray couldn't help but jump in his heart and turned around suddenly. What he saw was the nightmare buried deep in his memory. Deliola. Are you kidding? Why is Deliola in a place like this? Gray exclaimed, which immediately made Rocky and Kana look at him. Yagamai you? No, Kira showed a vague expression of so far, everything has developed as I expected. Then Kira raised her head blankly, Deliora? What's wrong, Gray, do you know this demon? At this time, Gray had already lowered his head, was excited and silent. After a long time, he finally said, Daily. Oh. I remembered it. I remembered it. Deliola. I know this name. It seems to be a powerful demon that caused trouble in the northern continent more than 10 years ago. Kira. Gray, who had finally worked up a good mood, suddenly let go. Kira continued, I heard Gildarts say that he was going to deal with this demon, but when he got there, he found that Deliora had been killed by a man. The powerful magician was killed, but to my surprise, he was sealed and is still here. Gray looked at Kira in surprise, you. I heard that the person who sealed it is named You. Like you Gray, he is also a magician in the shape of ice. What a coincidence. Before Kira could finish speaking, Gray grabbed Kira's collar excitedly, you bastard. You must have known about this a long time ago. That's why you brought me here specially. Wait a minute. You just said that moon drops is magic that can dissolve all magic, right? Who is it? Who would do such a thing? Kira. What do you know? Tell me. Hey, it's a little tight, hey. Rocky and Kana quickly came over and grabbed Gray. Gray, calm down. How can I calm down in this situation? Tell me Kira. Who is doing this? Tell me quickly. Gray seemed unable to listen to anything and just repeated these words excitedly. You kid. Seeing that Gray couldn't stand listening, Kira had no choice but to resort to violent means, punching him hard and flying him away. Calm down before you speak. Well, comfortable. Gray, who flew out, moved on the ground, then became quiet. Rocky and Kana asked aloud, what's going on, Kira? Why is Gray so excited? Maybe the fist really had an effect. Gray, who was lying on the ground, calmed down a lot, and said slowly in a depressed mood, Deliora, was sealed by You, the master who taught me magic, who sacrificed his life. Word by word, Gray unfolded his memories and told the two people who didn't know the truth everything that happened in the past. Well, I probably understand what's going on. No wonder you're so excited. Gray said harshly, Ulu is the person I respect the most. No matter who is doing this kind of thing, I will never forgive him. Haha, waiting for you to take back this sentence. Kana walked up to Gray, took out a bottle of wine from somewhere and put it in front of him, then looked at Kira with an evil look and said, Kira, you guy, you have known these things for a long time, so you brought us here. No, to be precise, you brought Gray here. I was originally wondering why you suddenly took on the mission and brought us here in violation of the guild rules. Now I think about it clearly. This was all planned by you, right? Kira smiled and gave a thumbs up, as expected of Kana, she is just smart, that's right. Everything was calculated by me. Gray was furious and cursed, you admitted it without hesitation with such an attitude? You bastard! Why would you do such a thing? Why would you do such a thing? What nonsense are you talking about? Kira dismissed Gray's anger, just like you asked Natsu to personally handle the matter of someone posing as a fire dragon. I know the situation here. Finally, isn't it the same principle to bring Gray here and let him handle it by himself? That's right, that's why it's not a bad idea. Hey? By the way, are my reaction speeds that fast? This kind of reason can be blurted out. Well, I mean, you can just say it. Kira's eyes were innocent. Didn't I say it now? Kana. Gray. Rocky. What expression are you looking at? Especially you, Gray. Is this your attitude towards the benefactor who specially brought you here? If I hadn't lied, no, I brought you here. If you can't even get up to the second floor, when will you have the chance to discover this? Gray, you're right. I was too excited just now. I'm sorry. And. Thank you. Chapter 12 Mastermind. Did he believe it? He actually believed it. Is this okay? It's really mine. Kira looked upright. It doesn't matter, I forgive you, but there is no reward for this mission. Rocky and Kana were immediately dissatisfied. Hey! You profiteer! Okay. It doesn't matter if you don't give me the reward for the mission. But, please let me solve this matter by myself. Gray. However, Kira completely ignored Gray's request. What nonsense are you talking about? Got it, this is a mission I accepted. And. We are partners in a guild, how can we let you solve it by yourself? Forget it, at most, the person behind the scenes will let you take care of it yourself. I won't take any action. That's enough, thank you. The air suddenly felt a little heavy. In the end, Kira, the little warm-up kid who died, broke the atmosphere. What I just said about not being paid includes you too. Hello. Before the argument could start again, purple light descended from the hole above and landed on Deliera. It seems that the time has come. Those people have started to cast spells. Let's go up and have a look. Without Kira opening a word, Gray was the first to rush forward. Wait. Gray, all of you, please be alert. Be careful of a surprise attack. When the four of them arrived at the top of the ruins, their eyes suddenly opened up. Under the bright and strange purple moonlight, a group of strangely dressed people gathered together, chanting ancient and mysterious spells. They gathered the power of the moon together, and the faint purple moonlight appeared. This causes the liquid to shoot accurately and powerfully into the dark cave below. A few people hid behind a boulder and looked from a distance. Under the cave, it was indeed the location of Deliera. Rocky said, "Is this the drop of the moon? It looks very problematic." "It should be right." Gray clenched his fists. "Are they them? They disturbed Yu's tranquility. Are the three people next to you the messengers of the Lord?" Kana was talking about three people who were obviously dressed differently from the other cast members, 2 men and 1 woman. They were standing outside the circle of people casting spells, and well, they were also casting spells. These 3 guys look like the younger ones at first glance. The real messenger will definitely not dress like this. It is always the elder brother who orders the younger ones to do things. How can a boss and employee work overtime together until late at night? Kira said calmly, "You guys who grew up in the guild and have free tasks will not understand." Several people really didn't understand what Kira was talking about. But as if to confirm Kira's words, soon, the sound of exchanges between the 3 younger brothers came from the wind. "How long do you have to do this kind of work?" "Probably another week or so. The workload has increased in recent days, and I haven't been able to take a good rest during the day. After all, this is the last critical period, so we should be more serious and not ruin Lord Zero's plan." At this time, a mysterious man wearing a cloak and a mask came out. and then the three younger brothers turned around and shouted respectfully, "Lord Emperor Ling." Kira pointed at the person who had just appeared and whispered, "Did you see it? It's obvious that this guy is the mastermind. He appeared last, with a unique look, and an attitude of I am the best in the world in every gesture. This kind of talent, it's the final boss of the dungeon. That means he is the mastermind, right? Who is he?" The Ling Emperor nodded and responded to the three younger brothers. He said, "Thank you for your hard work today. After a while, the plan will be successful, the plan to liberate Deliola." Gray, this voice? Could it be? There was a surge of energy in his body, and before Rocky and Kana could react, Gray jumped out and shouted, "Are you the one who is trying to free Deliola?" Gray's outburst was so sudden that Rocky and Kana didn't react at all. Then I heard Kira say, "I'll give you a chance to practice, and I'll leave the three younger brothers to you, but don't tell me that the two of you can't beat the three of them. This is your mission, right? Our opponents have been left to us to deal with. What do you do? Do you still want your reward? I am responsible for destroying the magic circle. Do you have any objections?" "No." The three of them came out from behind the stone and took their respective positions. "That crest is fairy tale? Why does it appear here?" The woman in the training style clothes was a little surprised, but the short man with his hands behind his back was somewhat aware. "It's a mission from those villagers, but I didn't expect that someone would come so soon. Because it's an S-level mission, I thought it would take at least a while." On top of the ruins, both sides faced each other. "Humph. So what about Fairy Tale? These guys can't beat Lord Zero. Lord Zero is invincible." "Oh? I can't pretend I didn't hear this." Kira looked at the woman who said this, then let me try his measure. "Wait a minute, Kira." Gray stretched out his hand to block the three of them and said with a heavy face, "Did you just agree? Leave that person to me." "Oh, yes, I almost forgot about the real thing. The main purpose this time is to see their brothers falling in love and killing each other. Sure enough, women only cloud my judgment. Keep in mind that you now represent the face of Fairy Tale. If you lose, well, I will help them complete the Moondrop project. You guy. Forget it, I get it." After saying that, Gray rushed forward. "You guy. Stop those boring rituals." Gray cast a spell with both hands, but Zero Emperor just waved with one hand. Almost at the same time, two strands of ice rushed towards each other from the feet of Gray and Zero Emperor, and finally collided together and turned into tiny ice shards. Confirming his suspicion, Gray became even more angry. "Leon, you guy, do you know what you are doing?" Leon took off his mask, and then said calmly, "Haha, long time no see, you are still so weak, Gray. I didn't expect that the wizard the village found was you. Did you come here with knowledge? Or was it just an accident? Forget it, it doesn't matter." Kira looked at the hood in Leon's hand, and questions surged in his mind. Wouldn't it be hot to wear such a thick hood? Rocky hurried to Gray's side and asked, "Gray, do you know him?" Gray's face was gloomy. "Well, he is a disciple of you with me. My senior brother." "No, Leon, if you do such a thing, you are no longer a disciple of you. You too, Gray, because you is dead." Gray was both angry and puzzled. She sacrificed herself to seal Delira, and you actually want to destroy what you left behind. Don't transform the memory. You was killed by you, Gray. It was she who allowed you to live so shamelessly. Chapter 13. Here it comes. That familiar battle mode. The other side. That person, is the S-class mage of Fairy Tale, Sage Kira Hopelet. Sage? What kind of title is this? Don't be careless. I heard that his strength is still higher than that of the Fairy Queen. He was called the most talented wizard of the younger generation by Magic Monthly and was also named one of the top 10 magicians, one of the strong candidates, but the wizarding world has rarely heard from him in recent years. Yuka's words attracted the sidelong glances of his companions. 10 holy magisters? Really? Several supporting players and younger brothers suddenly became nervous. Their exchange was not loud, but everyone present could still hear it clearly. Kira folded her hands on her chest, assuming a domineering and majestic posture. The cloak behind her was blown away by the wind from nowhere. She felt quite proud in her heart. Anyone with such fame will have this kind of mentality. Especially the statement that her strength is higher than that of the Fairy Queen, which suits him very well. Kana /U0026 Rocky, this guy is showing off again. According to what I just said, let's each find an opponent. After giving the instructions, Kira walked forward on his own. He wanted to observe the moon drops up close and see if he could collect them, which might be useful in the future. Yuka, headed by 3 younger brothers, stood up. In his opinion, in 3 versus 3, he was the strongest among the 3, and he should be responsible for holding Kira back, and then wait for Leon to come back for support. From the beginning, he never thought about defeating Kira. After all, he knew the difference in strength between the 2 sides. Unfortunately, the development of things was obviously not as perfect as Yuka thought. Don't even think about it. Yuka waved his hand, and a wave of energy flew out. Sydney waved the long whip in his hand, Toby raised the sharp claw in his hand, and the 3 of them attacked Kira at the same time. However, a golden light wave and a card carrying energy attacks came at the same time, scattering the 3 people's attacks. Kana, who was holding a pile of cards in her hands, and Rocky, who was stroking the ring on his finger, stood in front of the 3 of them. Hey, Rocky, that guy seems to have underestimated us. Yes, then let these blind guys see how powerful Fairy Tale is. Then, I'll leave the short one to you, and I'll take care of the remaining 2, okay? Certainly. BGM sounds. Shine of light. The sun's blaze. Without words or signs, the 2 of them attacked at the same time. This was a tacit understanding cultivated by fighting each other in the guild for a long time. Boom. 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 The attacks continued one after another, and the explosions continued to spread, but there was no harm in the smoke, and the smoke and dust dispersed, revealing the silhouettes of the trio opposite. After the test was over, Rocky and Kana also roughly understood each other's strength, and found that it might be a bit difficult to fight. A cold voice came from the smoke, if you want to fight 2 against 3, you have to have enough skills. If this is your strength, I am so disappointed. Sydney, Toby, let these 2 people see our strength bar. Fluctuation. Come on, Angelica. Paralysis attack. The 3 people opposite were once members of the Snake Princess Scales, and were much stronger than the average minions. Yoka uses wave magic, which can neutralize most magic attacks through vibration. When he was in the scales of the Snake Princess, he was famous for his ability to deal with magicians. Sydney's magic is called Humanoid Strike, which can control living creatures other than humans. The giant rat named Angelica next to her is a work controlled by her. Toby uses paralyzing jellyfish finger claws, and his body is flexible, allowing him to easily avoid enemy attacks. The magic of the 3 people each has its own characteristics. Although one alone is not very strong, it cannot be easily solved when working together. Although Rocky is the strongest star spirit in the Golden Zodiac, after all, he has only been able to use magic through the ring for 3 years in the human world, and his physical fitness is not as good as before. Kana, on the other hand, relies entirely on the cards in her hand. In terms of her own combat power, perhaps only speed can qualify. Sure enough, Fairy Tale is a world of turn-based battles. After the 3 opponents showed their strength, Rocky and Kana, who were handsome for only 2 seconds, were pushed to the ground and rubbed by their opponents. Rocky's light magic would be knocked away by Yoka every time, and Kana's cards were easily dodged by Toby, and the attacks failed one after another. On the side, the giant rat could always attack quickly when the two showed their flaws, and the two dodged. If he fails, he will receive one blow after another, and he can only be beaten passively. Their magic was restrained, and their physical fitness was not as good as their opponents, so they fought with less and more. After a good show at the beginning, the combination of Rocky and Kana was beaten back by the three opponents, and was finally knocked to the ground. Originally, I thought you two were trying to hold us back. I thought you were such powerful magicians, but I didn't expect you were just two guys who love to talk big words. Xueli was the first to taunt, kneel down in front of Lord Zero. Please repent well. Compared with Sydney, Yoka and Toby are much quieter. One doesn't like to talk and likes to pretend to be cool, while the other is an idiot and can't speak well. Xueli continued to provoke, didn't you just say that you want us to see the strength of the magicians of fairy tale? It seems that fairy tale is nothing more than that. What did you say? Sydney successfully planted the flag. If this was a game, now you can see Rocky and Kana's anger instantly replenished. The two struggled to get up from the ground. I didn't expect to be ridiculed by such a character. It's really embarrassing. If you are helpless here, you will be laughed at by Kira later. Rocky, do you still have strength? Of course, compared to the group of guys in the guild, these three people are far behind. That stinky bitch, we can't pretend we didn't hear what you just said. How dare you say such words? Who do you think you are fighting? Come on, cheat the password. We are fairy tale. BGM sounds again. Use that and finish them off in one go. Frankly speaking, without cheating, it is still a bit difficult for Rocky and Kana to deal with these three people. But will people from fairy tale be in trouble? After calling out the cheat code, Rocky and Kana slowly stood up, and then took out the second cheat. The magic ring produced by Kira, and the magic cards produced by Kira. Flash storm. Continuous waves of light danced in the air, attacking Yuka from all directions. Nanny? Such a fast attack frequency! Yuka exclaimed, but his hands were not slow. Volatilities. 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 He waved his hands, sending out energy fluctuations, but the rays of light were so fast and numerous that he was overwhelmed by the intensity. All along, the enemies Yoka faced were not strong and were always easily defeated by him. This also made him inexperienced in one-to-many group attacks and lacked the means to face multiple attacks at the same time. Before he could get used to the frequency of attacks, Rocky was already 5 steps in front of him. Chapter 14 Kira, just want to make you unexpected. Baptism of Holy Light. Rocky shouted loudly, and the ring on his hand suddenly glowed with holy light, flashing in the magic gap. Another flash. 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 Ah! My eyes! The intense light made Yuka unable to open his eyes, and he might even be going blind, and his head was still a little dizzy. On the other hand, Rocky, who had been prepared for it, had already closed his eyes. Yuka shed tears and gently touched her eyes with her hands. Compared with fighting, her eyes were more important at this time. But will the opponent let this opportunity pass? The answer is no. Rocky took the opportunity to sprint and punched closely, Judgment of Light. A strike of judgment directly knocked Yuka away and fell to the ground far away. Then he straightened his collar, put on a dignified expression, and said disdainfully, "The signature of Snake Princess Scales? Nothing more than that." On the other side, Kana's battle ended quickly. The cards in her hand poured out, and 3 attacks broke out at the same time. Heavy thunder. Frost. Wind weasel. The quick thunder and lightning turned the snow pair into black skin, the unexpected ice turned Toby into an ice sculpture, the wind blade that arrived in a blink of an eye cut Angelica into pieces. What? Woohoo! Squeak! Kana looked at Xue Li, who fell on the ground with dignity. You, repent well on the ground first. Kira walked towards the magic circle step by step. The magic trick. You, don't come here, Lord Emperor Ling won't let you go. Don't panic. No matter how powerful he is, there is only one person. Kira shook his head helplessly. These guys had no sense of being a sidekick at all. The battle was not about whoever had the most people would win, it was about who had the biggest advantage. There are 3 steps to realize the moon drop magic: collect the power of the moon, convert the moon power into moon drops, and finally inject the moon drops into the magic. These 3 steps do not need to be done one by one. Now this group of people is doing the 3 operations of collecting, transforming, and pouring at the same time. Except for the moon drops that were poured into Deliera, all the remaining moon power was collected. Kira's goal was this. The shape of Yan Ling. A hail of bullets. With a wave of his hand, light shone, and a red-white magic circle appeared behind him. Then, hundreds of guns suddenly appeared. All the actors. Thousands of guns fired together, and a wave of clearing the place directly blew away the group of sidekicks who didn't even deserve their names, and the ceremony was immediately interrupted. Smoke and dust filled the air, and all the actors were already unconscious. It was obvious that they could not continue the ceremony. But Kira still stopped. Are you my opponent? A mysterious man wearing a mask, a little tall, and a fur coat appeared in front of Kira. I'm Gerut. The way you introduced yourself, I thought you were Grote. Arusha. Kira's eyes flashed, and he knew that the Gerut in front of him was the image of Arusha after using transformation magic. Arusha is Yu's daughter. She was born with huge magic power. When she was still an infant, her body could not bear the magic power, so her mother Uru was sent to the institute for treatment. Unexpectedly, the director of the institute was a bad person. He used Arusha as an experiment to study magic, and told Arusha that her daughter was dead. Arusha escaped when he grew up, but saw Uru and his disciples, namely Leon and Gray, living well, with smiles on their faces. He felt that he was abandoned, so he felt resentful. After that, Arusha destroyed the research institute, joined the Devil's Heart, and obtained the magic to control time, the Arc of Time. Devil's Heart is the strongest dark guild in the magic world in recent decades. Before the news of the Balam Alliance came out this year, it could be said to be the leader of the Dark Guild. Arusha did all kinds of bad things, and even tempted Jalal to cause the Tower of Paradise tragedy. Now, she and Jalal are lurking in the council, doing unknown things. Are you going to stop me? Are you also Leon's companion? Kira asked knowingly, and Arusha followed suit. I just joined not long ago. I heard that it was a plan that lasted for 3 years. I didn't expect that someone would find out as soon as I came in. It seems that it is really impossible to resurrect Deliola with such a brat. In the end, I have to take action. You take action. Kira said with some air, those trash fish can't continue the ceremony, what else can you do? Arusha chuckled, who said the ceremony can't continue without manpower? Kira looked behind her, and sure enough, the moon drop ceremony did not stop because of the fainting of the helpers. Instead, it continued in an orderly manner. The dazzling purple light still fell from the sky, and a steady stream of moon power was transformed. For magic, poured into the cave. Awesome! How did you do it? I really don't know this Kira, although I guess it may be related to her magic. Arusha seemed to want to show off his skills. The Arc of Time, have you ever heard of it? The lost magic, the Arc of Time, has the ability to change the time of an object into a past, present, or future state. In a sense, time can be said to be the unit of measurement for changes in objects. Changing time is actually controlling the changes in objects. There are thousands of states of objects, but to put it bluntly, there are only two categories: stillness and motion, emptiness and existence. I've heard so much. No. Kira lied with his eyes open, looking confused. It sounds like magic related to time, right? That's right. You can control the time of matter and let them enter the past and future states. Arusha held a crystal ball in his hand. As long as the moonlight enters the future, there will be a continuous flow of moonlight drops. Is this okay? I won't let you stop the ceremony. If you want to pass, just defeat me first. Arusha was full of confidence. But, it's hard to say whether you can get behind me or not. Kira watched silently as Arusha pretended to be pretentious, and did not speak until she finished speaking. I see, the ritual can be stopped as long as I defeat you, right? Yes. That's right. Come on, let me see the true ability of Sage Kira. But I refuse. Nanny. Kira grinned. Kira, just want to make you unexpected. What happened? Aren't you on a mission to restore the villagers' curse? Wasn't it for Grey to terminate the ritual and prevent Deliura from being resurrected? Arusha's limited brain power could not react at all. Seeing that Kira had no intention of fighting and even sat down to look at the scenery, she became even more confused. What's going on with this guy? What exactly went wrong? At this moment, an ice dragon pounced on Kira from its undetectable back at an unprepared speed. But Kira had already sensed it. To Shiraibi. Although there are many ways to perform magic, a familiar skill name is very important to achieve instant casting. But because Kira was too lazy to name it, he would often copy the skill names in his memory. Everyone knew the effect anyway. Chapter 15 Grey vs Leon. Kira didn't even look back, but simply mobilized his magic power, and a thick and hard stone wall rose up instantly, blocking the charging ice dragon, and then rock cannonball. Kira waved her right hands together, and the stone wall suddenly cracked into dozens of neat stone cubes, which formed an irregular formation in the air, and then flew like cannonballs, immediately smashing the ice dragon into hundreds of pieces. As the name of the word spirit magic implies, all the power lies in the word spirit, so this method does not increase the speed of magic or anything, it is just Kira simply trying to be cool. Looking back from a distance, Grey was already bruised and fell to the ground eating dirt, while Leon was just a little embarrassed. Isn't it? Lost so quickly? Grey, you are too inferior. Do you have to be beaten first before you can explode? Kira still cares about his companions, so he has been observing the battles in the other two places. Although the enemies faced by Rocky and Kana were a bit tricky, they had magic props given to them by themselves. Kira said that he didn't panic, that he could fight, and that he could fight brilliantly. The battle between Grey and Leon was a bit more simple, with the traditional battle style, and the content of the battle was probably. The two first reviewed the discussions between brothers many years ago, and then had an in-depth discussion about one-handed spell casting and two-handed spell casting. Finally, Leon revealed his purpose and blamed Grey for killing Uru, and Grey was filled with grief. To briefly summarize it in Kira's words. It's been a while since we've played together, let's relive it. Ah. I can't do it. What, you can't take action because you blame yourself? Then don't stop me from resurrecting Deliola. No. That's what you left behind. Speaking of which, are you still casting spells with your hands after all these years? One-handed spell casting is unstable. This is what you taught. I can use one hand. I am stronger than you. It is my dream to surpass Uru. You can't surpass Uru. As long as I resurrect Deliura and defeat it, it will prove that I am stronger than Uru. Stop it, that's impossible. It's all because you challenged Deliola that Uru died. Die to me. Uru is still alive. That piece of ice is Uru. Do you still want to continue doing those rituals? I already knew it. Phew. Leon stabbed. Nanny? Gray fell. The whole process was accompanied by magical confrontation and emotional catharsis. The atmosphere was well rendered, the special effects were expensive enough, and there were memories and reversals. In the end, Gray was seriously injured and Leon was slightly injured. It sounds like a long time, but in fact it only lasts 10 minutes. Kira was also surprised. Just by talking like this, Gray was defeated? Didn't you say you were strong? This is so useless. After 2 seconds of silence, Kira said calmly, Gray, I should have said that if they lose, I will help them complete the moondrop ritual, right? Sure enough, as the second male lead in the original plot, how could he lose here? The unyielding Wool supported Gray to get up and fight again. Of course I know, Leon. The battle is not over yet, Kira, don't take action, I can handle it myself. Leon looked back and felt that his brother had grown up. Can you still stand up? I take back what I just said, you have made a lot of progress, Gray. It's about time you woke up for me. Leon's face changed instantly. No one can stop me from completing my dream. What a pity, Kira shook his head. In hot-blooded comics, no one can realize their dreams except the protagonist. Gray and Leon fought again. This time, from the physical fight of one punch to the magical confrontation between animals and weapons, the two fought with the wind whistling and the ice pinging. A strong bow shoots down a group of falcons, a giant ape breaks a sledgehammer, a tiger is trapped in a cage, the wolf king bites a tomahawk, a spear stabs a cheetah, a flying dragon destroys a cannon. The whole process can be said to be an alternative version of Monkey King fighting against Erlangchen. 20 minutes later, with the help of the plugin and the continuous styling competition, Leon finally made a mistake. The one-handed modeling magic is unstable and cannot be used at critical moments. As if to prove this statement, Leon's ice made a mistake at the last moment. One mistake caused the whole game to fall apart. Gray saw the right moment and blasted Leon with an ice and snow cannon. The outcome is decided. At this time, Rocky and Kana had already finished the battle and came over, which meant that all Leon's people had been defeated and the Moondrop project could no longer continue. Hey! Leon, who was watching all this, was kneeling on the ground. At this time, he was covered in wounds, with blood staining most of his naked body, but his expression was a little lonely and unwilling. I never thought that I would lose at your hands. Give up, Leon, stop the ritual. You doesn't want to see you like this. Gray was giving his final advice. He still couldn't do anything to Leon. If possible, he sincerely hoped that Leon could get out of this psychological maze. You can't persuade me. Even if this plan fails, even if it comes for another 3 years, I will continue to implement the Moondrop plan. I must defeat Deliera and surpass you. Gray glanced at Arusha not far away and asked Leon, who is this person? Is he your helper? Hey! Leon didn't want to answer and turned his head away. Blind to sight, this is Mount Tai. Ah no, this is your master's daughter. Arusha still played a unique happy role. Ha, although I know that you can't complete the plan, I really didn't expect that you would be defeated at the hands of this brat. Leon was silent. Gray glanced at Arusha. Do you also want to resurrect Deliera? Yeah, why not? Isn't it a pity that such a powerful demon is sealed here like this? Really, do you all know what you are doing? What good will it do to you if Deliera is resurrected? Gray grabbed his hair and said, Leon has failed. If you are the only one left, the ceremony it's no longer possible to proceed. Failed? He, what nonsense are you talking about? The ceremony is still going on. Gray looked up suddenly and realized that the ceremony had not stopped. The ceremony continued. So what were you doing, Kira, when you were fighting Leon just now? Want to see the scenery? Why? Obviously no one is performing the ritual, why hasn't the transformation stopped yet? Gray obviously couldn't understand what was happening in front of him, and suddenly lost his sense of proportion. Did you do it? Seeing all this, Gray gritted his teeth and immediately stepped forward to stop him, but was knocked down by the ice coming from behind. Leon stood up and cast a spell with one hand from a distance. Good job, Jarrett. Keep going like this. He hasn't fallen yet. Gray still wanted to get up and continue fighting, but after the repeated battles with Leon, he was already exhausted, and now the only magic power left in his body could not support him to fight again. If there was only Leon alone, he might still have a chance, but the guy in front of him not only had unknown strength, but also obviously had abundant physical strength and magic power. Gray could only try to use mouth escape. Chapter 16: The most effective way to solve the problem. Fairy Tail's mouth release is different from the one on the other side. The next door weakens the enemy's fighting will and strength while whitewashing the enemy. Fairy Tail's mouth release is used to increase one's own buff. If the opponent is ridiculed, belittled, or even opposed after the mouth release, the amplification effect will be better. Why? What is your real purpose? Gray roared unwillingly. Leon is trying to surpass you. Are you? Why do you do these things? Or did you also have family members who were killed by Deliola? Then you should also know how terrifying Deliora is. Not far away, Kira, a quiet and beautiful man, watched this scene. On the surface, he didn't say a word, but in his heart, he nodded crazily. Yes, Gray, you are really right. She is not a member of the family because Deliora died. Well? The purpose you asked me about? Of course it is to obtain the power of Deliora. Facing Gray's guesses and questions, Arusha was silent for only 2 seconds before continuing to act. Even if the monster is called an immortal, and there must be a way to control it. Wouldn't it be a great pleasure if its power could be used by me? Gray's anger +1, magic recovery +1. Just for this kind of thing? Just for this kind of power, you want to resurrect Deliora? Leon, what happened to your companion? Isn't your purpose to defeat Deliora? You actually let such a person join your plan. Leon, don't worry, I will handle this kind of thing myself after Deliora is resurrected. Anyway, I will defeat Deliora, so even if I am controlled by him, it is not a big deal. Gray's anger +1, magic recovery +1. Ice make, Lancer. Several ice spears shot towards Arusha, but Arusha just raised his hand and waved. The arc of time was activated, and the ice instantly evaporated into air. Nanny. Gray didn't understand why his ice suddenly disappeared, but he knew that if he didn't defeat this person, Deliola would really be resurrected. But the magic power and physical strength that he finally recovered had just disappeared, and Gray could only turn to his companions for help. Damn it. Hey! You guys! When are you going to see us? Allah. Kira was still sitting on the ground without getting up, and even wanted to lie down and rest. Didn't you say that the messenger of the Lord would be left to you to handle on your own? With Kira here, Rocky and Kana didn't panic at all, and even joked with Gray. That's right, just now someone looked so proud and rushed forward alone. The two walked to Kira and sat down. Although the battle just seemed to end quickly, in fact they didn't have much magic power now, because they used very strong and consuming magic, especially Kana. 1 against 3. Gray was a little ashamed when he heard this, and blushed on his face. I know, I was too impulsive just now, please help me. If I can resurrect Deliola. It doesn't matter if it comes back to life. Gray. Rocky? Kana? Leon, is there such a good thing? Arusha, what is going on with this guy? I just want the drop of the moon to be completed. Kira said in shock, and everyone present was caught off guard. Gray shouted, Kira, now is not the time to joke. You. I'm not kidding. Kira said with a serious face, I won't stop the ceremony, just let them resurrect Deliora. Seeing that Kira became serious, Gray was silent for 2 seconds. You bastard! What the hell are you talking about? Rocky and Kana were also a little confused and looked at Kira. That's right, why resurrect Deliera? Kira sighed, even if I take action now and defeat the 2 people in front of me, what will happen? We can't stay here forever to prevent their resurrection ceremony. Or do you want to take Deliola back? Keep an eye on him for the rest of your life. Holding it. Then he pointed at Leon and said, you have seen this guy's persistence. If you don't let him give up, it won't matter how many times you defeat him. So, it doesn't matter, let them complete the Moondrop plan. Then completely eliminate Deliola here. Gray lowered his head and fell silent. As companions in the same guild, Kira and the other 3 were familiar with his temper. Looking at this look, they knew that he was extremely uneasy inside. He knew that what Kira said was right, but he was still unwilling to accept it in his heart. He was his mentor and the person he respected the most. He gritted his teeth and spoke, making a last-ditch effort, if you bring it back to the guild, the president will definitely handle it. Even if you can guarantee that it will not be broken during your lifetime, what happens after you die? There is no guarantee that this thing will not be unsealed and used by others. Getting rid of it now is the best way. Absolute freezing cannot be cracked. Gray stopped talking immediately, saying that absolute freezing is being cracked now, isn't it? But, if Deliera is resurrected, its power. Deliera will not be resurrected. If you don't believe me, don't you have confidence in you? Open your eyes and take a good look at it, it will definitely freeze the true power. Kira spoke firmly, exuding strong confidence. Although Gray wanted to continue to stop it, he was powerless now. He could only sit on the ground in despair and muttered to himself, absolutely frozen, real power? What do you know? There is no invincible magic in this world, and the same goes for demons. Gray, humph. Even you can't beat him, how can you possibly beat him? You have to believe in your own strength, and even more so in the power of your companions. We are fairy tale. Gray, oh, okay then. Kira pretended to cough twice, imitating Marklove's tone and said, you said that you used absolute freezing to seal the darkness in your heart, right? Then, now let this magic also dissolve the darkness in that guy's heart. Be obsessed. I think if your master knew the current situation, he would also agree with my decision. Gray fell silent upon hearing this. When Leon heard Kira's words, his heart surged. Since the other party didn't intend to stop him, there was no need for him to take action again, so he leaned on the stone beside him and took the time to rest and regain his strength. Kana leaned over and whispered in Kira's ear, I don't know why you are so sure that Deliera will not be resurrected, but if... Kira's face was full of disdain, don't be nervous, I'm still here just in case. A mere devil can be destroyed with a backhand. Seeing that Kana didn't believe it, Kira could only use a trick, we are fairy tale. All right. Kana was no longer confused. Kira. Chapter 17 Kira's Operation. On the side, Arusha did not expect that things would develop in such an unexpected direction, and seemed a little at a loss. What to do now? I originally wanted to come out and help this ice-making kid, but the other party didn't even think about stopping the ceremony, so wouldn't my appearance be in vain? Are you leaving like this? Or should we test this Kira? But he seems to know something. Do you want to stay and see? While he was hesitating, a voice came, speaking of which, how did you do it? Why can you still let the power of the moon transform it when no one is performing the ritual? It was Gray who spoke. Arusha was a little proud, I just changed the time of the moonlight. Except for Kira, who had already heard it once, everyone present was confused. Time. Ha ha ha. That's right, my magic arc of time can change the time of objects. I just speed up the conversion of moonlight. At this rate, in another hour or two, the power of the moon will be enough. Arusha was still proud of his magic when he heard Kira's voice, which was pretending to be quiet but was actually very clear. Listen, Kana, Rocky, Gray, remember this. When you face the magicians in the future, you must not let the enemy know all your methods easily. The person in front of you is a wrong example. I just said a few words. He tricked her into telling her about her abilities, which is simply stupid. Arusha. Oh, it may not be of any use to Gray and Rocky. Their magic has already been finalized and has obvious characteristics, but you are different, Kana. Although card magic is highly dependent on it, it is very comprehensive magic, so even if the enemy knows that you are a magician using card magic, they still don't know what cards you have in your hand. When fighting, you have to decide which card to use based on the time and place you are in, the opponent's magic, and character. You must not be limited to a single fighting method. Things have progressed to this point. If I don't show off my skills, others will think that my reputation as an S-class mage is in vain. It was still some time before the absolute freeze was lifted. Seeing that everyone was a little bored, Kira started his own teaching. Of course, Kira didn't think this was just showing off, but he had already agreed before that this mission would allow them to feel the difference between them and S-class magicians. The key was to ask them to do something. If you can't find opportunities, create them yourself. Only when you have an inner understanding, you will know what you are lacking. Just like Kana, what you lack is my new set of cards. 500,000 J, I'm sure of it. Kira was as persuasive as a teacher. Take this guy with unknown origins in front of you. His magic can control material time. If you encounter such an enemy, how will you deal with it? It's different from how you usually act recklessly in fights. To become an S-class mage, you not only have to meet the standard of strength, but also have enough insight, intelligence analysis ability, temporary reaction ability and combat wisdom. Gray thought of the ice that had just disappeared suddenly, but, what to do? They cooperate very well. This group of students gives me a lot of respect as a teacher. Kira pretended to analyze it seriously. Look, she can change the time of objects, so why not directly operate on the absolute freeze? Why not just use this trick to age us? This proves at least 2 points. First, her magic has limits. Second, it is ineffective against life, at least against humans. Arusha felt offended in his heart, but he exclaimed, as expected of the legendary sage, he saw through this at once, but what can he do even if he knows? It will be much easier if you know it. Since it is ineffective on the human body, let's just fight hand to hand. Get close to him and use your fists to teach him how to behave. Rocky smiled and said, oh. Isn't this our strength? But how are you going to get to me? Arusha cast a spell on the ground, and the land suddenly collapsed, then recovered, rose up again, and then cracked into stones, floating in the air as if time stopped, and then approached Kira at a speed that was difficult to catch with the naked eye. He is the center and rotates 360 degrees without any blind spots. This magic control ability shocked several people present. The whole process was extremely smooth, and there was no magic stagnation during the changes. Those who didn't know it thought he was using earth magic. Everyone except Kira had serious expressions, especially Leon, who began to think about the purpose of such a person joining his team. He did not believe that someone who could use such powerful magic would let it be used to control Deliera. Resurrection bullshit. According to what he just said, the ice will melt and his magic will be completely restrained against Jarut. Was he too confident when he said that he would deal with him before? See, you can't even get close to me. Before Arusha could finish his words, Kira took action. Everyone present suddenly had a thought, why does this person always like to interrupt others? Rapid. Heavy attack. Cast a spell instantly. The two states were attached to Kira's hands and feet at the same time, then he raised his right hand forward, broke through the stone formation in a Superman posture, and flew towards Arusha at extremely fast speeds. Nanny. Arusha didn't expect such a situation. He had no time to react and could only wave his hands in front of him in panic to block. The fist gets bigger and bigger, but stops at the last moment. It is less than 5 centimeters away from Arusha's face. The strong wind of the fist blew up my hair and clothes, but did not fall on my face. Fortunately, it seemed that he was just using my magic teachings or to be cool, and had no intention of taking any serious action against me. The anger immediately relaxed when he mentioned it. It's really worthy of me. Bang! Before Arusha could react, he saw the dark night sky and the purple moonlight. The moonlight is beautiful tonight. My face just hurts. Kira blew on the retracted fist, turned back to the stunned people and said, "See, that's it. Don't be limited to a certain fighting mode. Fighting is about taking things by surprise, taking advantage of them, and taking advantage of them with one move. Enemy. Violating the traditional combat model and taking action while others are explaining and thinking. Is this why you can become an S-class mage?" If Kira knew what everyone was thinking, he would definitely say without hesitation, "Yes. I thought your word spirit magic was just a concrete weapon, but I didn't expect it could also add status." Arusha, who fell to the ground, was doubting life at this time and murmured, "Concrete? Additional. Concrete representation is just the most superficial usage. The real essence of word magic lies in the control of language and words. Remember what I said about the manufacturing of magic props before? This is how you add effects." Chapter 18 Deliola is about to wake up. What are language and writing? That is the transmission of information by intelligent beings, the definition of everything in the world, and the crystallization of their wisdom. Whether they are humans or demons, dragons, or stars, every ethnic group has its own language and writing. Word spirit magic is the magic that utilizes these languages and words. Magic is a means of using the energy of the world, and it is one of the manifestations of civilization, and nothing in this world can embody civilization better than language and writing. Compared with the magic of words and spirits, other magics are as crude as the sticks and stone tools used by savages. Well, yes, that's it. The most powerful magician of words and spirits. What on earth is this guy trying to say? Why are you so excited for no reason? Did you say anything to offend him just now? Compared to others, Arusha was more confused. Ahem, you guy. My face hurts. Is this going to swell? Arusha doesn't understand. Is there something wrong with this person's brain circuit? Why did you take action suddenly? Logically speaking, shouldn't they say a few words first to confirm their respective attitudes, then show off their magic, and finally start the fight? Kira said in a disdainful tone, "What does it matter? Anyway, your ultimate goal is to control Deliola, which is different from us." Humph. I was careless just now. If I do it again. Kira was full of confidence. If you do it again, you still can't beat me. This bastard. Can't we let people finish what they say? Kira doesn't care what Arusha is thinking, now he just wants to show off his skills. Slow. Heavy pressure. Weak. Magic lost. As he raised his hand, 4 weak states appeared in response. Arusha immediately felt a gravity pressing on himself, just like facing the gravity magic of his own guild vice president Brunata. The gravity pressed so hard that he could not move at all. A strong sense of weakness filled the whole body. This feeling was as if he had been hit by his own time magic. The body became very slow and it was extremely difficult to move. At the same time, the magic power in the body began to lose a lot, and even the movement appeared. Spellcasting was blocked and the transformation magic was almost unsustainable. How come? This state lasted for nearly a minute before Kira stopped his magic and said, "It seems that your arc of time has no effect on the magic applied to the body. So, giant magic is your nemesis." Giant magic? The president seems to be using this magic. Arusha was also an unforgiving person and sneered, Didn't you just say not to let your opponents know your magic easily? Is it really okay to show your magic like this? Isn't this for the sake of appearing holy in front of others? This is just one of the uses of the word spirit magic. Do you think I will use my trump card so easily? Moreover, how do you know this is not a magic that I deliberately revealed to lure you into being fooled? It was obviously Kira's nonsense, but Arusha believed it to be true. You are so heartless, I almost thought you were from the Dark Guild. Regarding Arusha's sarcasm, Kira said that his heart had no fluctuations. To be honest, isn't Fairy Tale just half a Dark Guild? The founders of the guild are all students of Zeref, Hades, the guild president of Devil's Heart, and the second-generation guild president of Fairy Tale. After all, we are still one family. The three major super magics of the guild, Fairy's Law, Fairy's Glory, and Fairy's Ball, are all very powerful and leave no enemy alive. In addition, the guild's arrogance usually does not take the council into consideration at all. Attitude, behavior of breaking public property from time to time when doing tasks. But we are really good people, we are Fairy Tale. After a moment of silence, Kira pretended not to hear, shook her head and continued to teach her younger brothers and sisters. Every law must be broken. There is no unsolvable magic in this world. The three nodded in agreement. The more powerful the magic, the greater the price. Just like those worried teachers who give key points to students who are about to take exams, Kira kept throwing out the battle manual that he had summarized, making everyone present look at each other. In the end, with the idea that they had to wait for Drops of the Moon to be completed anyway, it would be okay to listen to it, just to pass the time. The few of them sat on the ground to rest and listen to the lecture, and Kana even started drinking. Article 100 is also the most important one. A good magic weapon can even turn the tide of the battle and turn defeat into victory. The price for obtaining this power is just a little money. So don't do it because of it. It's a small gain but a big gain, and don't be blinded by money. After Kira finished talking about the magic manual he wrote on the spot, he felt proud. See, this is how to become stronger. I don't tell most people. Why don't you take out your notebook and take notes? But when he turned around, he was dumbfounded. What are you doing? How could these people in front of me look like they were listening to the lecture? At this time, Leon was leaning against the stone and looking up at the sky. To be precise, he was looking at the drop of the moon that he was thinking about. His three younger brothers also gathered around him. But they are not important, what is important is. Gray sat on the ground, his head lowered and silent, not knowing what he was thinking. Kana was drinking with Rocky, and it was obvious from the blush on their faces that they were almost drunk. As for Arusha, hey, where is she? Okay, so what I just said about co-authorship was in vain. Kana waved the bottle and said, Hey, Kira. Do you want to come and drink together? Are all your cards filled with wine? But I was indeed a little thirsty, so I drank the beer Kira Kana handed me in one gulp, feeling refreshed and refreshed all over my body. The ceremony is almost complete. With an exclamation, everyone looked up. Kira called to everyone, let's go down and have a look together. Several people walked down one after another, and no one noticed that Kira was secretly touching moondrops from behind. What is he doing? Of course, collecting moondrops. This kind of thing that can dissolve all magic must be collected and used carefully. Maybe it will come in handy sometime. Not long after, everyone came to the bottom of the ruins. Purple light shone from the entrance of the cave onto the frozen Deliera, and the moonlight poured in like liquid. The demon that had been frozen for 10 years finally showed its fangs, and the roar resounded throughout the ruins. With the roar, the ice cubes formed by absolute freezing began to melt gradually, like encountering high temperatures under the influence of the moon drops. Even though it has not completely melted yet, there are roars coming from the ice, as if it can shake the mountains and the earth. Deliura, the powerful demon who once roamed the northern continent and could only be sealed by Uru, is about to reawaken in front of everyone under a 10-year plan. Chapter 19. Who told you not to read books? Well? The cold and dark magic was raging, and the weaker ones suddenly felt stressed and trembled all over. Their families had died at the hands of Deliura, so they joined Leon's plan. Now, the enemy is right in front of them. People who can take revenge are also in front of them. Even Gray's hands and feet began to tremble, just because the painful memories that had been sealed in his memory resurfaced like a tide. The bone-chilling snowy night, the tall demon figure, the crying family, the shattered village, the strong wind, the frost, the blood, the hunger, the helplessness, all kinds of memories intertwined into a terrible nightmare and came to my mind. 10 years later, Gray thought he had forgotten that nightmare, but now he discovered that it had not disappeared, but was buried deep in his memory. It seemed that, as Ulu said back then, the darkness in his heart was controlled by her seal. But now, the seal is lifted. Impossible. Even Uru died, how can we defeat that kind of monster? Even Kana and Kira, who have been with Gray the longest, have never seen him like this. Gray. Calm down. Kira stepped forward and pressed Gray's shoulders with his hands, shouting loudly before pulling Gray back from the panic. Compared to Gray's panic, Leon was more excited. Finally succeeded. After 10 years, I finally succeeded in resurrecting Deliola. Uru, did you see it? I will defeat it and do what you can't do to prove that I am stronger than you. Leon knew that the magic power he had recovered in just 1 or 2 hours was far from enough to fight Deliura, but so what? This is a plan that I have been preparing for 10 years. For 10 years, I have been looking for ways and raising manpower, and the plan has been implemented for 3 years. I have been waiting for this moment for so long. Therefore, even if he is not in good condition now, he must step forward and fight. This is not only his dream, but also the goal of everyone under him. Goshan stepped forward, staggering, and Leon walked towards Deliura step by step, but was stopped by Kira when he passed by. Leon was a little surprised. You? Is it possible that you stopped me at this time? It's not that I want to stop you, Kira said calmly without looking back, I just want you to know that your plan will never succeed from the beginning. Leon. Gray. Oh, did you finally succeed? Is this Deliura? What a terrifying magic power! Arusha reappeared and slowly walked into the cave from the stairs behind him. No wonder even that Arusha only it can be sealed, so it seems to be much stronger than I imagined. The reappearance of Jarrett did not attract much attention from everyone present. For Leon and others, although they felt that this person might have an impure purpose in joining the team, they didn't care when they thought of Leon's strength. As for the 3 Greys, even if this person is not a good person, he does not need to take action himself. Once he wants to rebel, everyone here will become his enemy. Kira is still here. Everyone saw the fight between the two just now. It was a one-sided fight. Jarrett has no chance of winning. The moon drop has not completely dissolved and is absolutely frozen. Seeing that it will take some time for Deliola to be resurrected, Leon turns around and asks, what do you mean when you say that my plan will never succeed from the beginning? Do you think I will succeed? But Deliola, how can you possibly do this to an enemy that even you can't defeat? The only way now is to use absolute freeze again and seal it again before Deliura is fully resurrected. Gray seemed a little anxious and even wanted to die together. Leon was a little angry. Do you still want to stop me now? Shut up. I've surpassed Uru. I can defeat it. Kira sighed and spoke for a while, looking a little inscrutable. How much do you know about the magic of absolute freezing? What on earth do you want to say? Leon felt that Kira was complaining. What was he pretending to do? I once heard it from Gildarts. He also knew it when he fought with URU. Once the absolute freeze is used, there is almost no way to break it. The sealed object will gradually be deprived of its vitality in the seal. Years of time, I think it's enough to kill Deliola completely. What did you say? Leon felt something was wrong in his heart, then. Deliola pulled it. Kira nodded, yes, it is dead. In these 10 years, it was completely killed by URU. Rocky, that's awesome. Kana, no wonder you are so sure that his plan will not succeed. It turns out you have known it for a long time. No. Hey. Did you hear these things from Gildas? Sister, is your focus a bit strange? How could this happen? I don't believe it. Leon looked a little broken. If this happens, won't I never be able to surpass URU? However, feeling the gradually weakening magic coming from Deliora, he could only believe what Kira said. Pasha. As the first sound sounded, like a command, Deliola, who had not yet completely unsealed, began to break. The sound became clearer and denser, and the pieces of meat covered with frost and frozen for many years began to collapse. Solution: falling to the ground uncontrollably under the influence of gravity. The last hope was dashed, and Leon knelt on the ground helplessly, shedding painful tears. Damn it! Leon clenched his fist and slammed it on the ground, feeling unwillingness and regret intertwined in his heart, with mixed emotions. Let me seal the darkness in your heart. Thinking of Ulu's last words, Gray was moved in his heart, with tears in his eyes, and whispered in his mouth, Ulu. Only now did he understand the true meaning of this sentence, and only now did he completely let go of this dark nightmare in his heart. URU, thank you. The tears on Gray's face couldn't stop flowing down. Kira stood aside, looking a little awkward. Sure enough, there is a big difference between personal experience and reading comics. When I read the comic, I was still somewhat moved, but now, 2 grown men shed tears in front of this demon. This scene is too weird. The atmosphere was a little anxious for a while. At this time, I have to warm up the little dead sun to enhance the atmosphere. It's a pity that I didn't read books well, so I worked in vain for 10 years, but in the end it was all in vain. Hey, how many 10 years are there in life? Leon buried his head lower, weeping and crying about his broken dream. I can't surpass URU. Strange, why the atmosphere feels funnier. Chapter 20. I am resurrected. You guy, can't you say a few words less? Sydney, who cared most about Leon, complained loudly, but Kira turned a deaf ear to it. He didn't believe that he couldn't create the sad atmosphere in place. So he opened his hands and forced out a sad expression. In order to protect his disciples, he sacrificed himself to seal the powerful demon and at the same time eliminate the darkness in the disciples' hearts. What a great sentiment! What an admirable teacher! It's hard, Arusha's fist is hard. Why? Why can you do this for your disciples, but then abandon me so cruelly? That is a powerful magician that even Gildas can only rival, the magician URU. She could have had a brighter future. If she were still alive, her reputation might have resounded throughout Iraq. Sugar. In the end, he was willing to sacrifice himself for such a demon and his disciples. What a pity! Gray cried louder. Rocky, who noticed all this, came over and whispered, Hey, that's about it. I know you want to see a joke, but if you keep talking, it won't end. What did you say? Why do you want to see a joke? Am I this kind of person? I'm obviously there. After taking a look at Gray, Leon, and Arusha not far away, Kira also wondered if the way he spoke was not simple enough. Forget it, the book said that after hitting a stick, you should feed a sweet date. Since so. Kira changed her tone, her voice was gentle and magnetic. Gray, Leon, and you, you see, the ice shape is really a powerful magic. Right. You guy. Not only Gray, but also Rocky and Kana looked at Kira in surprise, obviously not expecting him to say such Asashi's words, and couldn't help but look at each other. You know, along the way, Kira said more than once that ice modeling magic was weak, and even quarreled with Gray many times because of this. He didn't expect that his attitude would change now. But why should I tell this Jarut? Kana was a little pleased. You finally look a little bit like an S-class mage. Really? Do you think so now? The reaction is too slow. However, if I didn't have a strong mentality, how could I say such a thing without conscience? The ice modeling magic is inferior. Ha ha ha. Yoka, Sydney, and Toby stepped forward to comfort Leon. Rocky and Kana stepped forward to care about Gray. Arusha was watching the show from a distance, feeling a little disturbed. Kira was thinking about how to continue the show. Click. What's going on? Everyone looked up and saw that the pieces of Deliara's flesh that had been broken into pieces were glued together again. The frost on the surface gradually faded away, and water droplets fell on the ground. Tick-tock. The dark magic appears again, getting heavier and larger, and finally. Ah! Damn you are you! I'm resurrected. P.S. This is similar to the sound effect of the Holy Lord. Times N. Deliara's two eyes as big as Gray's head stared at everyone present, their eyes glowing with scarlet light. A big mouth exuded the foul smell of blood, which was the countless innocent souls buried in its belly. In the meantime, it raised its thick arm and smacked it lightly, knocking away those who couldn't react in time. What's going on? Isn't Deliara dead? Kira. What's going on? What's going on? I'm Kira. Isn't it normal to control life and death? In a place where no one could see, Kira showed her Yagami moon-like smile again. However, when he looked back, he still looked confused, as if things went beyond his plan. This. I don't know, maybe it's a reflection of the past. You don't even have to draft a lie. A flashback? They are all dead and broken into pieces, can they still come back to life? But because he is a demon, everyone also thinks it is possible. Seeing that the surprised expression on Kira's face didn't seem to be fake, everyone's hearts sank. Deliara is really terrible, how could he survive being frozen for so long without dying? Gray, it seems that we can only seal it again with absolute freezing. Leon, it seems that I have another chance to surpass you. Arusha in the distance was wondering, what's going on? In that case, Deliola should really be dead. Wait, there seemed to be an unusual fluctuation of magic power just now. Leon shouted excitedly, you. Just watch, I will knock it down. Surpass you. The little bit player stepped aside, come on Lord Lingdi. Hehe, are you still called Emperor Ling now? Gray, Leon, wait. Damn it, is this guy crazy? Ice make ice dragon. Ice make ice and snow cannon. The brothers join forces with a tacit understanding and attack at the same time. Boom. The two ice magics were intertwined as soon as they were shot. Just like the emotions and fate of Gray and Leon, they were inseparable. The two ice magics, which originated from the same source, produced a special chemical reaction in the air and became more powerful. Combination magic. Kira didn't expect these two people to have such a change. The ice hit Deliara, and his huge body instantly froze into blocks. No. Along with an inexplicable scream, the surrounding air cracked. Pasha. Kana, speaking of which, why does Deliara know Uru's name? Times N. Times N. Times N. The air suddenly became quiet. In the silence of several people, everything in front of and around them suddenly shattered into pieces, revealing the real scene. Deliara was still broken into pieces and lying on the ground, neither revived nor knocked back. That's right. It was the illusion I just made. It's very realistic, isn't it? Are you scared? Kira's hearty laughter came from behind. You bastard! This is Gray and Rocky who were frightened. Well, they should be quite frightened. I take back what I just said, you don't have the demeanor of an S-class mage at all. This is Kana, she is so fickle. Turning over is just like turning over cards. It would be great if you could change cards as fast. Hey! I was scared to death. I thought Deliera was really resurrected. These are a few of Leon's little boys, hey, they're really useless. I thought. This is Leon. You don't need to think about it to know that what he is going to say is definitely I thought I could realize my dream again. Now he is lowering his head and smiling bitterly. Hope is shattered again. It will probably take a long time for this kid to cheer up. How pitiful. He. Kira Hopelet, what an interesting person. This is Arusha, she looks at Kira as if she is looking at a psychopath. Kira clapped her hands and smiled at everyone. Okay. I just see that you are a little sad and want to liven up the atmosphere a little. Don't make such a fuss. Several people were so angry that they were about to start a fight. Hey? You say it again. What's wrong? I took this mission for the purpose of letting you feel the standards of an S-class mage. Kira rambled again, that was a level I specially wanted to test your on-the-spot reactions, for this reason, I deliberately left a flaw in my words. Facts have proved that Kana does have an IQ that far exceeds the two of you. Then do we still want to thank you? Hehe. I will accept your thanks without mercy. Although Kira deserved a beating for what he said, they were in a better mood after what had just happened. And Leon and Gray looked at each other and smiled knowingly. Obviously, under the influence of Wooloo, the two brothers have understood each other. The tacit attack between the two just now was like returning to the time they practiced together on the snowy mountain. Gray, you is the person I respect the most. No matter who is doing this, I will never forgive him. Haha, it smells so good. Chapter 21 Broken Moon. Then, things are over, let's go back to the village. Go and solve the curse on the villagers. Things here came to an end, and the tasks on the other side should also be solved, so Kira greeted a few people and left. But what to do? Are the changes on them due to the influence of the moon drops? Gray and the others looked at Leon, wanting to ask him what he could do. I don't know. Leon turned away. We have never seen those villagers, and there are also problems with their statements. You know, we are also under the irradiation of the moon drops. Kira interrupted Leon with a smile. I understand everything, you don't need to explain. Let's go. When he turned to leave, he realized that Arusha had disappeared at some point. Before leaving, Gray turned back to Leon and said, You, find a guild to join, maybe you can find a way to become stronger. And having companions is indeed a lucky thing. Kira's voice came from the distance. Yes, if you can't surpass you can try to surpass me. Kira and the others had already left, and apart from the few younger brothers waiting for him, the only thing left at the scene was the broken body of Deliera, and the ice cubes formed by Uru had dissolved into water and gradually flowed to the sea. Leon looked at the sea in front of him with deep emotion. After 10 years of busy work, it suddenly stopped, and I couldn't help but feel melancholy and confused. Where should I go next? What should we do? Seeing Gray's growth like this, you must be happy, right, Uru? Certainly. Leon. I turned around in disbelief, but there was nothing unusual behind me. Did I hallucinate? Or is Uludza also watching this scene? After a long silence, Leon showed a relieved smile. Companion, guild. On the way, Rocky asked Kira, So, have you figured out the reason for the changes in the villagers? Yes. Kira replied, the gas produced by the moon drops formed a purple film hanging over Karna Island, affecting the memory of the villagers. As long as the film is broken, the villagers can naturally recover. As is. The three of them looked up at the sky, but, this is too high. Can't you see the distance at all? Hey, now you have to rely on my magic weapon. Kira seemed a little excited. Let me tell you, my weapon is very strong. Not only is it powerful, but the attack range is also long, just one shot can break it. Back in the village, it's Kira's home court again. Master Mage, when will you start destroying the moon and lifting the curse? The three Greys were a little embarrassed and wanted to explain. Well, actually. Do it now. Kira interrupted him bluntly. Have you forgotten? These people won't believe the truth we told you, so just do it. Although the mission was issued by them, the specifics or how to do it is decided by us magicians who are doing the task. Many times, ignorance of the truth, stupidity, paranoia, and superstition will affect the client's emotions and judgment. However, we must not be confused by this. We should think about the cause of the problem and the next steps ourselves. We must not listen to those who do not have our own opinions. Advice from the ignorant, know that we are the professionals. The three of them nodded in understanding. Sure enough, although they are only 1 or 2 years younger than me, how can these guys who have lived in a warm and big family since childhood compare with the big boss like me who has been traveling around with the adventurer team at a young age? Hearing Kira's words, the villagers expressed joy. Great! The curse can finally be lifted. Thank you very much. But, what are you going to do? Haha, you also know that it is difficult to destroy the moon, right? Kira complained inwardly, but there was a reassuring confidence on his face. Leave everything to me. Looking at the purple film in the sky, Kira seemed to have thought of something, and said to Kana, by the way, I promised to show you the power of that set of cards, so you have to watch it later. Saying this aroused the curiosity of the three people, especially Kana. Along the way, Kira has spared no effort to promote his cards, and now he can finally see how powerful they are. In fact, Kana still has some idea about Kira's magic props. After all, she has used cards produced by him for so many years. They are really strong, but they are also really expensive. For those cards, Kana can only say, buy them early and you will suffer, buy them late and complain later. The magic shop opened by a famous sage in the magic world has an unimaginably high monthly income. The well-prepared magic weapons endorsed by Kira are like real estate. Their prices rise extremely fast, and their selling prices on the market every year can be astonishing. Not only the kingdom of Fiori, but also other surrounding countries are also chasing after it. Many magic guilds, adventurer guilds, and bounty guilds also regard the weapons, armors and various magic props produced by the Hope House as treasures. Coupled with the small number of relationships, it becomes even more precious. Therefore, she didn't believe the nonsense Kira said in the guild before. Those cards are prepared for Kana, because everyone knew in their hearts that Kira's props could be sold without any worries. Kira turned around and walked to an open space nearby, took out the cards he had prepared from his arms, looked up at the sky, held the cards in his hand. Everything was ready. He struck a cool pose towards the villagers and grinned, "Watch out, this is an attack that can shatter the sky with one move." Oh, the villagers shouted in great anticipation. The three Rockies also stared closely at the cards in Kira's hand. Silence. Wait. Everyone stared blankly at Kira, who was holding the card and looking at the sky. A full minute passed like this. "What the hell are you doing?" shouted angrily ×3. Kira's eyes narrowed and he shouted softly, "Here we come." Silence, waiting. "If you want to do it, hurry up. I really can't stand you. Don't pull me. I'm going to beat him today." Although the villagers were nervous, they were still relatively patient. They all stopped the three people who were about to beat Kira, for fear of disturbing Kira's broken moon operation. "Magicians, please calm down, that adult must be. I'm looking for an angle to release my moves," so please don't be impulsive. Don't disturb that adult from destroying the moon. As if Kira had made a decision, he shouted loudly, "It's decided. Go! Moon-shattering cannon. Throw the card in your hand hard into the air, and the card suddenly shoots towards the moon above your head like a swift arrow." So you were thinking of a move name. Times N. The flying cards emitted a dazzling white light in the air, and at the same time, the surrounding energy surged, whipping up an irresistible strong wind. For a moment, sand and rocks were flying, and everyone was almost unsteady, and some of the lighter ones even floated. Sign. Chapter 22. The mission is over. The white gold cloak danced in the wind, making a huffing sound. Kira stared at the cards in the air, not knowing whether he was proud of his props or his naming. The magic floating in the air converges towards the white light, as if it is filling the firepower of the about-to-be-launched cannonball, compressing and recompressing in places that are invisible to the naked eye. What's going on with this manic magic? And the concentration of this magic power, it's so strong. Just one card has such a strong attack power. Is this the strength of an S-class mage? The three of them were surprised, and the villagers were even more excited. How awesome! That magician might really be able to destroy the moon. Everything is up to you, lift the curse on this island. Suddenly, the wind stopped, the magic power around them stopped flowing, and the magic power absorbed by the cards in the white light also stopped compressing. Like a furious torrent bursting through a dam, all the magic power seemed to find an outlet, gathered into bundles, and condensed into cannons. The light instantly turned into a bucket of thick white light, and was fired towards the purple moon above. This power seems to have the potential to shatter the moon. Boom! The light cannon accurately hit the purple moon in the sky. Crack, crackle! The sky shatters. Reveal the real, bright, and charming white moon behind the air film. Except for the four people who already knew the reason, everyone present was stunned. What's going on? All the villagers were shocked, but then memories came flooding back. Oh, now that I think about it, it seems like we are really demons. Is there something so outrageous? Never mind, it's great to be back. Hey, isn't that Bobo dead too? Bobo is the son of the village chief, the guy who was killed by the villagers as a devil. Although the memory is still a bit confusing, everyone is happy. Okay, let's have a party. These villagers are so simple and unpretentious. The banquet lasted for a whole day and 2 nights. In the middle of the banquet, the son of the village chief of the outlying island, Bobo, also came back, and everyone was even more happy. After eating and drinking enough, after the banquet on Karna Island and the subsequent rest, the fatigue, hunger, and injuries accumulated after the battle with Leon and others were completely recovered. Among the four, Rocky and Kana were only slightly injured, and Kira was unscathed. Only Gray was seriously injured, but he was young, in good health, and had strong recovery ability, and he was full of energy again the next day. So, in fact, I am not very tired or injured, but when it comes to hunger, I can eat quite well. The next day, after the villagers delivered the rewards for the mission, Kira and the others bid farewell to these hospitable demons amid laughter and laughter. On the sailboat leaving Karna Island. I really didn't expect them. They are obviously demons, but they are also kind-hearted people. That's right, 7 million J is a lot, and there is also this golden star spirit key. It's so hospitable. It would be great if all the tasks could have such a client. Kira nodded while counting the money. Hey, there should be my 70,000 J in this, right? Hey? Didn't you say yes yesterday? What did you say, you profiteer? Hey, Gray. You should say something at least. Kira, actually this money. No. Nothing. Forget it, Gray, after all, he promised not to want it at the time, and we didn't agree. That is. Slightly. This guy wants to fight, right? In the end, the kind-hearted Kira gave each of them 70,000 J, and Gray also had a share. In the end, they were the ones fighting to the death against Leon. Hey, I'd better take good care of the leeks I raise at home. I'll wait for them to continue sending them to me in the future. No, you're helping me make money. Let's take stock of the harvest first. Mission reward, 7 million J and keys, obtained. Moondrop project, Gray and Leon settled their differences and started over again, completed. Fun game, use Deliola to trick everyone and succeed. Material collection, Moon Power, get 1 point, Devil Factor, collection successful. Card promotion, still needs efforts. Hateful. It was supposed to be a perfect mission, but the last link was ruined by Kana, a woman. Humph, no. It's only one step away from the perfect mission, and I won't be willing to sell it. After taking another sip of wine, Kana suddenly felt as if she was being stared at. Just when Kira and others finished their mission on Karna Island and returned to Fairy Tale. In a certain tavern in Ghost Lotus City, Urza, who had just completed her mission, took a rest in the store with a large cart of luggage. The noisy atmosphere around her made Urza a little uncomfortable. A rude and nasty sound sounded in the store. Come here. Where's my wine? Urza looked back and saw several fierce-looking men gathered around a table. The one who spoke was the one with 3 long beards on each side of his face, who looked very attractive. The bearded man poured down the wine glass in his hand and angrily scolded the waiter, "Why are you so slow?" Seemingly knowing that the people in front of him were not easy to mess with, the waiter said nervously, "Yes. I'm sorry." The other one, who was thinner, advised, "Beard, don't lose your temper like that. How can you not be angry like this?" While speaking, the wine brought by the waiter flew out of the glass strangely and fell into the glass in the hand of the bearded man. The waiter was immediately startled. Urza could tell right away that this was magic. However, it is not a good idea to use magic to scare ordinary people. The bearded man said loudly, "Although we have found the place where Lullaby is hidden, there is that seal. What are you doing with that kind of thing? And it hasn't been unlocked yet." The bearded man's shout caused the other two to scold him. "Idiot! Keep your voice down. Well, it's really noisy." The bearded man could only lose his temper and drink. Damn. The increase in the number of people will not help unlock the magic seal. I can solve the rest by myself. You can go back to the association. The last man with a bun and a fake smile on his face said, "Siang ai Mr. Li Joer sent word that I will definitely come back with Lullaby within 3 days. Really? Have you thought of a way to relieve it?" "Oh. It's indeed Mr. Shadow. Urza, Lullaby. Allegory. Why does this name sound familiar?" Several people finished their drinks quickly and left in a hurry. Bang! The guild door was kicked open by Kira. "We're back." As expected, they were greeted by the hustle and bustle in the guild. Oh. They're back. How about the S-class mission? Do you find it difficult? How is that possible? These guys are very strong. The people in the Chamber of Commerce were all talking about the 4-person team that came in, and their words revealed the idea of "tell me about the mission." Hey, how boring. The 3 of them secretly rejoiced, but their faces immediately showed a look of "these are all trivial to me, S-level mission?" That's all. His expression immediately attracted a burst of admiration from everyone. Karna Island is over, and I don't know how it will be changed. Readers, if you have any opinions, please leave them in the comment area. Chapter 23 finally appears. Do these people really have money to drink without having to work? Kira would have this thought every time he entered the guild. It's like Wakaba, a long-time smoker who is decades old. He abandons his wife and children every day to drink and brag in the guild. He seems to be richer than himself, the owner of a shop. Does the guild also have pensions? Yes. Then have you never paid social security? Speaking of Wakaba, we have to mention his old friend, ahem, drinking buddy, Macau. Hey, where's Macau? Oh, he was injured while doing the mission and is still recuperating. What? Are these guys really going to do the mission? Macau, who is still recovering from his injuries, after all, he has to raise a child. On the other side, just as Gray and the others were about to tell everyone the interesting things about this mission, they heard a roar. You bastards are finally back. He's coming, Kira knew when he heard a familiar voice, the loudest and most angry person in the Fairy Tale Guild, the protagonist of the original comic, the Fire Dragon Slayer Magister, Natsu Dorigenelu, here we come. It's really hard for you to let you appear now. Appearing with Natsu is naturally the blue cat, Happy, who has been with him since birth. And Lucy, the daughter of a wealthy family, was the new member of the guild in the past few days when Kira and others went to Karna Island for a mission. I knew this guy would be furious. Gray looked at the furious Natsu with amusement. Hey! Natsu, have you come back? How are you? Have you found the Fire Dragon King? Natsu glared at Gray angrily. You have the nerve to ask. How dare you join forces to deceive me? Let's settle the account now. Happy stood aside and said, Natsu was deceived so miserably. Kana was about to explain, that's because. Moreover, you actually went on an S-class mission with Kira while I was away. Damn it! How enviable! Natsu was filled with jealousy. Gray was so happy inside that he couldn't even explain the incident of the Fire Dragon King where several people worked together to deceive him. As for Karna Island, wasn't it just for this moment? So Gray started showing off and mocking, that's right. We just did it. What can you do? S-level tasks are different from those you did. You are not qualified now. What? You droopy-eyed bastard. You want a fight? Gray took off his shirt in an instant. I'm always with you. I've become stronger in this mission. I can take care of you easily. You became stronger after just one mission? It must be because you were too weak before. Then let's try it. You bastard who hangs his eyes. Without saying a few words, Naz and Gray began daily scolding, ping-pong, fist greeting on the other side's face, making tables and chairs. Kana, you won't stop as soon as you come back. Do these men only think about fighting? Elfman, idiot, of course a man must speak with his fists. The two instantly joined the fight. Stop getting in the way. ×2. A melee between 4 people. Kira walked to the bar and asked Myra, when did Natsu come back? He came back yesterday and was very angry because he was cheated. By the way, he also brought back a newbie. Kira and Rocky looked at Lucy who appeared with Natsu. My name is Lucy. Lucy came over and said hello. She was a little nervous and reserved, and bowed slightly. After all, she was a newcomer and the person in front of her was a boss. She couldn't be rude. A certain author, hey? If you meet for the first time, is common sense. When she joined the guild yesterday, she had a preliminary experience of the noise in the guild, but since Gray and others were not around, she had not seen real daily life. Sure enough, it came. Kira looked at Lucy and smiled and nodded. Lucy? Hello, I'm Kira. At this time, Kira has short red hair and is handsome and unrestrained. His sapphire-like eyes reveal endless charm. The kind smile on his face is reassuring and comfortable, which makes him feel good. Pure black mixed with dark gold, and shoulders. The magic robe with gold patterns on a white background makes the whole person look low-key, luxurious, and connotative. At first glance, he looks like a graceful and powerful magician. Lucy thought to herself, wow! It's the sage Kira, who is called the strongest wizard of the younger generation in Magic Weekly. I didn't expect to see a real person. It looks more gentle and reliable than the one in the magazine. He is truly worthy of being called a sage, his aura is just different from Natsu's. But the next second, I really didn't expect that simple guy Natsu has also gone bad, and now he actually kidnapped this little girl back home. Lucy, this tone of speech, did I speak too soon? Rocky took a step forward and showed a standard chatting smile. Really, these people are really not gentlemen at all. Does it scare you? Beautiful lady. Lucy, oh. Top of the list of most popular magician boyfriends, Rocky. Rocky held Lucy's hand. I'm Rocky, let's have a romantic date tonight. Lucy, no. Disillusionment. It turns out that this is also a playboy. Lucy pointed at the group of people fighting and asked weakly, well, is it okay if you don't stop them? Don't worry. Don't worry about them. This is normal every day, you will get used to it in the future. Lucy, what? Normal? I thought it was ridiculous to do what I did yesterday, so it seems that I am still a bit weird? Is it because there were no people there yesterday? Hat, if this happens every day, Miss Myra must be troubled, right? After all, she has to deal with the repair issues of the guild all the time. Myra smiled softly at Lucy and said, yes, I am very busy just keeping accounts and collecting accounts every day. Kira said from the side, it won't bother me. If I could collect money every day, I would be very happy. Even if it is collected for the guild. Lucy. Natsu's hands lit up with flames, you are so in the way. Gray put his left palm on his right fist, and the surrounding ice aura was released. One move will determine the outcome. Elfman shouted, and his right hand began to deform. Oh. Men should use their fists. Kana took out the cards in her bag. I'm not in a good mood right now. Do you want to try my new move? Why are you in a bad mood? It's not because I just gritted my teeth and bought Kira's new set of cards on the way back. Yes, she eventually lost to her dream of becoming stronger. Of course, she paid for the card in exchange for nothing. 10 cards, 500,000 J. While feeling heartbroken, Kana felt extremely irritable when thinking about her upcoming financial crisis. Rocky rubbed the ring in his hand and wanted to join in. Humph, it's really exciting. Let's fight. Following Natsu's roar, flames, frost, heavy blows, thunder and lightning, and flashes of light erupted simultaneously, and gorgeous magic circles spread throughout the guild. Chapter 24 Daily Group Fights. Myra frowned slightly. This is a bit bad. Kira chuckled, it's okay, why don't Lucy come with us? It's fun. You actually said it was fun. What's wrong? No. I'd better forget it. This is not good. Now that you have become a member of the guild, you must integrate into the atmosphere of this big family. Lucy collapsed a little. Why do you have to go up and fight in groups if you want to blend in with the atmosphere? Kira glanced at Lucy in surprise, with a reasonable expression on her face. You ask why? This is of course, we can only be considered a family after fighting together. But... Sure enough, this Kira is not as innocent and harmless as he seems. Looking at the people fighting in groups, Lucy felt a little panicked. It feels like it's full of danger there. Thinking of this, Lucy moved in the opposite direction of Kira. Seeing this scene, Happy Meng Meng was furious. What's wrong? Does Lucy want to join too? No way. But her retort was weak. What Natsu heard in his ears was I'm coming too, and he laughed loudly. Oh, Lucy, are you coming too? You want to join us? It's so exciting. I'm on fire. Hey. Gray took off the top he had just put on again, it seems to have become more interesting. Nanny. Elfman yelled, he is indeed a man. I am a girl. Kana, oh? I didn't expect this new guy to be a belligerent one too. No way. Rocky, I say you guys, be gentler to beautiful ladies. These words make me even more uneasy. Natsu, Lucy is very strong. Hubby, hey hi. Shut up, you two. Listen to me, actually, I. However, before Lucy could explain clearly, flames, frost, heavy blows, thunder and lightning, and flashes of light swept over her at the same time, and she quickly retreated with her head in her arms. No! Myra exclaimed, no! Miss Lucy, it's dangerous. The attack is close at hand, at the critical moment. Talos. The golden key cut through the golden light in the air, and with a ding-dong, the magic circle opened the door to the Taurus star spirit. A huge cow appeared on the scene holding a battle axe. With a wave of its big hoof, the giant axe in its hand with the oncoming fire, frost, heavy blows, thunder and lightning, all were chopped into pieces. Oh oh oh! It's Lucy's star spirit. Looks pretty strong. Star spirits are men too. It turns out to be a star spirit. What a coincidence. It's Talos. Talos carried the giant axe on his shoulder and made a handsome gesture towards several people. Moo. Leave Miss Lucy's breasts and the battle to me. And Lucy was currently holding her head and crying in the body of Horolokim, the star spirit of the clock constellation. Woohoo, so terrible! She said. Holoim squinted his eyes and conveyed the words of Lucy in his body. Grey took a closer look and asked curiously, Clock? Is this also a star spirit? At least you should see clearly before you fight, she said. Happy came over and said with interest, Lucy, I want to go in too. Cats are always very curious. Myra walked over with her hands on her waist and a serious look on her face. She put her hands on her waist and scolded the people who did it dissatisfiedly. You guys, you have to have a certain temper when joking. That's right. Kira stood behind Myra without realizing it but full of indignation. Is this how our guild treats newcomers? You guys let me down so much. Although they ignored Kira, they could not ignore Myra's words. Everyone bowed their heads apologetically and remained silent. Lucy, it seems that there are still normal people in this guild. Sorry, I was suspicious just now. After so long, you have only gained this little strength? Aren't you training with me as your goal? Times N. Lucy, this guy is a nasty bastard. Okay, Kira. Lucy was very dangerous just now. Kira seemed to be aware of Lucy's current situation and was full of concern for Lucy's current situation. Ah? Lucy, what's wrong with you? I know, these guys must be too rude. Don't worry, I will teach them a lesson for you. As he spoke, he was about to take off his magic robe and join the battle. Lucy. I'm going to get angry if you keep doing this. Seeing that Myra seemed to be really about to lose her temper, Kira could only give it up and said with a smile, Okay, okay. I see Lucy seems to be frightened, just to liven up the atmosphere a little. Don't take it too seriously. Well, Lucy, it doesn't look like a lively atmosphere at all. Kira walked towards Lucy and knocked on the glass of the clock base. Lucy, it's safe now, you can come out. Ding dong. As the clock stand returned, Lucy walked out of it, and Kira could see that her face was still 4 parts scared, 4 parts angry, and 2 parts happy. Refreshing? Lucy, what's wrong with you? Kira made a big move and shouted to Natsu and the others, You guys, why don't you come over here and apologize to Lucy? Why? Didn't Lucy have a lot of fun too? Natsu said. Lucy, it's not okay. However, when Kira said this, Lucy felt a little reserved. It's okay. I already know that everyone is just joking, and actually I'm not that bad. Wow. She is so innocent. It's so easy to handle. But why didn't she look like she was surviving the disaster at all? Instead she seemed to be a little unfinished. Hiss, she must have enjoyed it just now, right? Ahem. Anyway, I apologize to you for this matter, Kira said. Please don't complain about these people's rudeness. Upon hearing this, Lucy felt that Kira was not so bad, so she smiled kindly. No, it's okay. I can understand. If you have any dissatisfaction, you can wait until Urza comes back and tell her, and let Urza teach them a lesson. Before Lucy could ask who Urza was, Natsu and the others immediately lined up and bowed to apologize. I'm sorry. Lucy. Please don't tell Urza what just happened. Lucy, the change is too big. Urza is. Natsu had a look of panic on his face. Urza is the most terrifying person in the entire fairy tale. The scariest thing. Lucy was a little confused and wanted to continue asking, but she heard Gray and others responding to Natsu's words. You're right, she's like a nightmare. It would be really troublesome if Urza knew about it. Seeing how quickly everyone's attitudes changed, Lucy was a little confused. What? That Urza, is she such a terrible person? Happy, yes. Everyone is afraid of Urza. Lucy, afraid of Urza? Is it stronger than Kira? These people are not afraid of Kira's appearance. As if sensing Lucy's thoughts, Kira suddenly became a little unconvinced. Can Urza be stronger than me? Chapter 25 Urza, I heard that someone has a problem with me. Under such circumstances, as Urza's dearest relative, friend, and brother, how could he endure these people's slander against Urza? What nonsense! Urza is obviously the kindest, most generous, and most approachable person in fairy tale. Is the person you are talking about really Urza? Everyone murmured to themselves, that's just for you. Because she always takes care of your business. That's right. Kira is obviously an S-class mage in the guild like Urza, but everyone is a little afraid of Urza, but not Kira. In the final analysis, it is because Kira is not as serious as Urza. He doesn't like to take care of them, but often gets into fights. What are you talking about? Do you mean to say that because Urza often buys magic equipment from me and makes me happy to make money, am I favoring her? Why would I do such a thing? Tell me why, didn't you say the reason yourself? Everyone thought of it in unison, but did not dare to say it. Urza, do you also think that I am favoring you? Kira asked behind everyone, and then heard a gentle, demonic voice. Not at all. Urza. Times N. Why is Urza here? When did you come back? Wait a minute, didn't she hear everything we just said? Several people's faces instantly turned green with fright, and they wrangled their hands and feet in a panic. AI, Arisa, you, why? Natsu and the others were trembling, unable to even utter a complete sentence. Urza rarely lost her temper, but looked at everyone gently and said, Natsu. Do you have any objections to me? Well, a very gentle tone, a very kind face, and a very sincere inquiry, but... Everyone, this is even more terrifying. It's completely different from Urza's usual self. She must have heard everything just now. And he even saw us fighting in groups. It's over now. No. 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 Urza asked again, really not? Natsu's face was covered with sweat, and he shook his legs tremblingly, absolutely not. Seeing how well behaved Natsu was, Urza turned her target to another person. Well, if you don't have one, then, Gray, do you have a problem with me? Gray was even worse than Natsu, not only his face but also his body was covered in cold sweat. No. No. Urza is the gentlest person in our guild. Put your clothes on. Yes, yes. Gray hurriedly looked for his clothes and took the opportunity to hide in a corner. Where's Kana? The wine in Kana's hand shook. Gray is right. Urza is the most powerful and reliable. Rocky huddled together, his green coat covering half of his face. Urza is as warm as the sun, she is my goddess. Elfman. Urza is a man. One by one, several people took back what they just said under Urza's name. Urza nodded, so you don't have any objections to me. Several people shook their heads in unison, Absolutely not. Times N. But I just heard someone say that I'm scary. Who said that? The smile on Urza's face continued. Well, since none of you have it, it must be you? The new guy? Your name is Lucy, right? Lucy, why is it me again? It's so hard. What's going on with the people in this guild? Did you forget to check your horoscope when you went out today? First, he was involved in a group fight, and now he was targeted by a woman who was suspected of being the guild's devil. 1 second I was happily eating melons and watching a show, and the next second something bad happened to me. Is there something wrong with me today? Otherwise, why does it seem like the entire guild is targeting me? Urza looked at the silent Lucy with a faint look. Without saying a word, she seemed to be saying, I'll kill you if you dare to say anything bad. This seemed like torture to Lucy. Lucy was trembling a little. As a newcomer, facing Urza, who was even afraid of lawless people like Natsu, she felt a heavy pressure that she should not bear at this age. I don't. Myra couldn't bear to see it. After all, Lucy didn't do anything wrong, so she stepped forward and grabbed Urza to persuade her. Urza, Miss Lucy is just... Hey! What she didn't expect was that her hand went directly through Urza's body. Ah! Urza is dead. Natsu and Habi, who were the most nervous, shouted. What's going on? Lucy didn't respond. Is this why Urza was called the Demon King? But unlike these two guys, Myra, who was close and experienced, immediately saw the problem. This is not Urza, it is the missing body. No, it is a magical illusion. Illusion, that means Urza isn't here. This illusion is too realistic. That's right, I was so scared that I broke out in a cold sweat. TCH. Coward. You're not the same. Lucy was also relieved and breathed a deep sigh of relief. It turned out to be an illusion, but who? The missing body is an extremely advanced magic that cannot be learned by ordinary people. This illusion, according to what Myra just said, is almost comparable to the missing body. Such magic cannot be used casually. But I didn't feel the magic power fluctuation at all, which was too scary. To be able to cast such a powerful magic without making any noise, this person must be very strong. How many people here can do this? Lucy couldn't help but turn her head to look at Kira, who was expressionless and pretending to be nonchalant. Just now, he was the first to call out Urza's name, and he seemed to be the strongest person here. Unlike Lucy, who reacted quickly, Natsu had no idea who was teasing him, and could only get angry. Damn it! Who is it? You are making such a joke. Natsu was probably the only one present who didn't react. Even Habi knew that it was Kira who loved to tease everyone in the guild. Typical people are worse than cats. Kira, you bastard! You must have done it. Gray, Kana, and Rocky were much more experienced and reacted instantly. After all, the three of them had only seen the illusion of Deliura created by Kira 2 days ago, so they knew his ability very well. Then I heard Kira imitating Happy and shouting, Hey! You bastard, stop pretending to me. Times N. TCH, has it still been discovered? What a pity. Kira muttered softly. What about have you still been discovered? You are the only one who can do such a thing. Hey. Now that we've been discovered, there's nothing we can do about it. That's right. I did it. Kira gave a thumbs up to herself. How about it? The illusion is very realistic, right? Ha 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 ha. You bastard, do you want to fight? Oh ho ho. Do you dare to declare war on me now? Okay, you can come together. Let me see if you have become stronger recently. Chapter 26 Natsu, the same tricks are useless to me. Several people fell silent immediately. They all knew about Kira's strength. He had become an S-class mage a long time ago. He was very powerful, stronger than Urza. In the guild, there were probably only Presidents Marklov and Gilda. I can definitely win, and the others combined are not enough for him. But my heart is still eager to try. In the hearts of the young people in the guild, Kira and Urza have the same status as the eldest brother and eldest sister in the family. Although they are both S-class magicians, their behavior styles are completely different. Normally, Urza was strict with everyone and herself, and she didn't like to see the commotion in the guild. Every time they had a group fight, she had to carry her on her back. Once she was discovered, she would be severely punished. However, if you can't defeat Urza, you can only obey. Kira, on the other hand, is more unruly and often makes jokes to tease others. But every time, he can still act confidently and speak with reason. No one can beat him or speak out, and in the end he can only be fooled. However, Kira and Urza are like the two pillars of the guild. No matter how big or small, they can handle it properly and are more reliable than anyone else at critical moments. Although Kira has been to the guild for a long time, he has always been open to challenges, group fights, and the like. Every time, he pinned them to the ground and rubbed them over and over for reasons of discussion and teaching. Natsu, Gray, and others were all he taught him carefully, but they still enjoyed it. No one else is needed. I want to challenge you alone. Natsu stood up first, gearing up and full of arrogance, causing the guys around him to cheer. Well, you have the courage. It seems that you have become a lot stronger recently, Natsu. Maybe you can get rid of Gray and the others and successfully advance to the S-level exam in this year's guild. This guy's mentality is a bit arrogant. Let's praise him first and teach him how to behave later. Habi said to Lucy beside him, Kira is playing tricks again, and fool Natsu is being fooled around. Although Lucy wasn't quite sure why hubby said that, she felt in her heart that it was right. Fortunately, she knew the next moment. Get rid of me? I can't pretend I didn't hear this. Just this guy Natsu. Kira, please explain to me clearly what Gray and the others are. If you're a man, use your fists to decide the outcome. Kira's understatement made the atmosphere in the guild suddenly become anxious again. At this moment, with a loud noise, the door was pushed open again, and a female figure with flamboyant red hair, bright armor, and flowing short skirt walked in, holding a huge monster horn in her hand. She just completed the task. Urza is back. Everyone stared blankly at Urza, who came in. The fist she just punched was frozen in the air, as if the time around her was suspended. Her expressions and movements were frozen, the corners of her mouth were trembling slightly, and thoughts were flying in her mind. This time it should be the real Urza, right? What is the giant horn in her hand? Didn't she notice what we were doing? Only Kira thought differently from others. Is this the forging material you brought back to me? Urza gently placed the monster horn in her hand on the ground. Although it could be seen that she had withdrawn her strength, this move still made a huge sound on the ground. Urza, you're back. Where's the president? Myra replied, the president has gone to hold a regular meeting. Regular meetings are regular exchange meetings between the presidents of magic guilds in each region, mainly for the transmission and exchange of information. He nodded to show that he understood, and then he saw Urza looking over, her long bright red hair flicking as she turned her head. Her eyes were sharp. Were you fighting just now? Still found? Not. Before anyone could explain, Natsu rushed forward. Ha ha ha. The same move will not work on me again. Bang. Natsu punched Urza, who had her back turned to him, flying away and slamming into the wall. Nanny. Times N. Everyone present was completely petrified. Haha, Natsu is done. That idiot. Natsu, who hadn't yet realized the seriousness of the matter, laughed loudly, intoxicated in the joy of seeing through Kira's illusion magic. Ahahahaha. I must have seen through it. Even Urza, this kind of illusion I can hit, fly, with just one punch. Wait, fly away? Myra seemed to have passed through the illusion just now. Natsu. What are you doing? Urza's angry voice came from behind. Natsu fainted and fell to the ground instantly. Answer me, Natsu. Do you want to die? Natsu stood up and rushed to Urza in an instant, then knelt down with a plop, hugging Urza's exposed thighs and speaking sincerely, with tears streaming down his face. I'm sorry, Urza. Please forgive my ignorance and recklessness. Listen to my explanation. This everything is Kira's fault. Yeah, I understand, so, are you ready to die? It's over, Urza is angry, she can't hide from this. Bang! Natsu was punched away by Urza and hit the wall hard, looking like he had lost his soul. Of course, it was probably mostly because of fear. It seemed that Urza was in a bad mood now because of the sneak attack, and she started giving her daily lectures. Gray, put your clothes on. Kana, please pay attention to your image. Pakita, if you want to dance, dance outside. Wakaba, cigarette ashes are falling all over the floor. Nobu, are you still visiting the bulletin board all day? Decide on the mission quickly. Everyone present was scolded, and only Kira, Myra, and the newly arrived Lucy escaped. The first two had their own sense of propriety, and the latter had just arrived, so Urza let her go. I won't say anything today, but in the future, even if the president is away, we can't make such a fuss. Lucy, I've obviously said a lot. Kira stepped forward and patted Urza on the shoulder, smiling. That's enough, Urza, you don't have to be so serious all the time. Let's be more relaxed with them occasionally. You don't know, now you are in their heart's image. Gray and others rushed over in an instant and covered Kira's mouth tightly, with tears streaming down their eyes. Please, don't say it. The smile on Kira's face at this time was as warm as the sun. It depends on your performance. Everyone, we know. Lucy looked at this scene and was speechless for a while, secretly complaining, it's really. At this time, she seemed to have thought of something, and immediately covered her mouth. When she looked up, sure enough, Kira was looking at her with a strange look. Lucy suddenly felt horrified. Haha. Urza watched this scene quietly, puzzled. What happened to my image in their hearts? No. It's nothing. You are the most perfect person in the entire guild. Times N. Urza smiled and lowered her head, her face flushed a little, and she said confidently and modestly, I'm still far from perfect. However, I will accept your compliments. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Hey, what a close call, I finally escaped. Chapter 27 Death? What a loud tone. I said, Urza, this horn, couldn't it be the material you brought me this time? Kira walked up to the magic beast horn that Urza brought back and looked at it carefully, touched it, and knocked it. Judging from his years of experience in identifying and forging magic items, this horn was just fake. The size is quite large, but it can neither be made into magic potions nor used as forging materials. Kira looked at Urza with an expression that said, I asked you to bring all the materials back, and you're just going to fool me with this. Ah, no, I didn't find anything that could be used as a material this time. This horn was a trophy when I defeated monsters. The locals used it as a decoration. I thought it was very beautiful, so I brought it here as a souvenir. After explaining, Urza asked everyone calmly, will it be troublesome? No, no, no. It won't be troublesome at all. The horn that defeats monsters, it's so big. Amazing. The surrounding actors were all amazed. Haha, less, more often, more strange. But is this corner beautiful? Sure enough, Urza's aesthetics are so strange. In other words, in fact, the girls in fairy tale are quite strange. For example, Lucy has some indescribable tendencies, Urza is emotionally indifferent, Juvia has a mindless obsession with Grey, Rebby possibly Stockholm Syndrome. But Kira knew in her heart that the cause of this phenomenon was not them, but the original author of the comic. After all, everyone knows that Majima is just a painter and doesn't know anything about fairy tale. Actually, I heard some news during this trip, which made me a little concerned. I should have discussed it with the president before making a decision, but I didn't expect that the president was not here. But according to my judgment, the sooner this matter can be resolved, the better. Kira happens to be there too. So, Kira, Natsu, Gray, I may need your strength this time. Please come with me. Urza's words surprised everyone present. Urza had always acted alone and rarely teamed up for missions. After all, she was strong enough. Did something happen? This is the first time I see Urza inviting someone. What's wrong? But Urza did not explain to everyone. She just said to herself, we will leave tomorrow. You should go back and prepare. I will explain the details on the way. She was very tough and wouldn't take no for an answer. Urza, Kira, Natsu, Gray, there has never been such a lineup so far. This is probably the strongest team in fairy tale, right? The people in the guild started talking about it, discussing what kind of enemy would make Urza form such a mission team. No. Impossible. Gray was embarrassed and pointed at Natsu. It's already uncomfortable to be with this guy, but also to be with Urza. Such a combination is impossible. And I didn't say I was going. Natsu said and rushed to Lucy's side. After a while, he put his clothes and scarf on Lucy. From now on, come on, you are Natsu. Lucy looked helpless. How is it possible? At the same time, in a dark forest, the Dark Magic Guild under the command of the 6 demon generals, the Forest of Iron. Which guild does the armor girl belong to? Have no idea. What a handsome woman. Damn it. It would have been great to talk to her just now. You, no need, you can't. What do you mean? The few men Urza met in the tavern of Ghost Lotus City chatted with each other. Obviously, when Urza noticed them, they also noticed Urza. Isn't Kageyama back yet? A man with a huge scythe and a single bang covering half of his face asked the 3 of them. There's nothing you can do when it's not that easy to remove that seal. We can't wait any longer, now is a good time. The old men are at a regular meeting. Fairy Tale Guild, bar. Unlike Natsu and Gray who refused directly, Kira sat down, ordered a glass of juice, and then asked Urza directly, I just came back from a mission, and I don't really want to go out now. You'd better explain it in detail first. What's the matter? Okay. Urza nodded. Obviously, she knew that Kira could not use force to coerce like Natsu and Gray, so she could only tell what she saw in the tavern. 10 minutes later, after listening to what Urza said, Gray asked, in short, it's just a bunch of guys trying to break the seal of some kind of magic, right? But this may just be their mission, there's no problem. Urza continued, I didn't take it to heart at first, until I remembered Elijah's name. Myra, who is relatively well informed about the magic world, said, Elijah, this name seems a bit familiar. It doesn't sound like a powerful person. Do you have any impression of such a person? Kira disagreed, so, who is he? The ace of the Magic Guild of the Iron Forest, the god of death, Elijah. Kira was a little disdainful, oh? Death? What a loud tone. That's the title he was given because he exclusively chose assassination-type missions to perform. The council originally banned assassination-type missions, but the Iron Forest chose money. In the end, the Iron Forest was banned by the Magic Association 6 years ago. Exiled. After hearing what Urza said, Kira couldn't help but raise her forehead. Well. Although I want to say there is nothing wrong with choosing money, but it is really different when it comes to human life. If you like fighting, wouldn't it be better to join a mercenary guild? It's really I can't stand it, what do these people think of magic? Wait a minute. Lucy asked, violating the rules of the Magic Association and performing an assassination mission, is there no other punishment than being exiled? Urza sat down next to Kira, and their red hair suddenly became a beautiful sight on the bar. Of course, the leader of the Iron Forest was arrested at that time, and the guild was ordered to disband. But most of the guilds known as the Dark simply ignored the disbandment order and continued their activities. Tizezen is the same, still gathering together and doing unknown actions. I heard that they are now a subordinate guild of the 6 demon generals. After hearing Urza's answer, Gray figured it out. No wonder you asked us to help. If it's just the few guys here, Urza can solve it alone, but if the opponent is the entire guild. At this time, Kira had also remembered who Iron Forest was. In the original work, Urza, Gray and others appeared, and the enemies in the chapter of the strongest team were established. The boss Elijah was a wind magic user. The magician, the final boss, is the demon Lullaby. This kind of early stage minions still need my help? Haha. You think too highly of them, Gray. Kira said softly, even if it's the entire Iron Forest Guild, Urza can handle it by herself. Chapter 28 Lullaby. In fact, I think not just Urza, but anyone like you or Natsu can deal with them if they spend some time. Natsu, who didn't know when he would come back, immediately became happy when he heard Kira's words. Of course. I'm very strong. Hubby also cheered. Hey. Natsu continued, Gray probably won't be able to. What did you say? Do you want to see who can kill them first? Compete? Who is afraid of you? Their faces were close together, and their gazes sparkled with lightning in the air. However, this spark was quickly suppressed by Urza's anger. You two, please be quiet. Yes. ×2. Kira asked Urza curiously, what are you planning to do? We will go directly into the Iron Forest and catch them all. If possible, we will also ask them about the sealed magic they said. It's indeed you, Urza. Use this simple and crude method every time. What a good plan. As expected of you, Urza. Kira pretended to praise Urza's strategy, but like I just said, this dark guild called the Iron Forest is too important to you. It's not difficult to solve at all, even Eli Gore is far from your opponent. So what you're worried about is, that Lullaby, right? Urza nodded and admitted, that's right. Lullaby, have any of you heard of it? Natsu, Gray and Happy shook their heads at the same time and said in unison, I don't know. Kira rolled her eyes at them, I don't expect any of you to know, so let's ask the others. Urza was a little embarrassed, but who should I ask about this kind of thing? Who? Of course I'm asking the person in the guild who loves learning the most. Lebi. Come here. Hearing the sound, Rebi, who was studying seriously in the corner of the store, came over holding a book. Kira, Urza, what's the matter? Lebi, the girl in Fairy Tale, is 17 years old. She has short blue hair and a pair of pink-rimmed glasses hanging on her nose. She looks like a student who is still studying. She has a good figure. Although she is thin and short, she is surprisingly easy to give birth to. He is considered one of the main supporting characters in the original work, and his strength is average. The only thing that makes readers talk about it is the relationship between Gajeel and Gajeel. How did he get rid of that bastard Gajeel? How dare you try to commit suicide on the verge of 18 years old? Lebi, you are the person with the largest collection of books in our guild. Urza wants you to help find out about Lullaby. Lullaby? I understand, leave it to me. Rebi adjusted her glasses confidently and opened the book in her hand. The big data directory uses special magic to connect all the books that Lebi placed in her dormitory. The special wind swimming goggles can increase the reading speed by 64 to 128 times, which is much faster than the wind swimming goggles on the market. Both are Kira's creations. Everyone watched Lebi's operation silently, and the sound of flipping through books lasted for a long time. After a long time, Lebi excitedly handed over the book she was holding. Found it. Lullaby, according to legend, was originally a prop used to use the curse-killing magic. It was later used by the black magician Zeref. A flute that can release cursed songs. It looks like a wooden flute with bones attached to it, and there are 3 eyes on the skull. Urza and Gray were both shocked when they heard this. Zeref? Isn't that the one? Yes, the most evil black mage from hundreds of years ago. Only Natsu was still confused. What? Who is Zeref? It's your Nissan, Natsu. Gray was helpless on the side. Didn't I just say it? Are you listening? Cold sweat broke out on Urza's head, and she suddenly felt that things were a bit tricky, not for anything else but because Zeref's name was so big. Lucy thought to herself, the flute of the 3-eyed skull, the curse song, Zeref. What's wrong, Lucy? Urza asked, do you know anything? I just read it in a book. Lucy told everyone what she knew. Among the many forbidden magics in the magic world, isn't there a kind of curse-killing magic? Lullaby possesses a collective spell. The magic of killing can kill all creatures that hear the sound of the flute. What? Times N. Urza was suddenly startled. Damn it. If such a thing falls into the hands of Eligary, I really don't know what will happen. Bastard. What is the purpose of those guys? We must stop him. Calm down. Urza. Kira's calm voice stopped Urza, who was about to leave directly. Kira? This matter is not as big a deal as you think. So sit down and collect your thoughts first before setting off. Urza was silent for 2 seconds, sighed and sat down. You're right, I was really a little excited just now. At times like this, Kira always seems to have the ability to grasp the overall situation. The humor in his usual pranks is completely gone, replaced by a calm mind and clear thoughts. This phenomenon is called Sage Mode by the people in the guild. Ahem. Do you still remember the magic theory I often talk about? Kira cleared her throat, pretended to shake the juice in her hand, and said slowly, no magic in this world is invincible. Urza continued, the more powerful the magic, the more obvious the flaws, and the greater the price. Ever since Kira became an S-class mage many years ago and became completely famous in the magic world, he immediately found the most famous magic newspaper in the Kingdom of Fiori and published his experiences against enemies and magic theories in the monthly magazine. It was published and later compiled into a book for sale in bookstores, thus earning the first money for opening a store. Because of his title of sage, Kira's books, like his magic props, are not only popular throughout the Kingdom of Fiori, but are also sought after in neighboring countries. So, how could he not promote it in the guild? Although the publicity effect is not very satisfactory, after so many years, everyone in the entire guild can talk about the contents and thoughts in it even if they have not read any of Kira's books in full. It seems you still remember, Kira nodded happily. Urza was good at this. She took everything seriously. Others would have forgotten it, and even if they remembered, they would not continue. When he turned around, the expression on his face changed to that serious look again. Lucy, you have just entered the magical world. You'd better listen. It may be helpful in the future. Kira's magic theory. Lucy seemed a little interested, and Kira's eyes suddenly brightened. Yes, it's very useful. I sell it in my store. If I have a chance, I'll take you to see it. It's on the central street of Magnolia. The Hope House is. That's enough. Kira. Let's get down to business first. Really, Urza is bad at this. She always likes to interrupt others, and she doesn't know who she learned this from. Okay, let's get down to business. Kira wasn't angry. After all, he was a big customer, so he had no choice but to continue. There is still one missing point in the theory I just mentioned. Those who play with magic will eventually be played by magic. Everyone couldn't understand what was going on, so what? What exactly do you want to express? Hey, Kira sighed with some disappointment, how come after so many years of getting along, there is no one in this group of people who has enough tacit understanding with me. The information Lebby just found said that lullaby is a magic item modified by Zeref, right? Urza was a little confused. Yeah, so what? According to records, Zeref has created many demons, and lullaby was transformed by Zeref into a magic prop that can cast a curse song. So, we can make a bold guess that lullaby itself is very likely to be the same. A demon. Chapter 29. The props should be taken out one by one. The magic item is a demon. This statement is not only novel, but also outrageous, but it is not that difficult for people like Fairy Tale to accept. As far as I know, each of the demons created by Zeref has special and powerful powers. Kira narrowed his eyes and said, "You have to know, if lullaby is not just a magic item, then our final enemy may not be the trash in the Iron Forest, but a beast enhanced by Zeref. The devil. That's Zeref." Urza's eyes were obviously a little afraid. The Deliura we saw on Alcatraz Island this time is one of the demons created by Zeref. Kira looked back at Grey. Their strength is not comparable to that of ordinary people. I think this Grey should have the most say. Deliola. Grey lowered his head, feeling uneasy. Could it be that lullaby was another Deliola? This kind of thing must be stopped. Kira glanced at Natsu. He was still playing with Happy, and he knew how to fight without knowing anything. Fortunately, not everyone did not understand the meaning of Kira's words. Both were S-class wizards. Urza had more experience in missions, and her brains were not comparable to Natsu's. When Kira said it, she immediately understood. I know what you mean. You want to say that we must do it away from the crowd, right? That's right. You guys usually just destroy the streets when doing missions, but this time is different. You must consider the impact when taking action. If a life is lost, it will be difficult for the president to explain to the council. Mark Love, just destroy the streets? People who can say such things would still think about things they can't explain? Urza looked at Kira deeply. In this case, you should go with us. It will be safer if you are here. Well, I love hearing that. Don't worry. Kira patted Urza's armored shoulder. If lullaby was really that strong, it would have been dealt with long ago. Since its seal can be lifted by a few minions, it means it is not something amazing. So you don't have to be too afraid. Besides, there are no powerful magicians in the Iron Forest, and they still want to use lullaby. Maybe in the end, they will be counterattacked by lullaby without us taking action. Hey, those who play with darkness will eventually be swallowed by darkness. Although Kira's words had some effect, Urza was still worried. We can't bet our hopes on this possibility. You just said that it is a demon transformed by Zeref. If we leave it alone, there will be big problems. You really can't let it go. Well, for the sake of lullaby, I will accompany you. Kira nodded helplessly. By the way, there is one more question before departure. What is the problem? Where is the Iron Forest? Urza didn't look ashamed of her recklessness and ignorance. Just go to Ghost Lotus City and ask about this kind of thing. Ghost Lotus City is where Urza saw a few people from the Iron Forest. Okay, simple and crude. This is very fairy tale. But... Kira winked and teased. I thought only Natsu could say such words without thinking clearly. You really impressed me, Urza. Natsu, what did you say? Hubby, I think Kira is right. Lucy covered her mouth and snickered. It should be a very troublesome matter, but Kira's few simple words brought the atmosphere back. One more thing. What is the purpose of Naralabai in the Iron Forest? This time Urza asked. She just thought that this kind of thing should not fall into Tai Zizen's hands. She wanted to beat them up and snatch them away, and finally hand them over to the council. As for their purpose, Urza hasn't thought about it yet, but just made a slight guess. The Iron Forest is a dark guild, and it must be to create unrest when it attacks Larabai, and it must be in a crowded place where people can listen. To the place. You're right, you may even kill a few people with enough weight to show your strength. Kira continued to analyze. If it were me, I would probably attack members of the royal family, members of the Senate, and the like. Gray was ashamed. This guy can actually say such things without any concealment. Maybe because Fairy Tale is a lawless guild, others didn't react to Kira's words. I don't know if it's because they think he can't do it, or because he has already done it. Kira's words made Urza suddenly think of something, and she blurted out, "Regular meeting." The sudden name made Gray confused for a moment. Regular meeting. Yeah. It's indeed possible. Then aren't the presidents in danger? Myra, contact the president immediately. Tell him about this. Thinking of this, Urza immediately shouted to the bar. After saying that she could not refuse, she directly grabbed Natsu and Gray beside her. "You two, please contact me immediately. Let me go." Kira called Lucy to follow her. "Let Lucy go too. Just take her as a guide." "It's okay, Urza." This caught Lucy, who had been eating melons, a little off guard. Why did she suddenly take me with her? Me? That's the Dark Guild, I'm very weak. Lucy? Yes. I heard about it on the road. He defeated a 3-meter-tall female gorilla and so on. It's a bit dangerous this time. If he is such a reliable person, it should be fine. Danger! Lucy cried, "That wasn't what I did." Natsu hugged Lucy. "Lucy, come with us. You just used one move to take over the combined attacks of several of us." Urza noticed the element and frowned. "Did you just fight?" "Not good. I spilled the beans." "Ah. Ha 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 ha. Let's go. If we are late, it will be too late." In order to avoid Urza's punishment, Natsu immediately took Lucy's hand and rushed out, followed closely by Habi. Flying out of the gate. 2 seconds later, Natsu pulled Lucy and ran back. "Where are we going?" Half a day later, a huge brown blanket flew in the air at an extremely fast speed in the direction of Ghost Lotus City. They could have taken the train the next day, but because Urza strongly demanded that they leave immediately, they didn't have time to buy tickets, so they took Kira's flying blanket. The blanket is made of special Warcraft fur. The large area allows 10 people to sit down without feeling crowded. The soft texture makes the passengers feel comfortable physically and mentally. The magic patterns engraved on it look gorgeous and cool. Even if there is no magic on it, as a blanket, an ordinary blanket is also expensive. But a magic carpet is a magic carpet after all, and the most important thing is the magic that Kira, the producer, casts on it. Flying, accelerating, purifying, shock-absorbing, sunproof, moisture-proof, waterproof, fireproof, wear-resistant. The amount of magic on it far exceeds that of other magical vehicles sold on the market. Oh! It's amazing! This is the first time I've seen this kind of sight. The air around her was fresh, and the mountains and rivers below were beautiful. Lucy lay on the edge of the blanket and looked down. The celestial spirit key around her waist shone brightly in the sunlight. "I didn't expect you to have such a magic item. It's really amazing." Urza sat aside, crossing her arms. "Originally, I planned to leave again tomorrow." Kira caressed the flying blanket under her body like a harpy, and straightened her back proudly. "Haha, this is my newly made flying blanket. It has large capacity, fast speed, good vision, and first-class comfort. It is simply a must-have means of transportation for traveling, it's just that the wind is a bit strong in the sky. Why wasn't this kind of thing used in previous missions? Please, of course you have to take out the good things one by one. Otherwise, wouldn't most of my works have to be stored in the warehouse and collect dust?" Chapter 30 On the Flying Carpet. On the flying carpet, the happiest person is Natsu. At this moment, he is standing in the center of the carpet, jumping up and down with a cheerful smile on his face. "Happy, look! I am in good spirits." The blue cat was equally excited. Hey! It's amazing! Natsu is not dizzy. Lucy turned around and looked at Natsu, who was in high spirits and surprise, and suddenly remembered that this guy was suffering from transportation sickness. That's right. This should be considered a means of transportation, right? Of course, but because I applied balance magic to the blanket, most of the vehicles I made have this magic. It can ensure that the user will not get motion sickness, seasickness, or flying carpet. That's why Natsu can be so energetic. Kira explained to Happy and Lucy, this blanket is very expensive. If Natsu vomits on it, Happy will not be able to afford the compensation if he sells it. I'm not selling hubby. That's right. Balancing magic. Seeing that Lucy was a little confused, Kira patiently explained to her that the people in the guild were my uncle's younger brothers and had to know these common sense thoughts. The word spirit magic I use is a very comprehensive magic. There is a magic in it that can use the true meaning of words to transform objects. For example, now that I have modified the balance of the flying carpet, Natsu will naturally not feel dizzy. Although Lucy didn't understand it very well, she was still surprised. It sounds like a very powerful magic. Later, Kira introduced Urza and Gray's magic to Lucy one by one. You should already know Natsu's magic, the fire dragon slaying magic, which is immune to fire and can restore strength by eating fire. Urza, the magic used is night magic, which is a type of dressing magic. You can use different armors and equipment to fight. Finally, Gray's magic is ice modeling magic. Word spirit, night, ice. Gray, show this newcomer your magic. You are really troublesome. I don't know if he was simply following the advice or deliberately showing off his skills. In short, although Gray muttered in his mouth, he still followed the instructions. Ice make. He put his hands together, and a 10 cm thick ice wall appeared on the blanket, as high as a person and as wide as his arms, just blocking the oncoming wind. Well, the wind is lighter now, but the air at high altitude is cooler. Fire? Ice? Lucy seemed to have thought of something. Oh. Is that why the relationship between Natsu and Gray is so bad? Urza also asked, is that so? Gray curled his lips, who cares what you say? Although they often fight, they actually have a very good relationship. Who has a good relationship with him? Natsu and Gray shouted at the same time, their faces filled with disgust for each other. Look, look, this is a perfect understanding. The two stopped talking for a moment and turned their heads away awkwardly, which made Lucy believe Kira's words a little more. Isn't it normal for companions to have a good relationship? Urza said she was very pleased. What she liked to see the most was everyone being in harmony. Kira suddenly thought about the possibility that Urza was actually a sinister guy. She just liked to see Natsu and Gray being obviously uncomfortable in front of her but had to pretend to be harmonious, so she deliberately kept them as this a pure and serious character. It's scary to think about it. Maybe Urza will be the only one in the entire fairy tale who can act better than me. Unable to think any more, Kira patted her face gently, which aroused Urza's confusion. She just seemed to feel that Kira was thinking about something strange. Ahem. Then, as usual, let's make the distribution first. Lucy asked, assignment? What assignment? Happy explained to her, that's Kira's habit of doing missions. When we did missions with him before, he liked to research the enemy's information before the battle. If it was a team mission, he would choose his opponents accordingly, so that tasks are performed more methodically. Pick your opponent? I didn't expect this to happen. Then how to choose? Lucy asked curiously, but she knew in the next second, because Natsu and Gray already had so interesting expressions on their faces. What they loved most was fighting. Natsu's clenched fist began to burst into flames. No need to distribute, just leave it all to me. There was also a chill in Gray's hands. Leave the strongest one to me, and leave those other fish to Natsu. This is not picking an opponent. This is obviously a monster grab. Does this so-called selection of opponents mean that you can fight whoever you want? Lucy punched Natsu on the head. Idiot, our opponent is a guild, there are only 5 of us. Natsu still can't do it, I guess just leave it to me. Gray said with a look on his face. What did you say? Seeing the 2 people huddled together angrily, Kira was speechless. Did these 2 people forget that Urza was still there? Looking back, Urza acted as if she hadn't seen it. She just stared into the distance quietly, completely ignoring the quarrel between Natsu and Gray. She had the demeanor of a boss watching his younger brother quarrel. If Urza didn't come forward, Kira had no choice but to stop it. Hey, you two, stop making trouble and pay attention to traffic safety. The effect was obvious. The 2 of them didn't listen to Kira at all. Although there were many powerful people in the guild, Urza was the only one with enough majesty, so the only one who could stop them was. Kira turned her attention to Urza. That's enough. Urza is still looking at you. Sit down and listen. Sure enough, it was Urza's name that worked for her. As soon as she said this, Natsu and Gray immediately sat down obediently. Ahem. Kira cleared her throat and said calmly, the Iron Forest is not very powerful, but it has a large number of people. Well, let's leave the minions and a few cotters to Natsu, Gray, and Lucy. Urza should just concentrate on dealing with Elijah, and by the way, Elijah uses wind magic. Hearing such an assignment, Natsu and Gray were both a little disappointed. No. I want to fight Elijah. Kira shook her head helplessly. No. Wait, what do you do? I am responsible for the final support and prevention of variables. If Lullaby really loses control in the end, someone with sufficient physical strength and magic power needs to be able to solve it. Only in this case will I take action. In fact, Kira just wanted to be lazy. Urza. Natsu suddenly stopped Urza with a serious look on his face, causing Gray and Lucy to look sideways. Is this guy trying to steal monsters from Urza? Do you want to die? Then Gray heard Natsu say something even crazier than grabbing monsters. I can accept this arrangement, but after this matter is over, come and compete with me. Nanny. Lucy, Happy, and Gray were all shocked by Natsu's courage. Does this guy not want to live? The atmosphere on the flying carpet froze for a moment. Urza stared quietly into Natsu's eyes. The eyes of the cherry blossom-haired boy were firm, confident, and as powerful as fire. It seems like Natsu has really become stronger. Urza thought like this in her heart, just like her sister who was as happy as her sister seeing her brother grow up. Okay, I promise you, I will have a serious fight with you when I come back. Then it's settled. Natsu suddenly burst into flames, full of passion. I'm on fire. This move attracted Lucy's fist. You guy, let me extinguish the fire. What if the flying carpet is burned? Don't worry. My flying carpet is fireproof. Kira said with a smile. Suddenly, he felt something flowing from the corner of his eyes, and his expression instantly turned cold. However, this water is a bit difficult to handle. Several people looked back and saw that it was the ice that Gray had just created because the fire on Natsu's body began to liquefy. Half of the flying carpet was wet, and a roar frightened away the flock of birds not far away. You two bastards! Chapter 31 Surprise around the corner. The speed of Fission Blanket is still impressive. In just a few hours, several people came from Magnolia to Ghost Lotus City. Ghost Lotus City is obviously not as prosperous as Magnolia. After all, there is neither a powerful magic guild nor any famous tourist attractions here. So, where are we going to investigate? The few people who got off the flying carpet were walking aimlessly on the street. It was not an easy task to investigate the location of the Iron Forest. The Dark Guild is a gathering place for thugs and criminals. It is not a well-known tourist destination, so their locations are very secretive and cannot be found easily. The book says that the best places to get information are, first, bars, and second. At this point, Kira seemed to think of something and suddenly stopped. Let's go to the bar where Urza met them before. Urza next to her nodded, I think so too. Let's do this. Gray and I will go to the bar before. Kira, Natsu, Happy, and Lucy, the four of you, will inquire about relevant news in the town. To meet here in the hour. I see. Although he promised well, after watching Urza and Gray leave, Kira began to deceive the ignorant girl. We should also act separately, it will be more efficient. In such an unfamiliar place, facing an entire dark guild, Lucy was a little uneasy. Yet? Do you want to separate? Yes, Natsu and Happy are not very smart, so it's up to you to lead them. I will act alone. Goodbye. After saying that, Kira turned and left without waiting for them to object, leaving behind a slightly doubtful and confused Lucy, a silly Happy and a hot-blooded Natsu. Kira was not lazy for the sake of being alone, he just wanted to give Natsu and Lucy some time alone. He was also a staunch Shayla party back then. There are still 2 hours left. What should we do now? Find a place to sit and have something to eat. Wait, what is that? Kira was talking to himself as he walked on the road, thinking about how to spend the 2 hours of afternoon tea, but at this moment, he spotted something good out of the corner of his eye. Is that the legendary? I looked around cautiously and saw that no one was paying attention to me. Humming an unknown tune in his mouth, he slowly approached the target pretending not to care, then quickly squatted down and pretended to tie his shoelaces, and when he stood up, he picked up the small white card at his feet. Kira covered the faint holy light emanating from the small card with her hand, and opened her eyes in disbelief. She saw a tempting picture printed on the card, as well as a few exciting small words. Sure enough, it's that kind of thing. I didn't expect that I would encounter this by chance, and I just had enough time. This is simply God's will. A mysterious smile appeared on Kira's face. 2 hours later, the food court. 50% off on the whole street, it's so cool. Kira put her left hand on her waist and gently touched her belly with her right hand, savoring the delicious food she just had in her mouth. Ah, it was such an enjoyable afternoon. It's almost the same. It's time to meet them. As soon as he turned the corner, Kira bumped into someone. A person's life is often full of surprises and accidents. Although he was caught off guard when he collided with someone, who was Kira. The experienced magician just took a slight sidestep and immediately stood firm on his feet. But the person opposite was not so lucky. He was directly hit by Kira, and even the things he was holding fell to the ground. Clang! Gulu, gulu. It sounds like woodwork. It's still long. Of course, the shape wasn't what you heard, but the thing fell out of the bag and rolled to Kira's feet. Kira looked down subconsciously and saw lying on the ground a wooden flute with 3 skulls. Good guy, this familiar description, this special feeling, could this be Alibaba? No, could this be the legendary magic flute? Lullaby? The saying that life is full of surprises probably means this, right? In just a quarter of a second, Kira was lying on the ground. The wide white gold magic robe behind him covered Lullaby on the ground, briefly blocking Kageyama's sight, and then activate the magic of the spirit of words, shape the text, and change the pillars. Kageyama got up and looked a little panicked when he found that Lullaby fell out. This is an important thing. If something goes wrong, he will be in trouble. But after he raised his head and stared at Kira opposite for 2 seconds, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't feel the magic. He was just a handsome ordinary person. That's right. Our plan is so secretive, how could it be discovered? How can there be such a coincidence in this world? It's just that I lost my sense of proportion. After a quick self-comfort, Kageyama calmed down. He stood up and patted the dust on his body. He took 2 steps forward to pick up Lullaby on the ground. He stuffed it back into the bag naturally, and then Kira, who was still on the ground, asked, "Are you okay?" After all, this Kageyama seems to be very polite, especially with that standard fake smile. If he hadn't known that he was a bad person, Kira would have almost believed him. Sure enough, a frank and straightforward person like me can't learn this kind of style of showing one thing on the face and another on the inside. Kira took the hand that Kageyama handed over, used the strength to stand up and politely replied, "I'm fine, I'm really sorry." Kageyama didn't expect that the person in front of him would apologize first, so he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. In the past, when encountering this kind of thing, the other person would just scold him directly, so he also developed a fake smile on his face. This man is handsome and well dressed. I thought he would be a playboy, but I didn't expect him to be so polite. After reacting, Kageyama smiled and said, "It's okay, it's okay." After a brief stay, the two of them turned around and left. People were still coming and going on the street. Kira arrived belatedly, and at this time, Urza and the others had just returned. "How's it going, Kira? Did you get any information?" Kira's face was serious and he shook his head silently. "Unfortunately, I didn't ask, hiccup, find out about the Iron Forest." "Where are you guys?" Urza said, "Although we didn't find out the location of the Iron Forest, we found another news. It seems that a group of magicians gathered in Kunuki." "Kunuki, I remember that was Clover's previous stop, right? Clover City is where the presidents of several magic guilds hold regular meetings. There's only one way to get to Shamrock, and that's by train. If you control the station at Kunuki, you can ensure that no one can get to Shamrock." Urza glanced at Kira meaningfully. "It seems like what you said is true. Their purpose is to meet the presidents who hold regular meetings." Natsu, who was the most impulsive, immediately couldn't stand still. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go rescue the president and the others immediately." "Don't be impulsive, Natsu." Kira held Natsu's restless shoulders. "The president is not someone you need to worry about, and didn't we ask Myra to inform the president before we set off? They should have gotten it by now news. The only thing we have to do now is to deal with the magicians of the Iron Forest who are entrenched in Kunuki Station." "Oh. I'm on fire. Happy, let's go." "Hey. Natsu. Wait." Before the three of them could catch him, Natsu had already flown away under Happy's paws, one person and one cat heading towards Kunuki at full speed. Why doesn't this guy always listen to what he's saying? Isn't this great? With Natsu leading the way, we can relax. Let's take the train. What are you talking about, Kira? The enemy has Lullaby in hand. Natsu is too dangerous alone. We should now. Urza was suddenly speechless and stared straight into the eyes. The wooden flute that Kira took out. You just said, what are the enemies? Chapter 32. I was busy for 2 whole hours. Is this, Lullaby? Why is it in your hands? Not only Lucy, but also Urza and Gray were dumbfounded. They were obviously going together to find out the information. Why are you so fast? Did you get Lullaby? No, you just said there wasn't any. Oh, you were talking about Iron Forest, so that's okay. Kira then spent half an hour carefully explaining to the three of them how he had been inquiring about information in Ghost Lotus City in the past 2 hours, and then found out Lullaby in Iron Forest based on clues, and then used magic to, reasoning, exploration, locking, fighting, and finally captured lullabies from half of the guild. No wonder you said you only need to deal with Kunuki's magicians. It turns out you have already got Lullaby. But why didn't I hear any movement? This is because I used magic to block the surrounding sounds while fighting. Now that we've got the things, why don't we just go there and pick them up? The train will have to wait for a long time. What are you talking about? I have been busy for 2 hours just now. Digestion, what's wrong with taking a rest? Clover, the venue for regular meetings. Mark Love, the magicians under your command are all very energetic. That's great. The president of Cyan Pegasus, Babu, is a bald, short, and fat she-male with bright blush on his face and heart-shaped lipstick of the same color on his lips. He wears a white wing pendant on his back and a gold hanging on his thick neck. Ring and ruby alternating necklace, wearing a purple suspender dress. I heard that a powerful person somewhere was beaten to pieces by them. Who would have thought that this disgusting uncle would be a handsome guy when he was young? It can only be said that time is like a butcher's knife. Mark Love, who was wearing a cute hat, was obviously a little drunk. Oh. It's a newbie named Lucy. That girl is nice. Especially the breasts are nice. This old crooked guy gets drunk whenever he drinks. Yeah, pervert. It's a good thing to be energetic, but did your magicians go a little too far? Next to him, wearing a tall hat and sunglasses, was the president of the Four-Headed Hounds, Goldman, who gloated to Mark. Love said, "Some of the commentators are worried that people from Fairy Tale will destroy the entire city." Mark Love jumped and laughed, "He he he. Yes, yes, yes. But even if it is destroyed, I will use Lucy's breasts, ha ha ha. Really, you can't take action against your own magicians." At this time, a white pigeon wearing a wizard's hat flew over holding a letter. This was a carrier pigeon raised by Fairy Tale and specially used to deliver letters. After the carrier pigeon landed on Mark Love's body, he actually said, "President Mark Love, this is a letter from Miss Myra Jane to you." Why did you receive the letter at this time? With a doubtful attitude, Mark Love opened the letter drunkenly, and saw the virtual image of Myra with a gentle smile on her face appearing on the letter. "President, thank you for your hard work at the regular meeting." Mark Love proudly showed off to his old friends around him, "How about it? This is our signature girl. Not bad. Oh oh oh." Several presidents next to them showed lustful expressions, and even their eyes turned into hearts. Only Myra spoke in the letter. "A great thing happened in the guild while the president was away. Urza, Kira, Natsu and Gray formed a group, and of course Lucy and Hobby is here too. It's great, isn't it? This is a letter, not a long-distance communication crystal." Myra's virtual world cannot detect Mark Love's feelings, so it still maintains a bright smile, but at this time Mark Love is already a little sober from the wine, and his body begins to tremble. I think this might be Fairy Tale's strongest combination, right? Mark Love broke into a cold sweat. I heard that a dark guild called the Iron Forest is causing trouble, and they even got the magic item Lullaby made by Zeref. Kira speculates that they may be targeting the regular meeting, so guild leaders should be careful. Thump thump. Blood pressure is up. I thought it would be better to report to you, so I sent you this letter. Goodbye then. Myra's letter ended here, and the image disappeared. Bang. Markov. What's wrong with you? The people around heard the noise and looked back to see that Markov was already lying on the ground, twitching all over. It's a big deal now. These guys don't really want to destroy a city, do they? I have to go back overnight after today's regular meeting. Be sure nothing happens before then. Please. Oh, by the way, and Myra just said Lullaby, is the Dark Guild still eyeing the regular meeting? Then these guys won't chase them here and smash up the venue, right? Thinking of this, Mark Love felt that his heart was about to explode. Kunuki Railway Station. There have been a lot of magicians coming here in the past 2 days, but today it seems that there are more magicians than the previous 2 days. Nearly 80% of the members of the Iron Forest are entrenched here. Except for a few followers who have been by Eliguri's side, only he and Kageyama, who is still breaking the seal, have not arrived yet. Others have occupied almost the entire train station, and just waiting for an order, they can immediately block the entire station and completely isolate Clover from the outside world. The ugly-looking magicians stood together in 2s and 3s, discussing the hypocrisy of formal guilds, the harshness of councils, the weakness of ordinary people, and the influential figures in Magic Weekly. At this time, they didn't know that a fire dragon was approaching quickly. Those guys from the council. I saw the XX Guild. That last time. The figure of the model in the magic newspaper this month. Suddenly, a powerful fist, accompanied by a huge flame, hit the middle of the group of magicians. The flames and fist winds combined, the air instantly became hot, and the strong impact knocked these magicians dozens of meters away. Ah! Who? Amid the flames, a figure strolled out. His cherry blossom-colored hair swayed in the wind, and the scarf around his neck danced in the air. The flames were wrapped around him, but they did not hurt him at all. On his right arm, the red fairy tale emblem was so conspicuous. Natsu's eyes were evil and he asked the minions in front of him fiercely, "Where is Elijah?" On the train, Kira, Gray, Urza, and Lucy sat opposite each other. "Natsu, is he really okay?" Lucy was vaguely worried about Natsu. Although she also believed that with Natsu's strength, there wouldn't be any big problems, but after all, he was mindless, reckless, easily tricked, and his opponent was a cunning, cruel, easy-to-kill mage. "Don't worry, Natsu won't be knocked down by that kind of guy." Gray held his chin in one hand and looked out the window at the distant scenery. His words made Lucy feel at ease. But 2 seconds later, Lucy showed an interesting smile. "Sure enough, Kira is right, you two have a really good relationship." Right. Didn't I say it at the beginning? The relationship between the two of them is better than that of real brothers. Kira said. "Beside Gray, ice and fire are simply the two iconic symbols of our guild." "What a sign." Urza also smiled and said, "Isn't it nice to get along well? We are a family." The three of them spoke one sentence after another, making Gray a little shy and his cheeks slightly red. "You guys are so annoying." "Why are you shy?" Kira said, hugging Gray's neck. "He is not a child anymore, a man should express his emotions openly." "You guys, since when did you learn to speak like Elfman?" "Well, sometimes I just use other people's catchphrases if I think they are useful. We are all one family, so don't worry too much about it. What's yours is mine, and what's mine is yours." "Then lend me your magical equipment." "Yes, but the rent must be kept low. If you buy it in full, I can give you a discount." "I knew you would say that. Speaking of which, I've always heard you say you opened a magic shop." Lucy looked at Kira. "What do you sell in your shop?" Chapter 33 Gray's nickname. "If you tell me this, I won't feel sleepy anymore." Urza, who was sitting next to her, introduced to Lucy, "Kira's Hope House is the largest magic shop in Magnolia. Everyone in the guild buys their magic props from him, so does my armor. Yes, magic potions, magic weapons, magic toys, magic books. If you can't think of it, you can't buy it. You can also customize it." Kira suddenly became energetic. "As long as it is produced by Hope House, the quality is guaranteed and there is a 3-year maintenance period." Kira started the sales mode again. "These props are carefully made by me. They are very powerful. Everyone has praised them after using them. Not only the guild, but my magic equipment is sold to the entire kingdom of Fiori, and also to neighboring countries. Through transactions, I make a significant contribution to Magnolia's GDP every year. The same goes for books, and I still write the books used to teach children in Magnolia Orphanage." "What? Really? Hey, I've never heard of such a thing." Lucy was a little speechless. "Forget it, I'm surprised. Don't you guys even know?" Kira chuckled. "They are not the kind of people who pay attention to economic development and education. I have a great influence in Magnolia. I might become the mayor one day. At that time, I will move our guild to Magnolia Center Street." As the daughter of the Heartfilia Foundation, even though she had not studied it systematically, she had been exposed to it since she was a child, so she knew how much the ability to drive the economy had on the city. She couldn't help but admire. "Did you make all these props and weapons by yourself? And you can still go out to do missions from time to time?" It's really amazing. While Lucy still had a good impression of herself, Kira seized the opportunity to expand her customers. My store is very popular in Magnolia, Lucy can also come and have a look sometime. At this time, Gray beside him said, Lucy, she should be interested in the Protoss key, right? Didn't you get a golden key from the previous mission? Well done, Gray. I'm still thinking about how to bring this up casually. After hearing Gray's words, Lucy was really moved. She could ignore all the potions, armors, and weapons mentioned before, but the Protoss key was what she had been collecting. Really? There are Protoss keys too. Coming. The big fat sheep is coming. I have been preparing for so long, and I am just waiting for your words. Kira knew that Lucy had an inseparable bond with the stars, so no matter how expensive the price was, she would spend money to buy the golden key in her hand. After all, Lucy, you don't want to see the Protoss suffer in my hands, right? Kira had a mysterious smile on her face. Yes, but only the key to the Golden Zodiac. I obtained the key to Sagittarius in the previous mission. If Lucy wants it, I can sell it to you cheaper. Really? Sure enough, no celestial mage can refuse the shining golden key. Lucy's eyes were shining, she couldn't hold back the smile on her face, and her heart was full of excitement and joy. That's great, I didn't expect to get something like this. Fairy tale really comes at the right time. Kira is happy, Lucy is happy, and Urza is also happy, because she thinks this is the best of both worlds, allowing Kira to make money and Lucy to get the key. Well, this is how partners should love each other. Urza never cared about whether it was expensive or not, and she was not short of money. Among the four, only Gray regretted what he just said. He suddenly felt a little pitiful for Lucy, because he knew that Lucy would be deceived by Kira, just like Kana used 500,000 J to buy 10 cards. She might even be worse off than Kana. You know, cards are not as unique as golden keys. At this moment, he even suspected that Kira had known that Lucy would come, so he took on the mission to Karna Island. No. It shouldn't be possible, such a thing. Seeing Gray shaking his head and talking to himself like he was having an epileptic seizure, Kira was a little confused. Gray, what's wrong with you? No. Nothing, just thought of something. It must be a cold. I told you not to take off your clothes all the time. I am an ice magician, I won't catch cold easily. After a moment of silence, Kira suddenly said, Gray, do you want to give yourself more characteristics? I think your current personality is not acceptable and will harm the reputation of our guild. You changed the topic too abruptly. Kira said to herself, look, in the magic world, powerful magicians have nicknames. Others mention that I am a sage, and Urza is the fairy queen. I heard that Natsu is now they're all called Fire Dragon King, but what about you? You don't even have a resounding nickname. Are you not as good as Natsu? Gray. Even the Leon who I met before, who is similar to you, has a nickname like Zero Emperor, but you don't have one. I can't call you the Ice Boy, right? What if I use the magic of the magician as a nickname? That's too pitiful to call me that. Do you give your partner a nickname? It sounds interesting. The two women present suddenly became interested, especially Urza, who liked these things very much like Kira. When it comes to nicknames, they should be based on characteristics, right? Does Gray have any unique characteristics? Kira blurted out, he takes off his clothes fast. Well, this is a bit difficult to handle. It's so noisy. Kira, can't you just be quiet for me? Gray cursed. He didn't dare to say anything to Urza, nor could he say anything to Lucy, so he had to target Kira. All right. A minute later, Kira suddenly said, what do you think of Ice Knight or Ice Warrior? Gray, shut up. Lucy, not bad. Urza, I think Ice Warrior is good. The three people spoke at the same time, then looked at each other for 2 seconds, and then turned away. Kira felt like they had communicated 1,000 words in that moment. There was brief silence for a minute. Speaking of which, I have a question. Legend has it that hearing the sound of Lullaby's flute will kill you. Will the user do it? Who knows such a thing? Since there is such a record, someone must have used it. Wasn't there any record at that time? This question seemed a bit out of line. Neither of them except Lucy liked to read, but even Lucy didn't know, so the 4 of them fell into a brief silence. Shall we give it a try? Are you an idiot? How can you do that? ×3. But, this means that they won't find out that the flute was swapped until the last moment, right? Kira showed a kind smile. How pitiful. What did you say? Someone is provoking us in Kunuki? Who is it? In the Forest of Iron, Elijah was furious as he looked at his men who came to report the news with fists on their faces. It's Fairy Tale. How many are there? 1. You mean, there are so many of you, and you were beaten like this by one person, you still have the nerve to come back. Lord Elijah, Before he finished speaking, the invisible sharp wind blade cut dozens of wounds on the poor dragon suit. Blood spurted out from the dragon suit, his eyes gradually lost focus, and he fell to the ground. Fairy Tale? Well done. I'll attack you first. Eliguri turned around and flew toward Kunuki with his scythe. At this time, Kageyama, who didn't know that the lullaby in his hand had already been swapped, walked towards the hotel. Originally, he was planning to immediately board the train to Kunuki, meet his companions, and report to the boss Eliguri. Since today's shift is gone, he can only go back to the hotel to rest. After taking a comfortable bath to relieve the fatigue of the past few days, Kageyama fell asleep holding the wooden flute in his hand. In the dream, he was appreciated by the boss for bringing back Lullaby. Eliguri completed the plan and killed all the presidents of the magic guilds at regular meetings. Iron Forest became the most resounding leader in the kingdom of Fiori. One of the dark guilds, it even became the 4 emperors alongside the Iron Triangle of the Baram Alliance. And he, Kageyama, finally became proud and became a famous figure in the Dark Guild, able to get everything he wanted. What a pleasure! Chapter 34 Natsu vs Elijah. At Kunuki railway station, there were nearly 100 wizards in the Iron Forest. At this time, they had bumps of different sizes on their faces, wounds of varying depths on their bodies, and wailings of varying heights in their mouths. But they all fell to the ground and could not get up again for a short time. How could this person be so strong? One person can kill us all. This level of heat. It's the rumored Fire Dragon King in Fairy Tale. He is no match at all. It seems that only Lord Elijah can defeat him personally. Natsu sat on the steps of the train station to rest, waiting for a more powerful opponent to come. Even after a battle, Natsu's body was still clean, and even the white scarf that Igneel gave him was not stained with any dust. These guys from the Forest of Iron were so bad, even the usual warm-up group fights in the guild were not stained. Not included. Urza and the others are so slow. Also, that guy named Elijah isn't here either. Hubby replied while eating the fish, that's right. At this time, a strong wind suddenly rose, and several people lying on the ground were almost blown away. This feels like the boss is here. Boy, wake up. Lord Elijah will not let you go. Feeling something in his heart, Natsu looked up and saw a tall, thin, ugly man with long bangs descending from the sky carrying a scythe. You're the one who beat me. Natsu's eyes gradually brightened. Although he had agreed to leave this person to Urza before, who wanted the others to be away. Standing up with a smile, Natsu ignited flames in his hands again. Yes, I am Natsu from Fairy Tale. Different time, different place, the same 2 people confront each other for the first time. Elijah hovered in the air. Ever since he learned the magic of wind, he often used the wind to travel like this. Flying is a dream engraved in the genes of almost every human being. Even in other worlds, there are still people who imagine that they can freely travel between heaven and earth. Allegory likes this feeling, but not because he yearns for the blue sky and white clouds above his head, nor for the so-called freedom or dreams, just because doing so makes him feel superior to others, the boss who is superior and in control of everything. Looking around, he saw that there were all his little brothers below him. Although they were all lying on the ground in a coma, it did not hinder his inner sense of superiority. Look, you are all useless, that's why you are lying on the ground, but I am stronger than you, that's why I am high above you. Even Elijah himself may not be able to explain this kind of psychology clearly, but he knows that he enjoys this kind of pleasure that almost flows from his toes to his hair. Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! He must kill this brat to declare his status and strength, and to vent the blood that is gradually boiling in his body. Raising his hand, the strong wind swept across, and the wind blade formed a tornado and surrounded the entire train station. Don't worry about those little brothers. There are as many evil people as you want anyway. Recruit them when they are dead. The Iron Forest doesn't need those wastes. Don't worry about those ordinary people. Anyway, they will never become your stepping stones and will still be under your own power. If you bow your head and surrender, it doesn't matter if you die. Why would Fairy Tale attack my people? Just in case, Elijah decided to find out the reason why the other party came to the door. It was a coincidence that the regular guild people declared war on him at this time. They wouldn't have already inquired about Lullaby. It's all because of Kageyama's procrastination in doing things. Lullaby hasn't been delivered yet. If the news is really leaked, then he must not be spared. Natsu didn't think much about it, and asked directly, "Is it you who are trying to get Lullaby and targeting the regular association?" Sure enough, the news was leaked. Is there a traitor in the guild? Allegory's heart sank, and his face became heavy. Where did you get the news? This is tantamount to admission. Natsu smiled. It seems you are right, Happy. Happy made a tacit understanding and took Natsu soaring into the sky, heading towards Elijah. Fire dragons, Iron Fist. With a loud shout, Natsu's entire right hand was wrapped in flames. The burning power added to the already powerful fist, making the attack even more powerful. Before he could react or defend, the fire fist hit Allegory's face hard. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist, Natsu's starting move. Elijah was caught off guard and knocked down. Boom! The body fell to the ground like an arrow, and the powerful impact created a large crater on the ground. It cracked irregularly outwards from the center of Elijah's landing point, and gravels of different sizes were knocked away and scattered at the feet of the surrounding onlookers. Nanny! Times N. All the cast members of the Iron Forest who were still conscious exclaimed. You guy! After the smoke dispersed, Elijah stood up with difficulty and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. I will definitely cut you into pieces. Facing Elijah's anger, Natsu just smiled and said his usual declaration of war, I'm on fire. Attention, passengers, we are arriving at Kunuki train station ahead. Please fasten your seat belts and be careful to prevent falls. Dear passengers, please pay attention. We're here. Urza stuck her head out of the window. The strong wind outside the window blew her long red hair around, but Urza didn't even blink. Don't ask why the train windows can be opened. Just ask that this is the case in the comic book world. After getting off the train and entering the platform, there were magicians fighting here, and the ordinary people around had already run away. Those were all lying bitches. Judging from the injuries, they were caused by Natsu's fire. Natsu will attack them. These people are probably from the Iron Forest. Several people speculated. The wind in the station was very noisy, making a whoosh sound in the air. The irregular airflow almost rolled up Urza's skirt. As for Lucy, oh, she was wearing shorts, which was a pity. Kira closed her eyes and felt the harsh whistling sounds coming from the wind from time to time. The air was filled with the smell of hot flames. It was obvious that the battle between Natsu and Elijah had begun. This movement should be caused by Natsu, right? The person who said this was Gray, who had the best relationship with Natsu. As expected, the person who knew him best was his competitor. Urza nodded. 9 times out of 10, although I believe Natsu, we should rush there as soon as possible. Kira said calmly, don't worry too much, isn't Habibi here? Lucy. If you are an outsider, you may think that Kira wants to express your confidence in Habi and Natsu, but as companions who have been fighting since childhood, Urza and Gray know very well that Kira is just making sarcastic remarks. The wind helps the fire, and the fire borrows the power of the wind. Although Natsu and Elijah are enemies, the power of fire and wind complement each other. As long as the two of them continue to use magic, the hot wind generated will make people outside sweat. Natsu is inside, we need to hurry in and help him. Kira smiled and said, although I don't think Natsu needs our help, it's quite fun to steal people's heads. The 4 of them ran towards the platform. The closer they got, the hotter and drier the air became. Until they were about to get closer, they heard Natsu shouting, the secret of Dragon Slayer, Red Lotus exploding flame blade. The hot flame knife burst out from the top of the strong wind, and the scorching hot air swept across the entire train station in an instant. With such a move, the other side should be gone, right? There is a high probability that the head will be gone. Indeed, if the plot is not good, Natsu's strength will always be enough. However, when they got really close, they realized that not only Natsu was out of breath, but even Elijah hadn't been knocked down yet. At this time, Natsu, how should I put it? Although there was no injury, his whole body looked a little embarrassed. After all, the wind knife was added to his body and his clothes were cut. Habi was watching not far behind him. Battlefield. Chapter 35 Head Stealing. Ah, it's Lucy. And everyone. Natsu waved with a smile, I defeated everyone in the guild. This is the only one left. Wait for me for a minute, and I will defeat him right away. It seems that Natsu has really made a lot of progress recently. Urza sighed as she looked at the people in the iron forest stumbling around. Kira walked over and complained, no, Natsu, the Dragon Slayer secret has been released, but the enemy has not been solved yet. Do you want to challenge Urza? Habi flew over and explained for him, because Natsu just consumed too much to deal with the other members. But how could Gray let go of this rare opportunity to make fun of him? In short, it's just that I haven't taken down the opposite president yet. Natsu is so stupid. Why don't you let me do it? Kill him in 3 moves. Provoking generals is indeed an ancient and practical art of war. Upon hearing this, Natsu immediately shouted, don't take action, this is my battle, I can defeat him alone. Just when Natsu Flame got up again and was about to rush over and end the standing fight, Kira came out to grab the head. Okay Natsu, leave the rest to us. Okay, your output is enough, leave the final head to me. The current lineup has full physical attack and magic points, there is no shortage of wizards, swordsmen, summoners, and even cute pets. If there is a group of 5 people here, shouldn't the boss head be Kira, the all-round auxiliary? Natsu angrily refused, no. This is my opponent. After the fight has been going on like this, who is still willing to give away their heads? I've used my ultimate move, how long do I have to wait for you? I still want to go back and rest. Kira found an excuse to deal with it, and then the word spirit magic was activated instantly, word spirit shape, restraint. Magic power surged, and the words instantly formed a solid energy, which instantly pinned Natsu to the ground and bound him tightly, making him unable to use magic power or move at all. Once your teammates are stabilized, you can take the kill. Damn it! Kira, you guy, let me go. Natsu was squirming and struggling on the ground like a silkworm chrysalis, causing Gray and Happy to laugh for a while. "You've had enough fighting just now, it's up to me to defeat him in the end." Patting Natsu's restless pink head, Kira took 2 steps forward and shouted to Elijah in the air, "Hey! There's a replacement." It's a pity that Elijah is a blind guy and doesn't know Kira. When he saw the change of players on the other side, he thought that Natsu was dying and that the other side would take turns to fight, so he proudly rose into the air and looked down at the people in front of him, laughing arrogantly. "So what if we change people? There are 10 more fairy tale guys." Before he finished speaking, Kira directly took action. Additional word: spirit, gravity. It was as if the mountains fell from the sky, instantly pressing Elijah from high altitude to the ground. The invisible gravity pressed a large circular pit on the ground. Elijah lay face to face in the pit, with not even a hair flying up. How is it possible? Elijah was shocked in his heart, but because his face was pressed to the ground, he couldn't say a word. With such a powerful gravity magic, who is he? Before I could think clearly, I suddenly felt a lightness all over my body. It was Kira who took action again. He gently raised his right hand, buoyancy. As a result, Elijah flew tens of meters uncontrollably. However, even though he was off the ground, he was still unable to move or even use magic, as if the area around him had become a world dominated by the person opposite. As if he had a premonition of what this boy was going to do, Elijah shouted desperately, "Stop! Stop it quickly!" However, the sound that finally came out of his throat did not spread as usual, but flew higher into the sky along with the buoyancy around him. Kira swung down harder, gravity. In less than a second, the raging gravity struck again. This time, Elijah made a bigger and deeper hole in the ground, and he himself was knocked unconscious. Done. Kira clapped her hands and waved her hand to release Natsu's restraints. "Bastard Kira, this is my enemy." Natsu was furious and helpless. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. "Ah, by the way. Where is Lullaby?" As he said that, he was about to turn over Elijah, but was stopped by Gray. "Idiot, who made you run away without even listening to what you said? We have already got Lullaby. So that means, President, are they safe?" "Yes." Natsu happily high-fived Happy. "Great. Then, what are we doing now? Now that the enemy has been defeated and Lullaby is in our hands, we should be able to return to the guild, right?" Upon hearing this, Natsu seemed to be inspired again. "Oh. Okay. I will have a showdown with Urza after I go back." Urza shook her head in surprise. "No, we can't go back yet." "Hey? Why?" Natsu was a little confused, and Happy asked, "Are there any other questions?" "Of course." Kira stepped forward and patted Natsu on the shoulder, then pointed behind Natsu. "You have to deal with the damage and compensation issues in this place, Natsu." "Nanny?" Natsu's face instantly dropped. After finally defeating the enemy, protecting the guild leader, and being able to duel with Urza after returning home, this should obviously be 3 times the happiness. Why did this happen? What should we do, Natsu? We don't even get the mission reward this time. Natsu hugged Happy. One person and one cat were in despair, crying over their small savings. A young working boy who has just grown up and a cat who is only 6 years old go into a fight with the underworld for love and justice. In the process, public property is damaged, and no one is willing to help. If this plot is made into a drama, I guarantee that men will be silent after watching it, and women will be silent. I cried when I saw it. Compensation must be paid. After all, it is a fact that public property has been damaged. Although Fairy Tale behaves randomly, they are good citizens who abide by the law. There is no ambiguity when it comes to compensation. However, the amount of compensation depends on the court's decision. We stopped the Dark Guild's riot, and the cost must have come from the Iron Forest's coffers. Even if there was a need to compensate for the damage in the end, it would be sent to the guild, and then Natsu would pay back the money. Maybe Urza would help a little bit, since she took the lead in this matter and had to be responsible. As for Kira, no one saw him take action. He just stood in the distance and said a few words. He didn't cause any damage. The damage was all done by Natsu. What? Pit? Nothing. That was all the result of Eligari's madness. But what Urza was talking about was not about compensation. We are all here now, why don't we stop by Clover to see the presidents, and we can also ask how to deal with the Larabai. Just leave that thing here with me first, Kira said with a look of disdain on his face. If the Senate wants to accept it, let them come and pick it up in person. If they don't come, it will be mine. Kira's actions made Urza a little embarrassed. She frowned and said, "This is not a good thing. It will be very troublesome if the Senate knows that you have such a thing." Gray also felt that the demon created by Zeref should not be kept. "That's right, Kira, I think it's better to destroy it." It's really troublesome. I'm a magician merchant. Asking me to hand over the magic items I've got is the same as asking Urza to hand over her treasured armor, asking Lucy to hand over the Star Spirit Key, and asking me to hand over the Star Spirit Key. I hand over the scarf around my neck and ask Gray, "Well, it's impossible." "What do you mean, you guys? What's wrong? I see that your clothes are the only thing that stands out, but that's what you don't want." Urza stopped Gray, who was about to lose his temper. "Well, if you want to keep it, you have to ensure that it will not be used by others in the future, otherwise you will be in big trouble. I suggest you ask. Please give me your opinion." As expected of fairy tale, you don't even care if it favors our own family and wants to keep this kind of thing for ourselves. Kira smiled and nodded, "I know." After that, the group of people prepared to head to Clover Town. Chapter 36. What's going on at the regular meeting? Due to this incident, the flight to Clover Town was cancelled today, so Urza could only take out her precious mount, the Hope brand magical four-wheeler, license plate number FT9569257. The magic four-wheeled vehicle is a popular form of transportation in Ishgar. It is much faster than a horse-drawn carriage. It is usually driven by the magic power of magicians, similar to cars in previous lives. In terms of speed, the magic four-wheeler cannot keep up with the train, but now that there are no trains, this is the best tool for traveling. What? Why not use Kira's flying carpet? Because it got wet, it didn't feel good to the touch. Moreover, Kira's magic props are just like Doraemon's props. Most of them will only be used once and will not be reused unless there is a special need. Urza's four-wheeled vehicle was also manufactured in Kira. It was more energy efficient than other vehicles on the market, and had better shock absorption. It also had a gliding function, allowing it to land smoothly even if it fell off a cliff. The most important thing is its drive. The magic four-wheelers on the market need to inject magic power while driving, but the Hope brand car has a magic crystal that stores magic power. As long as magic power is injected into it, it can be used. Sometimes the magic crystal is used as the energy source of the car instead of magic power, which makes driving more convenient. Get in the car. Urza's orders were always so concise. Although Natsu was a little reluctant, he was still put on the car. After that, he had no strength to resist. Urza stepped on her foot and the car sped towards Clover Town in an instant. An hour later, the five arrived at Clover Town. President. Did the regular meeting go well? After seeing Marklov, several people greeted him warmly, but when Marklov saw their arrival, the wine he was holding to calm his panic spilled out. These guys are not really chasing the enemy, are they? At this time, less than half a day had passed since Marklov received the news from Myra, so he had not yet recovered. Suddenly he saw these guys suddenly flashing to Clover, and almost thought they were coming to destroy him. Got here. You guys? Marklov asked hesitantly, it didn't have any impact, right? Urza and Natsu looked at each other. Gray turned around and pretended not to hear, while Lucy hid behind Natsu and didn't know what to do. In the end, Kira knelt down and patted the old man on the shoulder to comfort him. "Don't worry, there's nothing wrong with it." "Big. What you said made me even more uneasy. The last time you said this, you smashed up half a street in the royal capital and almost injured the royal family members." "It's okay, just tell me, I can hold on." Natsu was the one who smashed up Kunuki train station. Marklov almost lost his legs. Fortunately, Kira was holding him up. It took him 2 seconds to realize that Kira was just talking about a station, not a town. It was okay, and it was still within the expected range. "Kira, you're right, it's not a big problem," Kira continued, but Natsu took over the Dark Guild Iron Forest in one fell swoop. "You may have to negotiate this matter." "What? All at once? Oh, is it the Dark Guild?" "Hey, that's not a big deal, just let them pay the money." Thinking of this, Marklov felt a lot better. "Yeah, well done." His blood pressure, which had just soared, dropped instantly, and Marklov felt that the weather today was pretty good. "Hey, I seem to have forgotten something, what is it?" Marklov was still thinking about what he had missed, and without asking, the presidents of other guilds had already joined in. "Long time no see, Kira boy, you have become stronger again. Little Urza has grown up. Natsu and Gray are cute too." "Ah, this is the rumored newcomer, right? The female wizard who defeated a 3-meter-tall orangutan-like woman and beat up a powerful rich man." Faced with such compliments, Lucy, who was still a newcomer, seemed a little restrained, maybe because she felt that those things were not done by herself and made her a little shy. If it were other people in the guild, she could explain it naturally, but facing a few president, she was still a little reserved and her face was red. Compared with her, the other 4 people were much calmer. Urza was slightly modest and returned the favor solemnly. Gray and Natsu were also a little shy, but mostly happy. Of course, they were also embarrassed when facing the president of the Cyan Pegasus, Bob. Only Kira looked as usual and greeted with a smile, "Hey! It's been a long time, President Bobu. Are you all okay in the Cyan Pegasus? I'm very energetic every day." Kira has a relationship with the Cyan Pegasus people, of course, through Magic Weekly. There was a long time when Kira dominated the headlines in magical newspapers, so she got acquainted with Hibiki, Jenny, and others from the Cyan Pegasus. Of course, the latter's appearance last week was based on her appearance, while Kira had both appearance and strength. Some weekly magazines like the Most Wanted Boyfriend list, Kira is also on the list. Who made him young, rich, handsome, and top-notch in strength. Later, he had exchanges with Hibiki on magic. The combination of word spirit magic and ancient documents produced a special magic reaction, which once benefited Kira a lot. Since the presidents of the 2 guilds, Marklov and Bob, have been friends for many years, they often communicate with each other. After that, Kira began to retreat into seclusion mode, staying in the small shop all day doing business and building equipment, and gradually lost contact with her. When magic is the mainstream, this world has not gone through the Industrial Revolution, so technology is not developed, and the means of communication are extremely limited. Not to mention the internet and mobile phones, there are not even wires. The basic energy source is magic crystal. There are magic crystals for long-distance communication, but they are about the size of half an adult and are inconvenient to carry. "So, President, what will happen at this regular meeting?" After half an hour of greetings, Kira quietly found Marklov. According to past experience, the Kingdom of Fiori will make some relatively big moves or reforms after each regular meeting. Kira remembered that after the last meeting, the royal family began to recruit young and talented magicians from the magic world. "I heard that there are plans to form a personal guard, and there are faint signs of interfering with the order of the Magic Guild in the territory. But this is normal. The magic guilds and magicians intervened in the war, and the era that affected the war situation has only passed less than 100 years ago. Even though the mainland magic world has the existence of the Council, which can stabilize the magic world to a certain extent, no one in power will treat such a move. People with superpowers turn a blind eye. The Kingdom of Fiori is located on the coast of the eastern continent. It has unparalleled advantages in trade and commerce. Although it has always remained neutral on the continent in the past, due to its unique geographical location, it was eventually passively involved in the First World War 100 years ago. In a trade war. Perhaps it was because the magic power in the world became more and more abundant after the demise of the Dragon Clan. In that war, magicians played a role unimaginable by all forces, including surprise attacks, assassinations, 1 against 100, moving mountains and filling seas. Of course, there are also data calculations. The first president of Fairy Tale, Mavis, known as the Fairy Strategist, became famous in that battle. In the face of powerful magic, the cold weapons of the past gradually became weak, which also made those royal families realize the fact, times have changed. If the royal family does not have enough strength, it may lead to greater disasters. Mark Love thought for a while and felt that he would have to tell them about this matter sooner or later, so it would be better to let Kira, the smartest among the children, advise him first. Yes, do you want to hear about the Balam Alliance? Chapter 37, The Forgotten Shadow Mountain. Balam Alliance, the dark guild that formed a new alliance in the magic world this year. Kira murmured to himself, but his mind was immersed in the memories of the past. Soon there will be a copy of the 6 demon generals. Remember, this is fought with the alliance of the 4 guilds, Fairy Tale, Snake Princess's Scale, Cyan Pegasus, and Cat's Nest. Speaking of which, this world is really strange. According to the information Kira has collected so far, the Aslant world, that is, this magical world, currently has several continents, and he is located in the southern continent. Even URU, the plot only mentions that it is in the north of the mainland, but there is no accurate statement about where it goes north. The Senate is an organization that manages magic guilds across the continent and is distributed in various countries. However, in the original plot, both the original Senate and the new Senate appear to be subordinate forces of the Kingdom of Fiori. The biggest reason is that all the plots take place in the country of Fiori, and other countries are not depicted at all. The Kingdom of Fiori is a small coastal country in Ishgar, with a population of less than 17 million. The territory is unknown, but it will not be very large. It remains neutral among countries. The guilds mentioned in the original work, such as Fairy Tale and Ghost the Dominator, Cyan Pegasus, Snake Princess Scale, Mermaid Belle, Swordbite Tiger, etc. are all magic guilds in the Kingdom of Fiori. The only exception is the Baram Alliance. According to the setting, it is a dark force spread throughout Ishgar, but they all fell in the Kingdom of Fiori. Thinking of this, Kira couldn't help but complain. Why should the 4 magic guilds from the Kingdom of Fiori deal with a dark guild like the 6 demon generals? What are the magic guilds in other countries doing? Why can the kingdom pardon the witches' sins at the end of the comic? Shouldn't the dark guild be dealt with by the Senate? Why are the 12 golden star spirit keys that are said to be unique in the world all gathered in the Kingdom of Fiori? Why are the 10 great magicians, the 10 strongest people in the entire continent selected by the Council, all in the Kingdom of Fiori? For all this, even though Kira has been here for more than 20 years, she still doesn't understand why. Is there really something wrong with the world? After much deliberation, I can only blame the problem on the original author. What's wrong? Do you want us to take action? Yes, after consultation among the various guilds, it was decided that we, Fairy Tale, Cyan Pegasus, Scales of the Snake Princess, Ruler of Ghosts, and the Cat's Host will form an alliance to carry out the crusade. Sure enough, this is it. Hey? Wait, is there something wrong mixed in? Ghost? President, are you right? The ruler of the ghosts, located in Wako City in the northeast of the Kingdom of Fiori, is another guild that works side by side with Fairy Tale. Its predecessor was the Blue Skull, a magic guild 100 years ago. Back then, the president of the Cyan Skull had a confrontation with Mavis and others because of Sirius Island's Sirius Jade, and was finally eliminated by Mavis using fairy law. After the establishment of Fairy Tale, the president of the Cyan Skull established Spectre, the ruler of. In other words, both guilds have a history of more than 100 years, and their founders are enemies. The opposition between the two guilds has continued since the beginning of their establishment. 6 years ago, Mark Love and Joseph, the current Ghost Guild leader, had a regular meeting. Because they drank a little too much, they got into a fight over which of the two guilds was stronger. In the end, Mark Love won. He held a grudge and stopped attending regular meetings. In recent years, the two guilds have often had disputes, but since the first trade war 100 years ago, the Magic Council has not allowed random wars between magic guilds, so Mark Love tolerated it in the end. Kira was a little confused at this time, thinking about it a lot, but he didn't expect this to happen. This shouldn't be a butterfly effect, right? Did Ghosts Guild President also attend this meeting? I remember he hasn't come for several years. Kira said and looked around, but found no sign of Joseph. Our relationship with them is not very good. The two guilds Fairy Tale and Ghost have been fighting for more than 100 years, right? Why do we need to join forces with them? Mark Love was also helpless. The Dark Guild is not that easy to deal with. Regardless of other aspects, the ghosts have a combat power second only to us, so we made this decision. The regional counselor has decided to contact Joseph. This kind of they should be unable to refuse under the circumstances. And at this time, he didn't know if Kira had seen it wrong, but he felt that his president's smile was a little warm. Although the two guilds have always been at odds, there really isn't much of a conflict. If we face the Dark Guild together this time, maybe we can resolve the grievances that have existed for many years. President. Kira was a little speechless. From this aspect, the people of Fairy Tale were really optimistic and terrifying. But what could he say? Mark Love was right. He couldn't beat them to death with a stick just because they were enemies in the comics, and Gajeel and Juvia were later cleared. After a moment of silence, Kira nodded, I know, I will be prepared. Then I'll leave the intelligence gathering to you. Kira has always been the think tank of the guild, and is also responsible for collecting intelligence. This is not only because of his extensive business and good popularity, but also because there are really no smart people in Fairy Tale. They are all a group of people who are motivated and act recklessly when things happen. Idiot. Not to mention those S-class magicians, the president himself is also a child at heart, so Kira can be said to have been worried about them. It is only in the past 2 years that his focus has shifted to business and he has become a little more relaxed. The information Mark Love mentioned was not only information about the ghosts, but also information about the 6 demon generals and even Balam. Fortunately, Kira knows all this information that needs to be known, and there is no need to know it for those who don't. This saves a lot of time. In Kira's view, what you save is what you make, and time is money. If you replace both sides, it will be equivalent to making a lot of money today. Very good, reward yourself when you go back. Kira, look. Natsu's voice came, the food here is delicious. That's right. The fish here is also delicious. Natsu and Happy already had their mouths full of food scraps, come and have a taste, too. Lucy was awkwardly trying to dissuade her from the side. She was a little embarrassed and suppressed her laughter. It was really difficult for her. The joy at the banquet made the Kira people forget the most important thing. After the defeat of Elijah, Kunuki Station cleaned up the mess overnight and resumed traffic the next day. At noon the next day, when Kageyama finally arrived at Kunuki Station with the lullaby he had brought out, he heard about what happened yesterday, and several of the younger brothers who had managed to escape came forward to cry, "Brother Kageyama, the boss has been captured by the council, you must complete the boss's plan." "Yes, yes, we must make those old men look good. Now we can only rely on you." The hopes of all the younger brothers were pinned on him, and Kageyama suddenly felt a lot of pressure. What happened? I just slept and missed so much? After finally bringing Lullaby here, we are obviously just a little short of realizing the plan. Why does this happen? There is no other way. Now that the boss Elijah has been defeated, you can only rely on me next. Wait for Lullaby's revenge. Fairy tale. And those bastard old men. Kageyama held the wooden flute in his hand tightly and boarded the last train of the day, heading to the final destination, Clover. Hey, it seems the party isn't over yet. It was already night when Kageyama arrived at Clover Town. Which was a strange time. Hidden in the grass, a pair of eyes full of resentment stared at the small villa. The warm light made him feel dazzled. The smell of delicious food continued to stir up his nerves. Listening to the laughter coming from it, Kageyama felt both uneasy and anxious. Excited. Very good, those old guys from the regular guild didn't notice his arrival at all. A ferocious sneer appeared on Yingshan's face. He put the wooden flute in his hand to his mouth and took a deep breath. They must be able to hear the curse song from such a distance. The time for revenge has finally arrived. As long as I blow the lullaby, they will die. Young man, why don't you go home and sleep here so late and hide and seek? An old and rich voice sounded from behind, which immediately frightened Kageyama. He couldn't catch his breath and kept coughing. Ahem. After being idle for a long time, Kageyama slowly turned around and saw that this stinky old man Marklov was behind him without even knowing it. Chapter 38. I remember I apologized then. It's fairy tale again, why are you carrying it like this today? The one who defeated Boss Allegory is also one of yours. It is unforgivable, so I will attack you first. Then, would you like to hear me play a piece of music? Kageyama used his practiced fake smile in an attempt to get through. Marklov raised his head and squinted at Kageyama and the flute in his hand. This flute looks uncomfortable. Do you really want to play it? Kageyama was feeling uneasy and nervous at the moment. Don't look at the appearance first, why don't you listen to the sound of the flute first? I'm busy now. Just listen to one song. Well, then please listen carefully. Touching the wooden flute in his hand, King Shan suddenly felt calm. As long as he played it, everything would be over. I will no longer be a dark guild, living like a bug in the gutter. I will no longer have to hide in the iron forest, but will be able to live proudly and freely under the sun. Everything will change. Nothing will change. Kageyama looked up and saw Marklov's serious and determined eyes. Weak people will remain weak, but weakness is not all bad, because humans are inherently weak creatures. Marklov started his speech. I don't know if he inherited this rhetoric from a senior, or if he has summarized it himself over the years. Although it is old-fashioned, it is very powerful. A person can't survive alone, that's why we need magic guilds and partners. In order to survive stronger, everyone supports each other. People who are not good at expressing will fall more and take more detours than ordinary people. But, as long as you believe in tomorrow and keep going down, strength will naturally emerge, and you can go on with a stronger smile. So you don't have to rely on a flute, don't you think? Marklov's words were full of sunshine and warmth. Although it was dark at this time, he still hoped that these young people could move towards tomorrow. The idea was good, but the development of the situation was still not as optimistic as he expected. Damn it! Damn it! What do you, an old man, know? Kageyama had cold sweat on his forehead and looked like he was crazy. His words were somewhat thoughtless and without much logic. He just wanted to vent all the pain he had suffered for half his life. Come out! What kind of companion? What kind of guild? They are all just high-sounding words. So what if I have a companion? What if I have a guild? Can I succeed if I persist? Do I believe that I will become stronger tomorrow? I don't know how many times I have tried this. It turned out to be of no use at all. Kageyama clenched his fists and roared, but Marklov just listened quietly. The world is like this. Weak people will be bullied, but strong people can do evil. Magic gives people unimaginable abilities, but it will devour their hearts at the same time. What formal guilds, what dark guilds, etc. They are all defined by those with great power. Why do we have to shout at everyone and hide in the dark like rats in the gutter? I won't accept it. Ying Shan Fengdi inhaled, exhaled the resentment in his chest, and played the lullaby in his hand with all his strength. Marklov closed his eyes regretfully. Maybe he didn't expect that his tried and tested persuasion had no effect. No song sounded, and no demon appeared to devour the listener's soul. Only a few unexplained gasps echoed under the silent night sky. Ah, Yazudi. Hearing this voice, even Marklov, who often harassed the young ladies in the guild with his lustful eyes and actions, suddenly blushed with shame. King Shan blushed, feeling ashamed and angry. What the hell is going on? He just said those words, and his emotions, movements, and tone were all in place. He should obviously summon demons to kill everyone next, but what was going on with this voice? Is this lullaby? Is this a curse song? Is this how the demon of Ziref's art devours the soul of the listener? What a joke! It seems that I failed to persuade you, President. Kira walked out from the big tree behind him. Not everyone in this world can realize their mistakes and correct them in time. In the original plot, Kageyama finally chose to give up playing the flute after a battle with Naz Gray and others, but now he has not experienced this and has not been influenced by Naz, so he has not looked back. But it's not my fault. Marklov's voice was trembling. Kira, this voice. What's wrong, President? You can't be this old. Kira looked sideways at this crooked old man with meaningful eyes, as expected. Ahem, enough, stop talking. Marklov quickly interrupted Kira. What do you want to say, you brat? Is it really worthy of fairy tale? Is this appropriate to use here? Outrageous. It's you. The first time he saw Kira, Kageyama knew what the problem was. It was at that time that he transferred lullaby. Damn it! You actually tricked me like this. Hey, you can't say that. Kira waved his hand and said, I remember that I specifically said I was sorry to you, and you forgave me. Kageyama was speechless, thinking he was holding something like this from yesterday to now. Amidst the continuous sound of the pipe, Kageyama clenched his fists with a sad look on his face. That's enough. How long will it continue to sound? The sound continued for a long time and did not stop. Even King Shan, who had already surrendered, couldn't bear it. He threw the wooden flute to the ground and broke it with his foot. The surrounding area became silent for an instant. In the distance, Natsu, Gray, Urza, and Lucy were already sluggish, their cheeks were red, and they were at a loss. They lowered their heads and did not dare to look up at the others. Kira, who sensed all this, nodded and smiled inwardly. After all, they are all young boys and girls, so it is normal to have such a reaction. Magical Council, or ERA for short. 10 people sat around and held a meeting related to the Iron Forest turmoil. The meeting mainly discussed the execution of Iron Forest members and compensation for Fairy Tale. Ogu said to his colleagues, even if the Iron Forest is solved, the fundamental problem cannot be solved. There are still many dark magic guilds. We should catch them all. How to act? What if Ziref's magic comes out again next time? It's really unbearable. Cheeklin sat aside and crossed his arms, looking calm, but Fairy Tale, which has been causing trouble, has done something good this time. Arusha continued, only one person wiped out a magic guild, that's amazing. All the commentators were speechless after hearing this, and each of them pondered or whispered. I know you don't want to admit it, but this is a fact. If Curse Song really kills the presidents of the Magic Guild, the situation will be irreversible. I guess some of you here will be killed, right? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. What did you say? Do you want to put the responsibility on us? It's really outrageous. What those guys did is giving us a headache again. Cheeky Lion laughed. Not as knowledgeable as you old men, it's better to face this matter squarely and praise them. Is that the rumored fire dragon? He is indeed a talented young man, but his ability to destroy is also top-notch. Ogu threw the station's damage report on the table with a bang. Fortunately, it didn't cause too many casualties, otherwise it wouldn't have been easy. Other commentators spoke up. In recent years, there have been more and more complaints about fairy tale in various cities. If we don't find a way to stop it, it will become as troublesome as the Dark Guild in the future. And the most important thing is that they haven't handed over Lullaby yet. This kind of thing cannot be held by the Magic Guild, it will cause big problems. Fairy tale is not the kind of place where you can keep that thing safe. Find someone to go to Fairy Tale and ask them to hand over Lullaby. Although Mark Love is an old and crooked person, I remember that the little guy named Kira is a very reliable person. That sage? I remember him. He was a very good mage. But he is still young and has a long way to go before he can succeed Mark Love. Although his name is a bit big, in time he might be able to live up to his name. I'm very optimistic about him in Fairy Tale. I don't know what Kira did, but the members of the entire Senate have a very good impression of him, and they are all full of praise when they mention him. This is simply incredible. The only one who was a little unhappy was Iridia. She had not forgotten the punch on Karna Island some time ago. Chapter 39 Fairy Tale Love Story 1. Lane Engine Team's Confession Troubles, Part 1. On this day, Jet, whose name Kira almost forgot and who only goes by Speed Lick A Man, came to visit. You said you were going to confess to Lebby. Jet blushed shyly and gasped loudly, yeah, you know, Rebby and I have known each other for a long time. We grew up together. It's not an exaggeration to say that we are childhood sweethearts. We started a long time ago. I like Lebby very much. Ah, childhood sweethearts? It's really... how pitiful. Lick A, King May is no match for what comes from the sky. So, why are you looking for me today? Do you want me to send you a love letter? Kira asked curiously. If you like her, just go up to her boldly. Why are you coming to me? Am I inexperienced? You have no experience, but I do. Kira felt that she had been ridiculed, seriously. At this moment, Kira wanted to slap Jet hard, drive him out, and tell him, you should ask Rocky about this kind of thing. Jet continued hesitantly, don't you often say that you have some very powerful magic props? I just want to ask if there are any props that can... Hey. This is a very formal magic shop. I won't sell props like those in novels. Stop thinking nonsense, you a man. Kira interrupted mid-sentence, and then looked at Jet with disdain. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Does this count as fairy tale? Jet didn't understand what Kira was talking about at all. What kind of props are there? What I'm talking about is, are there any gifts that girls can like? Oh, that's right. Kira lowered her head and thought for a moment, then said with regret, as far as I know, different girls like different things, but most of them are very expensive. And I'm a demon here. It's a guide store, not a boutique. Is that so? Jet walked out of the store in despair. I thought you would have suitable props here, and I thought I would buy them no matter how expensive they are. Whoosh! Jet only felt a gust of wind coming out from behind, and then Kira blocked the door. Wait a minute. Jet. I do have a lot of magic props that girls like here. But didn't you just say? I mean, there's nothing better than a magic item to give a wizard a gift. Kira closed the door directly, turned out the wooden sign with close engraved on it, and pulled Jet to sit down. Brother, you came to the right place this time. I am Fairy Tale's intelligence chief, and everyone in the guild, all people's information is here with me. I know Lebby's preferences very well. As long as you can afford the money, let alone gifts, I will directly help you create a spectacular confession ceremony. Seeing Kira confidently patting her chest and saying this, Jet felt that she was on track this time. What is what? Jet asked excitedly, pulling Kira and shaking him. If it succeeds, I will definitely thank you in the future. Kira pulled Jet and whispered, this. Is this really going to work? Don't worry. The chances are great. The next day, Jet made an appointment with Lebby to go to the library. Everyone in the guild knew that Rebby liked reading, and she would definitely not be able to get her out on a simple date, so Kira suggested that Jet ask her out on the pretext of wanting to read and learn magic. For today's date, he specially changed out of his usually low-key denim coat and took off the cowboy hat that he wore all year round. He had a new hairstyle and bought new clothes, making him look refreshed. Such a change in appearance will definitely make Lebby's eyes light up. Jet was very anxious and kept wandering in the woods next to the girls' dormitory, anxiously waiting for Lebby to come out. Kira, on the other hand, was hiding behind the trees in the distance, observing his situation. Attention, Lebby is out, just say hello naturally as usual. Kira said to the wireless headset in his hand. This was a prop he made using the magic of speaking. Only the user and the wearer can hear each other's thoughts. Unfortunately, the range of the headset is only as wide as Magnolia. At this time, the other end of the receiver was placed on Jet's ear. From the appearance alone, it looked like a pretty earring. Lebby, good morning. Jet tried his best to make a natural expression, but his voice was still trembling, leaving Kira speechless for a while. Rebby still looked like a student today, walking over holding her big data catalog, a magic item that connects all the books in the library. Thanks to Kira, she can travel light every time she goes to the library. When she first saw her partner's appearance, Rebby asked curiously, Jet, why are you dressed like this today? Well, I just want to try a different dressing style and change my living conditions. That's it, it looks good. You look more energetic than usual. Rebby's polite compliment made Jet extremely happy. It's true what Kira said. Although this outfit is a bit expensive, it's all worth it. Idiot. Don't look like a crazy person. The angry shout coming from the headset made Jet wake up instantly. Where's Durrell? Lebby looked around and didn't see the other companion. Didn't you say you were going to the library together today? Well, because Dorrell has something to do temporarily, just the two of us will go today. Of course, Jet didn't inform Dorrell. Who doesn't know what that brat was thinking? How could she let that guy disturb her first solo date with Lebby? Oh, okay then. Simple Lebby didn't think much, just nodded and turned around to set off. The library was on the street west of Magnolia, quite a distance from the guild. Jet and Rebby were walking on the street one behind the other. Libby, who was walking in front, was humming an unknown tune. She was obviously in a good mood today. Maybe it was because her partner, who usually didn't like to read, actually said that she wanted to study for the first time, which made her very interesting. Jet, who was walking behind, was excited and shy at the same time. He didn't know what he was thinking. He hesitated and didn't dare to step forward and walk side by side with Lebby. He just looked at her back from behind and looked around, fearing that he would meet her. When I meet an acquaintance, I am afraid that I will not meet an acquaintance. The two of them didn't look like partners, let alone a couple out on a date. Instead, they looked like a young lady and a loser. Kira, who was hiding in the crowd behind him. Was speechless for a while. Did this guy realize that today was his date? Go up and walk with her. Why are you following behind? Although Kira is not optimistic about this couple, after all, after receiving money from others, she must do her best to help him make today's date. This is a professional code. Go up, go up. But wouldn't that be too embarrassing? Awkward? Are you someone who wants to fall in love and is afraid of embarrassment? Jet could feel the obvious anger in Kira's voice. Don't be like a fool, just say whatever you want. But what should I say? This question stopped Kira, thinking that I don't know either. If I had known that this task was so difficult, I should have asked Rocky to help. Kira? Are you listening, Kira? If you do this, go up and ask Lebby if she is thirsty, hungry, or tired, and show your warm and masculine side. I see. As if he had been inspired, Jet began to ask Rebby questions about whether she was thirsty, hungry, tired, whether she wanted to go to that store and so on. The journey was less than 20 minutes, which made Lebby feel as uncomfortable as walking for 2 hours. She finally reached the library and immediately left Jet and ran to the magic book section. Kira, what's going on? I feel like Rebby is very unhappy. You must be too enthusiastic. I just said that I couldn't say anything like why don't I go to that store to sit with her? The intention was too obvious. But I see Lebby is very impatient to leave. That will have to wait until you come out of the library. Your apparent purpose today is to study. It was obvious that these two guys, who had never dated yet, were completely unaware of the real reason for Rebby's impatience. The study time in the library passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye it was time for lunch. Quickly, get my love bento. I am coming. Under the somewhat surprised gazes of the people around him, Kira, who was completely covered up, appeared in a ninja manner, handed the lunch box he was holding to Jet, and then left in the same manner. Jet carried the lunch box and walked towards Lebby, who was studying hard. Lebby, it's really troublesome for you to accompany me to the library today. To express my gratitude, I made a lunch box. I hope you can accept it. He spoke very quietly, but several people around heard him and looked over in unison. Rebby looked up from her book, a little overwhelmed by this situation. Louder, please. Be sincere. Be brave and speak out. Can you be considered a suitor even if you have such a small voice? So Jet's head got hot, and he held the lunch box in his hands and brought it to Lebby. His voice was so loud that it resounded throughout the library. Lebby, please accept my lunch box. The library instantly resounded with the chatter of all the visitors, making Lebby instantly blush with embarrassment. Jet, thank you for the lunch, but... Rebby lowered her head on her flat chest and thought for a long time. Then what? I have made an appointment with Lucy, in the afternoon. I'll go first. Gone. Hey. I'm sorry. After saying that, Lebby packed up her things in a panic and ran away without looking back. Jet, who was left dead, sat slumped on the floor of the library in a gloomy state. Chapter 40 Fairy Tale Love Story 1. Lane Engine Team's Confession Troubles, Part 2. What? You said you also want to confess to Lebby. The same scene, the same content, but the person entrusting it has changed. Plant licking, Fat Man Dorel approached Kira. The purpose of his request was the same as Jet's visit yesterday. He also hoped that Kira could help him complete his confession to Lebby. Kira was helpless. Let me tell you, what's going on with you two? You think about Lebby every day, right? I know everything about what happened in the library yesterday. That guy Jet secretly dated Lebby behind my back. That's too much. Dorel scolded Jet unhappily, then clasped his hands and begged, Kira, you know, Rebby and I have known each other for a long time. We grew up together. It's not an exaggeration to say that we are childhood sweethearts. We have been together since very early. I've loved Lebby since a long time ago. Hee. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Rebby didn't like him, so she excused herself from dating Lucy, so now is my chance. Where do you get your confidence from? Didn't anyone with any discernment tell you that Lebby doesn't like you too? Then what? What are you going to do? I don't know, that's why I came to ask you. Didn't you say you know Lebby well? Kira was shocked after hearing this. Don't talk nonsense. He knows her likes and dislikes very well. Rebiko is only 17 years old. What you said just now is so stupid. No matter what, it's fine, I really want to thank you. I will definitely thank you. Ahem, Jet has proven that dating is useless, so I suggest you just go ahead, give gifts and confess your love. Dulaire was confused. Send a gift? What to give? Idiot, of course I'm sending flowers. Girls do this. Flowers. Durell lowered his head in thought, and then said confidently, isn't that just a plant? That's my magic strength. Why do I vaguely feel that the plants he mentioned are different from the flowers I mentioned? Forget it, never mind. Idiot. Since it's a gift, of course it has to be special. Flowers grown with magic or flowers bought at a flower shop, how can there be more sincerity than growing them yourself? Dulaire frowned and said, but it's too late to plant it now. Kira rummaged around in the store and finally took out a bag of fertilizer. This is fertilizer that can make plants grow quickly. After fertilizing, the flowers can bloom in just one day. Flowers grown using this fertilizer have much better growth and vitality than those in flower shops. The most important thing is that there is no trace of magic at all. You can tell her that this is the gift you have prepared for a long time. Dulaire was a little hesitant, but, isn't this just deception? Don't forget it. Kira said as he was about to put it away, but he, Dole, quickly stopped him. I want it. I want it. I want it. In the end, Durell happily bought the fertilizer recommended by Kira and couldn't wait to buy plant seeds. After he left, Kira suddenly remembered that she seemed to have forgotten to tell him the usage and dosage, but it's written on it, he should be able to read it, right? The next day, as soon as Kira arrived at the guild, she heard the girls say that a green plant appeared from nowhere last night and pierced several floors of the girls' dormitory, making the landlord very angry. When tracing the source, Lebby stood up under everyone's surprised gaze, and after paying compensation for the damage, she still refuses to leave the room until now. Hope House, today is another day for Kira to solve her love troubles. So, Jet and Dorel have been sexually harassing you in the past few days, is this what you mean? Kira looked at the shy Rebby in front of her with a melancholy look on her face. You guys are really going to give me problems. If you don't ask the guild's emotional master Rocky and the disciplinary committee member Urza about this kind of thing, why are you asking me? Forget it about boys, you, a girl, come to me when something like this happens, what do you think? Even if you don't want to find Urza, an emotional idiot, don't you still have your close sister Myra and your best friend Lucy? Do I look like an experienced person? Just because I'm handsome, don't take it for granted. If you look for Myra-san, everyone will definitely know about it soon. Lebby said softly, twirling her fingers. When Kira heard it, oh, indeed. Myra is the biggest CP promoter in the guild, she invests in all stocks. Myra can be seen in the gossip between Natsu and Lucy, Gray and Lucy, Gray and Urza, Gray Kana, Natsu Lisana. The key to Lucy's house is still Myra gave it to Natsu. In short, after listening to Lebby's complaints, Kira felt a little embarrassed, because her troubles in the past 2 days seemed to have her own handiwork. No, do you think I'm the kind of person who keeps secrets? Uncle. No, brother, I am also a person who loves gossip. Jet and Dorel have been my friends since childhood. I really don't want to see them fall out because of these things. Kira is so smart, there must be a way to solve it. Wouldn't it be better if you just tell them that you don't like them? Lebby lowered her head in confusion again, but... What's wrong? Kira asked, confused. Libby's face flushed, with some tears in her eyes, and she seemed to shout with all her strength, although they always show their feelings intentionally or unintentionally, they haven't confessed to me. How can I have the nerve to refuse first? Puff. Kira squirted a sip of black tea onto the table. Fortunately, they also sent lunch boxes and flowers, and even argued non-stop about dating alone and giving gifts in private. Together, these two guys haven't confessed to each other yet. I see. Kira wiped her mouth with a handkerchief. In that case, you can take this. Perfume. Libby said with some confusion, I usually don't use perfume, what is this used for? This is not an ordinary perfume, but a perfume that makes people speak their true feelings. Kira replied, you just ask them out. As long as they smell the perfume, they will boldly confess to you, and then you just refuse. This operation left Libby speechless. Is this your method? But what if the Lane Engine team is disbanded because of my refusal? After all, this is what worries Libby. She doesn't want her three friends who have grown up together to fall apart because of her own fault. Don't worry. Kira comforted, these two guys are not men who can't let go of love. As long as you treat them equally, you can maintain a delicate balance among them, and then the three of you can continue to maintain this relationship. After Kira finished speaking, she was silent for a moment, thinking, if I asked Rebby to say this, would it sound a little green tea? It shouldn't count. He had clearly refused decisively. When Jet and Dorel came to the door again, planning to find Kira for a way to confess, they were kicked out by him. As a man, if you like a girl, you should confess it directly. Don't bother with this. After pleading to no avail, Jet and Dorel went directly to Libby. Under the influence of true perfume, the two hit straight shots one after another. Libby, I like you, please date me. Don't want. It took 2 seconds, setting a record for Fairy Tale's fastest rejection of a confession. Libby, I like you, please date me. Don't want. It took 1 second to break Fairy Tale's record for the fastest rejection of a confession. If you really can't let go, then just continue to like her. As expected, as Kira expected, the fellow sufferers who were rejected after their confession came back to seek comfort from her. Unfortunately, Kira simply said, what does it matter if you are rejected? It's your own business to like Libby. You can still like her and stay with her until she makes a decision. These 2 sentences were unexpectedly effective. After being sad for a whole day, Jet and Dole not only came out, but also had a better relationship. After a few days, the Lane Engine team returned to its usual appearance. Chapter 41: The Ecstasy of Collecting Disorder. Hey, Lucy, it's nice here. At Lucy's house, Gray lay shirtless on the sofa and greeted Lucy. Illegal trespassing. And why are you taking off your clothes in my house? Lucy raised her leg and kicked Gray in the face. Wait a minute, you misunderstood. I came after I took off my clothes. Roll. After the quarrel, Gray revealed the reason for his visit. Today is that day. I came here to call you because I was afraid that you would forget. Lucy couldn't remember. What? You really forgot? Gray scratched his head. That's what Natsu said before, about wanting to duel with Urza. In front of the Fairy Tale Guild, there was a buzz of people. Everyone who was still in the guild came out to join in the fun. Hundreds of people formed a huge circle, and countless eyes were watching the 2 people standing in the middle. The protagonists of today's duel, Natsu and Ai Lusa. When Lucy arrived, the 2 of them had been standing here for a long time. Wait a minute. Are they too serious? Obviously, she hasn't fully integrated into the Fairy Tale atmosphere. So Elfman next to him explained, you are serious. If you don't take the fight seriously, you are not a man. Myra turned back to remind her brother, but Urza is a girl. Marcus broke out in a cold sweat, she must be a monster girl. But, a duel between two people from the strongest group. Lucy's words aroused Gray's confusion. What is the strongest group? You, Natsu, Urza and Kira are the strongest combination in FT. Hey! Gray was a little amused. Boring. Who said that? Myra, who was smiling behind her, covered her face and shed tears after hearing this. Yes, it was Myra who said it. Hey! Gray was at a loss. He had always been unable to do anything to the crying girl. Forget it about Kira and Urza. Although Natsu and Gray are also men, I don't admit that they are the strongest. There are many very powerful people in fairy tale, just like me. The strongest woman in fairy tale is definitely Urza, but when it comes to the strongest men, in addition to Kira, there are Gildarts, Laxus, and Mist Agon who are also very powerful. Allah Allah, I seem to hear someone discussing something about me. Kira appeared out of nowhere, excluding the president. The strongest person in the guild must be Gil. Darth, Laxus can't compare with him, there are several Natsus between them. Everyone was speechless. What kind of measurement unit is this? Kira, why are you free to come here today? Of course, how can such a good show be without my presence? What a show, Urza must have won. Don't say that, Natsu is also very strong. By the way, I just saw that Kana seemed to be opening the market secretly from behind. Do you want to test how long Natsu can last? The highest odds are now 20 minutes, 5 minutes the lowest. Pfft, doesn't this mean that we don't expect Natsu to win? Didn't you also press for 5 minutes? How is that possible? I am a law-abiding magician and never participate in this kind of thing. I just think Kana may be losing money now. Hey, I don't know when the money she owes me will be repaid. Hehe, if I can't, I'll just be your girlfriend like she said. Stop talking nonsense. If you want me to betray money, I'd rather die. Lucy complained after hearing this. How obsessed are you with money? Yet, it's hard for a wealthy lady like you to understand the mentality of poor people like us. Lucy was obviously a little panicked. Haha, what are you talking about? I don't understand it at all. With a smile on Kira's face, she leaned into Lucy's ear and whispered, I know, Lucy's identity is a famous railway property owner in the kingdom of Fiori, the daughter of the Heartfilia group, and her family there are quite a few hills, right? Why? Lucy looked around in panic and found that no one noticed what Kira said. Then she calmed down and asked in a low voice, why do you know? Haha, I am an intelligence collector for FT. How could I not inquire about the members of the guild? Kira geared up, don't worry, I won't tell anyone. It's just that the golden key thing I mentioned before needs to be increase the price. Nanny. Lucy then remembered that the other party still had the star spirit key she wanted, but I ran away from home and don't have that much money on me. It doesn't matter, you can choose to pay in installments, but it will be a little more expensive. How about it? As a celestial spirit mage, don't you feel heartbroken when you see those poor celestial spirits being neglected in my shop, eating dust every day, and feeling unbearably lonely? Inexplicably, Lucy felt that Kira's statement was a bit dangerous, as if she was thinking of something weird. After thinking for 2 seconds, she suddenly reacted, wait, what are you talking about? Don't you have more than one golden key in your hand? The smile on Kira's face became brighter. Yes, in addition to the Sagittarius mentioned before, there are also Libra of Libra and Biscayus of Pisces. In addition, even the legendary Ophiuchus of Fucus is also in my hands. These 3 keys are one of Kira's gains from doing business in the past 2 years. The 3 golden keys were originally supposed to appear with Yukino from Sword-Biting Tiger 7 years later, but now they fell into Kira's hands early. What does this mean? This means that Lucy may realize the dream collection that was not completed in the original play, and at the same time possess 13 golden star spirit keys. It's simply the ecstasy of collecting obsessive-compulsive disorder. It was originally difficult for Kira to understand this, why did Yukino appear later? Even in the big devil fight chapter with the most scenes, her strength and importance are completely inferior to the other 5 people of Swordbite Tiger, and her role in advancing the plot it really is of no use at all. When it comes to character design, the repetition rate is as high as 95%. The CPS of the white-haired sister, the celestial spirit mage, and the dragon slayer are basically just adding Lysina and Lucy together, as if to make up for Natsu. A defective replica of Lysina's childhood. However, whether the character is likable or not, it doesn't matter to Majima. Not popular? Just sell it. What to sell? I understand everything. In the last chapter, Majima especially used his old skills to boost Yukino's popularity. He faced the 12 shield Rikide and received a move of desire magic. He used about a page of screen display before and after. I don't know if the effect is good or not. Anyway, it's pretty good looking. All in all, including Sagittarius, Kira now has 4 golden star spirit keys in her hand, and Lucy, after obtaining the Virgo Baroque, also has 4 keys, and the remaining 5 keys are Gemini, Scorpio, and Aries is in the hands of Angel, the 6 demons, Capricorn is in the 7 dependents, and as for Leo. Kira looked at Rocky not far away, and his time was almost up. If nothing else, only Lucy's intervention can persuade the Celestial Spirit King to forgive his crimes. In this way, Leo will definitely become Lucy's key, but there is nothing wrong with this. Anyway, the spirit magic is already strong enough, and the star spirit key is indeed a bit useless to me. After all, there is no need to repeat the characters, 1 celestial mage is enough. Chapter 42 Lucy, you don't want the Protoss key to be treated maliciously, right? From Kira's point of view, traveling to the world of fairy tale does not require fighting as hard as other time travelers. All he needs to do is join fairy tale. Whether he is strong or weak does not affect the plot at all. In any case, he will be fine in the end. It can be said that among the famous migrant workers comics, this world is the safest. Firstly, I have no deep hatred. Secondly, I have no unrealistic dreams. Thirdly, I am not a little master seeking death. I do not pursue fame and fortune. I am not greedy for money and lust, and there are not many regrets to make up for in the original work. Probably Erudia's old age counts as one, Irene's death counts as one, the Magic King's failure to let Mavis and Zeref know of his existence counts as one, and the rest are gone. Kira is not like those protagonists who say they want to keep growing but make trouble everywhere in their actions. He firmly believes that as long as he makes good use of the known information, he can live a good life. He would not try any of those plots where he pretends to be a pig and eats a tiger. The enemy subdues his wits. It is disgusting and artificial, both fake and ridiculous, making people want to vomit. The boss is left to the protagonist to fight, and he silently provides intelligence behind the scenes. And support, this is the real stable development, okay. Kira felt that any time traveler with some brains, after knowing clearly that he wanted to live a stable life, would not commit suicide every day in this situation, but would hide until the end. After all, the bosses in the original show were all targeting fairy tale. Other guilds have no losses at all. The only thing that may affect ordinary magicians is the appearance of Fez in the Gate of Hades chapter, which may cause the magic power of the mainland to disappear. When I thought about it, I suddenly became enlightened. Anyway, you don't have to fight the final boss yourself. If you are weaker, you can open a store and do business. If you are stronger, you can paddle and watch the show. In short, you can survive to the finale no matter what. He is simply a clear stream among time travelers, a model of rebirth in another world. In this life, financial difficulties cannot catch up with him. As for the evil forces? Come on, we are fairy tale. Who dares to move? Even more fortunately, he now belongs to a group of stronger people, which helps him solve some of the trivial worries in life. Lucy was completely shocked by Kira's rich collection. 4. Among them is the key to Ophiuchus. I thought it was just a legendary key, but does it really exist? Of course it exists. The so-called legend exists to cover up the facts. Which one of the 4 keys do you want to buy? After listening to Kira's words, Lucy didn't even think about it. Is this even a choice? Of course I want them all. Or do you want them all? If you buy the keys in my hand, you will have 8 keys. Do you suddenly have the idea of collecting all the Protoss keys? Well. Lucy scratched her head and said shyly, although I really want it, I'm not the kind of person who has a collecting habit. As long as they can be treated well, there is no need to do so. It's in my hands. Hiss, what's going on? Kira felt that a dazzling light came from Lucy, sacred, warm, and as dazzling as the sun. Yet? So is this the real celestial spirit mage? People say that celestial wizards rely on love to use magic. Is this what they mean? I can feel it. It is indeed a level that ordinary magicians like me cannot compare to. Well said. Lucy. You are indeed the best celestial mage. I didn't expect you to say such a thing. I feel your feelings. Kira couldn't help but raise her eyebrows at Lucy. He licked his thumb and said, based on your words, these 4 keys. Is Kira going to give me these 4 golden star spirit keys? Lucy clasped her hands together, and her eyes suddenly brightened up, seeming to become a new light in the sun. Ah! I didn't expect that things would take such a turn. I couldn't tell that Kira was such a good person. He also said that I am the best celestial spirit mage. I am really discerning. Okay, this brother can handle it. I'll give you a discount, 10% off. Lucy, well. I'm so happy for nothing. Then she took a deep breath, raised her eyebrows and begged, then you have to be cheaper. I don't have much money at the moment. Kira felt as if her clothes were about to burst. Hey, don't buy this set for me. I don't have to use this kind of bargaining skills since I was 8 years old. If you don't buy it, I will. The Protoss key is sold to those weird people. Kira would never do such a thing. A bright smile appeared on Lucy's face, which made Kira a little confused. Girl, what's wrong with you? Do you trust me so much? Why are you so sure? Because you are a companion. So I believe you will not do such a thing. Ah, no, it's so dazzling. What's this? This feeling? Is it the feeling of being trusted? You're surprisingly innocent, Lucy. If you hadn't pressed your breasts so low, I would have almost believed you. It seems that you and Natsu have learned a very useful mouth escape these days. Do you know me very well? I am not Natsu. I am a businessman, and businessmen only have interests in their eyes. Lucy had a serious face and a firm look, but you also have a companion in your heart, don't you? I can see that Natsu, Happy, and the rest of Fairy Tale believe in you, so I believe in you too. Moreover, the key is in you have held it for so long, if you really knew how to sell it, you would have sold it long ago, right? Good guy, although he seems to be an innocent and romantic character, his intuition is surprisingly accurate. Aren't you just waiting for you to send money? Speaking of which, Lucy has always been very smart in the original work and has a quick mind. Whether she was the first one on Tenro Island to think of the location of Mavis's grave, or the first one to think of sealing Akuno with the fairy ball in the final battle, Loria has proven that her intelligence is not on the same level as Natsu and the others. Well, not only is it the strongest team, it may also be one of the best in the guild. Speaking of which, she can also use the star map and history, open 3 gates of star spirits, and rewrite the Book of Demons. From this point of view, her knowledge talent is also very good. Okay, this girl can handle it. As if thinking of something, Kira smiled evilly, but if you don't buy it, what if their buyers abuse them in the future? Lucy, you don't want to see the Protoss being treated maliciously. Is it something Why did this guy's tone suddenly become so weird? Could it be? Lucy seemed to understand something instantly, and immediately crossed her arms and looked at Kira with strange eyes. This made Kira a little surprised. Why can you understand this joke instantly? Ahem. Lucy, who seemed to be a little embarrassed and shy when she realized that she shouldn't have understood immediately, pretended to cough, looked at Kira seriously and said, "How could a celestial mage abuse me? Where is your partner? Is that still a qualified celestial spirit mage?" Such confidence and serious attitude made Kira speechless. The forest is big and there are all kinds of birds. Not everyone in this world wants you to be so kind, Lucy. Kira was silent for 2 seconds and said, "You know Colin of the Cyan Pegasus, right? She was very famous back then. Weekly model, 3 years ago." Kira. Lucy. What are you talking about? By coincidence, Rocky, wearing a green fur coat, came up at this moment and interrupted what Kira was going to say next. You really came just in time. Rocky. What's the matter? Rocky's face looked a little heavy. Kira, I have something to ask you. What did you get in the last mission? Look. They're starting. Just like Rocky interrupted Kira's words, his words were also interrupted by the exclamation of a passerby. It's strange, why do people in this guild like to interrupt others, and I don't know who they learned it from? Anyway, Kira felt that it was definitely not her. Let's take a look first, and we'll talk about it later if anything happens. Kira turned and left, leaving behind a silent Rocky and Lucy who was still dreaming about collecting. Chapter 43 Natsu vs Urza. Inside the battle circle, Natsu and Urza began the traditional pre-battle greetings and demonstrations. Their red hair is like fire, their cherry blossoms are like flowers, and they are wearing pure white dragon scale scarves, which arouses their fighting spirit even higher. How many years ago was the last time I competed with you like this? I was still young then, but things are different now. I will definitely win against you today. Urza opened her eyes suddenly, her eyes full of fighting spirit. Then I will show my true ability. It has been a long time since I tried my true strength. You're welcome, come and attack. Change your clothes. The dark red armor instantly appeared on the body. It was the fire-fighting special effect, the Flame Emperor's armor. It was fire-resistant armor. Although it had many leaks, it did not hinder its fire-resistant properties because this armor was also made by Kira. In the battle circle, Urza changed into the Entei armor and turned into a twin-tailed one. The armor was red with black patterns and orange decorations. There were wings on the back, and there was also a matching fire sword. As a mage who uses dress-up magic, Urza can be said to have the most clothes in the entire guild. In order to store her clothes and armor, she even rented 5 connected dormitories in the women's dormitory. Urza's clothes mainly come from 2 stores. The store that specializes in ordinary clothes for her daily life is the most fashionable and popular fashion store among women, fashion brand Heart Cruise, or HK for short. Originally, Urza asked this store to also be responsible for her armor, but after all, it was a fashion store and did not make armor. Urza almost used force to coerce her, but fortunately, she was stopped by Kira who was passing by. After some painstaking mediation by Kira, both parties agreed to give in. HK would design the armor and Kira would be responsible for the forging. Kira's method of forging armor, or in other words, forging magic weapons, is actually similar to Wendy's method of attaching magic, except that the attached object is an inorganic substance, and it takes longer. Of course, this is only similar in effect, and the principles are different. Everything in the world has a name, and if you master its true name, you can use its true power. This kind of magic is word spirit magic. All things here refer not only to things that exist objectively, but also include all kinds of artificially created things. It is also because of the ability to use such artificially created things, such as words, technology, and ideas, that spiritual magic becomes powerful. Start. Marklov still wore his little hat with two tails. Today, he also came to watch the game and also acted as a referee. Oh 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 oh. Everyone around cheered. It finally begins. I've been waiting for a long time, and I don't know what they were looking at for so long. Roar, la, la, la. Natsu took the lead in attacking, charging forward, which was the most direct move. As always, the starting move was still the most familiar move, the Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Urza stepped back and barely managed to dodge. The most effortless dodge revealed the most subtle observations and the most skilled skills. The first move was dodged, but Natsu didn't panic at all. If he was hit so easily, it wouldn't be Urza. The Fire Fist was powerful, and it used the inertia of the forward thrust to strike downwards. At the same time, it raised its right foot and kicked it predictably, directly attacking the door. The second move that followed perfectly used the remaining energy of the first move and used it again before the move became old. It was a two-pronged approach with anticipation. If you are an ordinary person, even if you can react after the first move and jump up in time to avoid the connected lower uppercut, you will still be kicked head-on by the ham launched at the same time. It must be said that although Natsu's IQ is not high, his combat intelligence is very strong. In the original plot, no matter what enemy he faces, he can always find out the opponent's flaws and attack habits in a short period of time, and can dodge or take advantage of the next attack in time. Since Natsu was raised by dragons since he was a child, his attack method is similar to that of a beast, almost instinctive, and he has no special habits. Therefore, he can always make corrections many times in battle, which is one of the reasons why he often cheats. After fighting in this guild for nearly 10 years, Urza and Natsu were extremely familiar with each other, and every move was predictable. Faced with this move, Urza just calmly jumped on the ground, turned sideways, and then slashed with the long sword in her hand. At this time, Natsu's moves were over, and all three attacks failed. At the same time, he was standing on only one leg, and it was almost difficult to maintain his body balance. He was unable to attack in a short period of time, and he also had to dodge the oncoming slashes. Attack and defense change instantly. Everyone in the guild knew that Urza was horribly serious in some aspects, and even now, she was not a merciful person. Just when everyone thought the victory was decided, Natsu put his hands on the ground, did a forward somersault to avoid the sword, and then breathed out blazing flames in the air. So hot! Hey! Natsu! You bastard! Urza escaped the fire attack, but the traps around her couldn't, and suffered disaster under the kiss of the tongue of fire. Excellent insight, accurate judgment, quick reaction, extraordinary physical fitness and rich combat experience were all displayed in the first wave of trials. Although there were only a few simple movements, and the two sides didn't even touch each other, it was enough to attract the attention of everyone around them. Even Lucy, who was lowering her head and thinking hard, was shocked by the skills of the two. Awesome! As expected of Urza. How's it going? Evenly matched, right? Did not see it. Urza usually fights 1 against 2. Of course Gray would not admit that Natsu and Urza were evenly matched. Wouldn't that mean that he was inferior to Natsu? Kira said her analysis on the side. Humph. Natsu has already finished his warm-up, but Urza hasn't yet. Don't blink, pay attention. The next step will be more exciting. The next moment, fire fists and sharp swords clashed again. Clang! 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 The second confrontation lasted for 10 minutes. The two were at full strength. They exchanged blows and collisions one after another, causing tiny sparks on the armor and leaving shallow scars on their fists. Even the sword of the Entei suit was marked with a red mark by Natsu, and even the sharp claws of the Fire Dragon King were shaken slightly. Or? Natsu's fire is getting hotter. There's progress. Kira's praise of Natsu aroused Gray's envy and jealousy. Tisk. Don't be too upset, Gray, your ice-making magic is stronger than before. By the way, let's get some ice cubes to cool down. No, can't your magic also release ice? There is a specialization in the art industry. When it comes to ice making, you are the professional, hurry up. It's so noisy. Under Kira's repeated urging, Gray finally reluctantly built 4 half-person high ice barriers, surrounding the battle circle where the 2 men were fighting, and blocking the onlookers within the barrier. Outside, the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped, but no one thought that Gray was doing a bad job, because the area had already been hot and dry due to Natsu, and there was a serious lack of water in the air. Now was the time when some ice cubes were needed to cool down. Now they didn't have to worry about being burned by Natsu's fire. Fire Dragon's Wing Strike. The Fire Dragon's Sword Horn. The flames attached to Natsu's body, exerting extraordinary power. However, Urza was able to block with her sword at the most precise place every time, eliminating the flames released by Natsu. The armor is just a bonus. Urza's strength is ultimately her own. In terms of swordsmanship alone, no one in fairy tale can match Urza. Watching the 2 people fighting fiercely, Gray suddenly thought of a question that he had not noticed before. Speaking of which, do the wings on the back of Emperor Yan's armor really have the ability to fly? No, not at all. It's just decoration. At this point, Kira is most familiar with it. After all, he is the one who made the armor. Although I also wonder why HK designed the armor like this, Urza seems to like it unexpectedly. Not just this set, Urza's other armors also have wing designs, but most of them are just decorations, and only a few can fly. Furthermore, most of Urza's armors are very exposed. When I was forging them, I felt strange. It is obviously fireproof armor, but there are so many gaps. I don't know what the designer thought, but in combat it's really beautiful. Chapter 44 The person arrested this time is. Chapter 44 The person arrested this time is. The female fairy, no, she is the fairy queen, and she lives up to her reputation. Seeing Urza beating Natsu in the field, Kira nodded secretly in his heart. It was indeed the armor made by me, the quality is good. This color, this luster, this curvature, this line, perfect. Gray whispered, what is this guy intoxicated about? Lucy also squatted down and said to Habi, I feel like Kira looks at Urza in a weird way. Hubby is still just pure. The cat thought for a moment and raised his hand to answer, maybe it's because he just defeated Urza at Kana's place to win. What? Is there such a thing? Lucy was surprised, this guy just said that he never does these things. Kira can be seen in everything related to money in the guild. Happy, did you place a bet too? Yes, we crushed a fish and bet on Urza to win. Habi said confidently, and it seemed that he didn't believe that Natsu could win either. Lucy complained, how dare you say that, you ruthless dead cat. Although we hope Natsu wins in our hearts, Urza is still stronger. Natsu is also very powerful. He killed the entire Iron Forest members by himself. If it's Urza, she can do it. She's the strongest woman in the guild. It's been 30 minutes since the battle started, and Natsu and Urza haven't decided the winner yet, but everyone can see that Natsu is about to lose. The reason is that he is already out of breath, and Urza is on his head. He was sweating slightly just now, maybe not because he was tired, but because Natsu had raised the surrounding temperature a lot. Gray's ice block did not affect the 2 people who were competing for victory. The roar of the fire dragon. Emperor Yan, Great Yan Ring. Urza spun around and charged forward, roaring with a slash of fire sword in her hand, and directly hit Natsu to the ground, who couldn't react in time. Natsu, you have really become stronger. Seeing Natsu crawling to the ground and unable to get up, Urza breathed out the turbid air in her chest deeply, and then changed back to her original armor. Marklov announced with a smile, the winner has been decided. The winner is Urza. Oh. Urza wins. As expected of Urza. Great. Urza wins. I win too. Pay back the money. Damn it, I didn't expect Natsu to be so strong. If I had known, I wouldn't have held off for 20 minutes. Everyone was immersed in the joy of making money and the anguish of losing money. Even Habi ran to ask Kana for the 2 fishes he won. In the end, it was the kind-hearted Lucy who was the first to help Natsu. Natsu, are you okay? Natsu was still a little unconscious at this time, with stars on his head. With Lucy's help, he stood up semi-consciously. He felt a little depressed, and his words revealed his unwillingness. No. I'm fine. After the battle, Kana silently counted the odds she opened. Since this round was all about guessing how long Natsu could last in Urza's hands, as the banker, she still made a small profit. Not bad, not bad, today's drink money is. Unfortunately, before Kana could be happy, a sinful hand struck from behind and took away the hot money in her hand. Not bad, not bad, you are one step closer to paying off your debt. You bastard! Give me my money back. Kira walked forward on her own, counting the money as she walked, and said, "It's my money now." "Oh, it's quite a lot. I can probably repay 1% of it. Damn it. I've never seen such a money-grubbing guy like you. At least leave me today's drink money. Once you have it in my hands, you will never want to go back. Besides, I think you should drink less alcohol. Alcohol will make people numb, but it will not help you become stronger." Nonsense. The president and Gildas also like to drink. Well, others are numb physically and mentally, they are strong enough to make people numb. Kana was speechless. Let's go. Kira shook the money he got and was thinking about where to spend some money. As soon as he turned around, he saw a humanoid toad behind him, and the dark green toad's face was almost touching the back of his head. Others would have been scared off by this, but Kira acted as if nothing was wrong, and his brain circuitry was surprisingly clear. Strange, when did toads start to dress and walk like humans? The toad clapped its hands and mouthed, "Everyone here, please don't move. I am the envoy of the Senate. The Council. Messenger. Why are the emissaries of the Senate here? Why can toads talk? Today I watched the great show of Natsu vs Urza, and I made some money from Kana. On this happy day, why is the council here?" No one expected this to happen, not even Marklov. Kira had some vague guesses, but he always loved acting, so he pretended not to know. The Toad Messenger continued to announce, in the Iron Forest terrorist incident a few days ago, as a suspect on 10 charges including damaging public property and concealing black magic props, Kira Hope Light, you have been arrested. Nanny. Times N. This is indeed what happened. But why was it me who was arrested? I remember Urza was the one taking the blame in the original plot, but now it's become. Wait, it just seemed to have mentioned something like hiding evil magic items, so did it arrest me because Lullaby was in my possession? It must have been that Kageyama who said it. Have you been discovered yet? I knew it would be like this, those guys from Iron Forest. Kira, what's going on? When he heard about the secret possession of black magic props, Marklov suddenly thought of Lullaby a few days ago. Didn't Kira turn it over to the council? It's all because I drank too much and forgot about this. It's okay. President, don't worry. I'll go with them and we'll come after we make it clear. Urza also heard the news and came over. In this Iron Forest incident, I am the captain of the fairy tale team. If you want to arrest me, you should arrest me, right? I'm sorry, the arrest of Kira Hopelet is the result of the decision of the members of the Senate, and it will not change just because you are the captain. Moreover, this matter involves Lullaby, and as far as we know, it was hidden. This person is Kira Hopelet, not you. Urza glanced at Kira. Although she didn't say anything, Kira already understood what she meant from her eyes. I just said you shouldn't keep lullaby, is that okay? Kira understood, so she raised her eyebrows and looked back at her. You are the captain, why don't you take charge? However, the tacit understanding between the two is still not in place. In Urza's view, Kira said, it's okay. Everything is under control. This is just a showmanship. I will reply and they will let me back tomorrow. So Urza nodded and said to the toad messenger, then take him away. Kira. Seeing that the other party did not intend to resist, Toad Messenger breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was a member of the council, any magic guild had to give itself a face, but this was fairy tale after all. In terms of lawlessness and evil, except for the Dark Guild, this one ranks first. No matter how unwilling everyone in fairy tale is, they are still helpless when facing the council, and Kira, this guy, seems to be in high spirits. Fortunately, Natsu, who was usually the most noisy, was knocked unconscious by Urza, otherwise he would have been clamoring to save Kira. After all, he was the one who beat him up and the station was destroyed. However, in order to prevent Natsu from acting recklessly after waking up, Marklov turned him into a salamander and trapped him in the guild hall, with everyone watching over him. Chapter 45 Someone You Met Unexpectedly. Council of Fiori Kingdom Branch. It was already afternoon when Kira arrived with the Toad Messenger, which was when he usually took a nap. The warm afternoon sun and the cool summer wind are what Kira usually needs to take a nap, but at this good time, he had to come here for interrogation. All of this was caused by Lullaby, that is, by Ziref. Natsu is Ziref's younger brother, so this account is rightly placed on him. Almost every 5 minutes, Kira would ask questions like, where are we going? When will it arrive? When it came to questions like what to do, the Toad Messenger was speechless for a while. Normally, those criminals would be so frightened that they couldn't even speak at the thought of being tried by the Senate. How could they be like Kira now, not only calm and composed, but even looking a little perfunctory? Humph, fairy tales people are indeed daring people. Rarely, the Toad Messenger spoke to Kira. I said, can't you have a little consciousness of being a criminal? What self-consciousness? I feel that I have done nothing wrong. Justice will clarify it for me, and justice will give me my freedom. Enough. The Toad Messenger obviously didn't expect Kira to keep talking as soon as he opened his mouth. The devil who secretly hid the book of Ziref, what else can he call it if it's not a crime? The Dark Guild? Or because of us it's fairy tale? Stop joking. Kira made a cut sound. What do you know, you toad? I am here for research and practice, for the development of magic, technological innovation, social stability, and the progress of the times. Suddenly, Kira stopped and looked at the two figures of a man and a woman not far ahead. A middle-aged woman with hair tied like Patrick Star, Teacher Belluno. She is currently the 5th seat of the Senate. Although she looks like a serious old woman, she is actually a very gentle old woman and is very respected in the council. As for the other Kira, I am more familiar with him. He has arrogant black hair that falls straight down to his waist, a strong back, an arrogant attitude, wild clothes, and a face covered with iron nails. His whole body reveals a feeling of I am the best in the world. Temperament. This delinquent boy is none other than the ace mage who rules the ghosts today, the Iron Dragon Slayer mage, Gajeel. Judging from his appearance, he seemed to have been brought here because of some mistake and had just been scolded by a few old men. Wait a minute, Gajeel. Teacher Belluno caught up and stopped Gajeel, who was about to leave. He called her teacher, not because he had actually learned anything from her, but as a respectful title for a reviewer, just like calling a judge. Anyway, in the wizarding world, everyone calls them members, so Kira just followed the Romans. Why is it you again? Seeing this scene, Kira stood still, wanting to hear what they said. Belluno looked at Gajeel with a look of pity. Although I have said it many times, it is best to leave the ghost. At this time, Gajeel was obviously still a rambunctious young man, and he showed obvious impatience with the old man's persuasion. It's so noisy, you don't need to mind your own business. The ghost's recent activities are unbearable to watch. If this continues... Hey! You old woman, do you want to give me advice on Gajeel, the Iron Dragon Slayer mage? No matter how many times I will keep saying it. Teacher Belluno said seriously, I have seen a lot of young people like you, and they are just afraid of loneliness. You guy. I won't say that you must take the right path, but, you must live a meaningful life. Gajeel suddenly became even more arrogant. Oh, of course my life is meaningful. We are about to start a war with Fairy Tale. When it came to this, of course Kira couldn't pretend not to hear, strode forward, and said in a more arrogant tone than him, start a war with Fairy Tale. How dare you say that? Iron Dragon. Hey? Which bastard dares to talk to me, Mr. Gajeel, like that? Gajeel looked back and saw a handsome red-haired boy standing not far behind him. Even though this guy had a sarcastic look on his face, the powerful magic power on his body could not be faked. Are you? Teacher Belluno was still well informed and recognized Kira at a glance, this young man who was highly praised among the council members, Kira Hopelight of Fairy Tale. Have you prepared the surrender letter after the war? If you can't read, you'd better go back and read the dictionary as soon as possible. In order to avoid being laughed at by people in other guilds. Hearing that the visitor was someone from Fairy Tale, Gajeel couldn't help but taunted, are you from Fairy Tale? Oh, what the hell is Fairy Tale? Spectre is the strongest guild in the kingdom of Fiori. The strongest? Haha. In response to Gajeel's cruel words, Kira only slightly squinted his eyes and laughed softly, but Gajeel felt endless ridicule, helplessness, disdain, sympathy, and contempt in this simple expression and tone. And insults. You bastard! It's so infuriating. Do you want to try it now? Gajeel punched directly. He has a hot temper and doesn't speak much. Gajeel is much weaker now than he was after joining Fairy Tale. The guild is really part of the cheating. Stop! Gajeel. Seeing that the two were about to cause a quarrel here, Belluno quickly spoke out to dissuade them. She is a missing person. If these two guys really start fighting here, she can't stop them. Kira easily received the iron fist thrown by Gajeel. Forget it. You can only compete with the fire dragon in our guild. In terms of strength and character, you are still far behind. Fire dragon. Oh, I did hear that there is a dragon slayer mage in your guild, but compared to me, he is just a waste. Kira nodded silently. I will bring your words to Natsu intact. Don't cry if you lose. Hey? Will I lose? What a big joke. Let me teach him what a real dragon slayer is. Kira looked at Gajeel quietly for 2 seconds, shook his head and said, how stupid. You are provoked so easily, and you accept the opponent I arranged for you so easily. You. Hey, because you didn't have much strength but you dared to say so arrogantly that you wanted to go to war with Fairy Tale, I thought you were relying on your brain, which didn't look smart, but now it seems that I overestimated your intelligence. What did you say? Are you anxious? Are you anxious? Kira had an interesting smile on his face. If a character like you is the strongest ghost, then don't talk about starting a war. It's better to disband the guild as soon as possible to avoid it was designated as a dark guild when it was obtained, and it failed to live up to 100 years of history. Damn it! If you have the ability, come and decide the outcome now. Should I tell him that I am not the strongest ghost? Are you kidding me? If you say it, won't you feel weak in terms of momentum? And besides the president, who among the ghosts can beat me, Uncle Iron Dragon? Ah, by the way, my shop is still short of a few cleaning servants. If you go over to work now, you can read and read for free. Then you can write a letter of surrender so that you won't be blinded. I know, you were raised by a dragon, right? In other words, he is half illiterate, and his literacy level is that of a 7-year-old child. There is nothing wrong with this, because these dragon slayer wizards all traveled through time 400 years ago. There are differences in writing and language between the two eras, and the study time for Zhenlun only lasted 7 years. Gajeel was instantly furious. He couldn't refute, because he only knew how to fight and didn't like to read, so he was indeed semi-illiterate and had only studied for 7 years. After thinking for a long time, he still couldn't figure out how to yell back. When he came back to his senses, he realized that Kira had already walked away. That bastard! You must look good to him next time we meet. Belluno looked at Gajeel's unwilling eyes and said, "Don't look at him like this, he is very strong." Kira hoped light, if it wasn't because he was too young at the time, he would be among the top 10 magicians now. A place. However, these words not only did not dissuade Gajeel's enthusiasm, but instead stimulated his competitive spirit. This means that if I can defeat him, I will also be qualified to become the Holy 10, right? Haha, although you may suffer a little bit, but don't get hurt then, kid. Looking at Belluno's gentle eyes, Gajeel suddenly felt moved in his heart. Old woman, I've always wanted to ask you something. Why did you say these things to me? Why? Belluno thought for a while and smiled. Maybe, you are very similar to my deceased son. As if he didn't expect the other party to say such words, Gajeel stared at Belluno blankly for a long time, then turned and left. Boring. Chapter 46. Please listen to my quibbles. Here we are. The toad messenger stopped outside the main hall door in Kira. Several adults are inside. You must show some respect to me. This place is indeed big enough, worthy of being the territory of the Senate. It is basic courtesy to knock first when entering the door, and Kira has always been a polite person. Boom, boom, boom. Kira opened the door and took a look. Her eyes were immediately attracted by the several high-ranking congressmen. Of course, they were physically tall. This court hall specially made the seats of the members of the parliament very high, as if not doing so would make it impossible to distinguish between the judge and the judged. The 10 commentators were sitting upright, watching Kira enter quietly from their positions without saying a word. There were also 2 observers below who might be of the same race as the toad messenger. After a brief glance, Kira determined that the 10 people on the stage were not their true bodies, but their missing bodies. That's right, how could 10 members of the Senate come here specifically because of a mere season? Sitting at the top is Speaker Crawford, who looks a bit rich and is an old fat man. He wears a tall wizard's hat to cover his bald head and has a long beard on his chin. As far as Kira knows, the speaker's magical ancient script is an acquaintance of Kira's and the superior of Hibiki's magical ancient script. As a superior magic, the super ancient script can do many things that the ancient script cannot. For example, All in all, the speaker resigned after taking the blame for emitting magical elf power in the Tower of Paradise incident. Finally, he joined the Gate of Hades because he was unwilling to have his position as speaker taken away. Later, he was killed because he had no use value. What a tragedy! But there must be something hateful about poor people. Thinking of this, Kira cast a look of pity and contempt at Crawford on the stage, making the speaker's face full of doubts. Sitting in the second row were the members of the 2nd to 10th seats. Among them, the one Kira was most familiar with was Mr. Yajima, who had known Marklov many years ago. He opened a restaurant in the back. Although he was short in stature, but there are many scenes. As for the others, Ogu, the 2nd seat, is famous for his knowledge in the magic world. I heard that he has collected many magics, including lost magic. The one with the cat-like head is Michelo from the 3rd seat. I heard that there is an unclear relationship between his granddaughter and Rocky. Counting Belluno who just came in, there are 2 other people Kira knows, namely Cheekline and Arusha. Zeekline is Jalal's memory body. He is a member here to use the magical elf power of the Senate to complete the R system and realize the Tower of Paradise plan. Arusha is one of the 7 familiar of the devil. The reason why he is here is to help Jalal complete his plan on the surface. In fact, he just wants to divert the attention of the council from the heart of the devil. Thinking of this, Kira suddenly admired Arusha. In order to divert attention, she stayed undercover in the council for 7 or 8 years and even took the position of a council member. Will she be able to become the speaker in 2 years? Kira couldn't help but laugh. Several congressmen were a little puzzled. What is this kid laughing at? Kira noticed that Arusha was gnashing her teeth and her eyes were full of malice. She immediately realized that she was still resenting the punch on Karna Island. She was so vindictive. It had been so long, and she had already forgotten it. Well, why does she still care so much? Ahem. The Magistrates Court is now in session. Defendant Kira Hopalat, please stand at the statement table. Hey, Toad Messenger, you haven't left yet? I thought you were just here to pick up people, but you also do things like read out verdicts? Kira walked to the statement box and waited quietly for the court to begin. The defendant, Kira Hopalat, regarding the terrorist incident organized by the Dark Magic Guild Iron Forest at Kunuki Station a few days ago, according to the information provided by the tainted witnesses, he sabotaged the station, damaged public property, and hid black magic props secretly. There are 10 charges in total. Do you plead guilty? Kira knew as soon as the toad opened his mouth that nothing happened. If he really wanted to be tried, he would be sentenced directly after the charges were read out, without asking whether he confessed or not. Very good, it seems nothing happened, it's just a formality, the same as the original plot, don't be afraid. I plead guilty. Seeing Kira's cooperation, several council members also nodded secretly. It seems that not all people in fairy tale are reckless guys, there are also smart young men like this. I would say that this kid named Kira is a malleable talent. He knows how to cooperate with just one look. He is a teachable kid and will definitely become a great person in the future. Then, according to what the people in the Iron Forest said, Lullaby is on your body. I hope you will hand it over to the Senate for safekeeping. This kind of thing cannot be left in any guild. Of course you can. Kira took out Lullaby from his arms and handed it to him respectfully. Of course, it was the real one, not the prank wooden flute he used to drop bags. Lullaby is just a modified demon. In fact, it doesn't have the terrifying power in the legend, and the so-called curse song is not as powerful as the legend. Please listen to me explain the situation at that time. In the next hour, Kira once again launched his deception method, telling several congressmen in detail how he inquired about the Iron Forest in Ghost Lotus City, and then through reasoning, investigation, targeting, tracking, and fighting, how he finally captured Lullaby from hundreds of magicians. Kira began to speak eloquently again, a draft he had been preparing for several days, just for this moment. This thing is relatively dangerous. For the sake of social stability and the safety of residents, I think it should be handed over to the Senate in person, so I didn't hand it over directly to the restraint team. This reason was of course made up. Kira took down Lullaby just to use this time to find more research materials for his demon research. In addition to refining the above demon factors, I also want to see how strong Zeref's devil transformation technology is and whether there is anything we can learn from. Although this period of time was not long, Lullaby was already very weak. After Kira's research over the past few days, he found that it had value, but it was not as good as Deliara, who was frozen and broken into pieces. Several commentators looked at each other. Of course, they did not believe all Kira's description, but they could sense that this Lullaby was indeed real, with an evil, dark, and demonic magical aura on it. At this point, they couldn't say anything more. They had handed him over obediently, and there was no need to embarrass him. At least they no longer had to worry about Lullaby. In the final vote, it was decided that Kira should not be punished and go back to think about his mistakes and write a review, and handed it over to the President Marklov for supervision. It's so tiring after such a long walk. In the guild, Kira, who came back, told several people about his situation in the Senate. You don't know, those members were so fascinated by what they heard, they were so excited that they wished they could fight alongside me, and they almost came down. Accept me as your younger brother. If I hadn't rejected them because they were too old, we would still be having a sworn homage banquet. It was already the second day since Kira returned to Fairy Tale. During his impassioned speech, everyone in the guild began their daily group fight and banquet. After a long time, Kira had finished talking and walked towards Marklov, who was drinking at the bar. President, when I went to the Senate this time, in addition to returning lullaby, something else happened. Marklov, who was tired of the children's noise and closed his eyes to rest, opened his eyes. Hey? What's the matter? I met Gajil, Spectre's mage. From my conversation with him, I learned that Spectre seems to have the intention of starting a war with Fairy Tale. Do we need to prepare for this in advance? Chapter 47 Misturgan and Laxus. Ghost? What a trouble! Would that guy Joseph really risk being designated as a dark guild and declare war on us? Marklov frowned. He didn't expect that guy Joseph to be so extreme. You have this concern, others may not have it. Another thing, if we really fight, what will the local association say before about dealing with the 6 demon generals? Marklov also had a headache. If something like that really happens, there will only be 4 guilds left. Facing the 6 demon generals, there are not many magicians in the Fiori Kingdom's magic guild who can help. Just when Kira was about to discuss the time and candidates for the alliance with Marklov, he suddenly felt tired. The stronger the strength, the wider the range of perception. Kira and Marklov immediately noticed the abnormality. This feeling. President. Marklov nodded. It's that guy. I used my backhand to purify myself, and my sleepiness disappeared instantly. As soon as he was released from his own state, a powerful and heavy magic power slowly approached from outside the guild. For a moment, everyone who was still noisy in the guild was affected, and an irresistible sleepiness swept over them. This is sleepy. Boom. Bang. Boom. Whether they were weaker sidekicks, strong ones like Najgret, or even S-class magicians like Urza and Myra, they were all hit one by one and fell asleep one after another. Really, it's like this every time, releasing sleep magic from far away, so shy. Kira complained. Mr. Gang wrapped himself tightly, with a black turban covering his short blue hair, a dark green mask covering his face until only his eyes were left, his hands and feet were wrapped in bandages, and with the huge blue-black cloak behind his back, the whole person seems quite mysterious. It's just that the flip-flops under his feet don't match his temperament. In Fairy Tale, it seems to be a feature for powerful men to wear capes. Mistagon's cloak is blue and black, very thin, and looks like a piece of rag. Gildis's is an all-black traveling cloak with a sense of age, and the large robe looks very windproof. Laxus's there are the most cloaks, some are black and some are white, some are thin and some are thick. As for Kira, she has a magic robe with a white background embroidered with gold thread, and occasionally a bright and gorgeous pendant is hung on the collar, showing the noble temperament of a wealthy person. Mr. Gang walked to the taskboard and glanced at it, then picked up one and walked to the bar. Marklov said, "I'll be back as soon as I go." The deep voice was obviously falsetto. "Hey! Unlock the sleep magic." As soon as Marklov shouted, Kira greeted warmly, "Mr. Gang, long time no see. How do you use the staff I gave you last time?" Asking customers from time to time for their opinions on products is the responsibility of a qualified manufacturer and supplier. Perhaps because he had few friends since childhood, Mistagon has always been indifferent to others, but he still had to maintain a correct attitude when facing Kira. After all, as Kira revealed in his words, the magic wand in his hand was bought from him. Mistagon comes from Edras. Unlike Aslant, that world is in the end of the law. Humans have no magic power in their bodies and cannot use magic, but they have magic props. As for how to produce magic props without magic power, Kira also do not know much. In order to allow Edras to have sufficient magic power, the king of the human kingdom launched a plan to use the soul of time and space magic to turn places with sufficient magic power into a slant into magic crystals and absorb them into Edras. In addition to man-made structures and natural environments, people, and sometimes even towns were moved there, which caused great damage to Aslant. Mr. Gang is Jalal's peer in Edras, the prince of the human kingdom, who came to Aslant in order to stop the plan of the king, his father. In other words, Mr. Agan itself has no magic power. He relies entirely on his magic wand to use magic. Originally, Mr. Agan used a magic item he brought from Edras, but it was damaged by Kira when he was promoted to S-class mage, so Kira gave him a new staff in exchange for it. Kira is the most skilled at making such long weapons. A magic crystal that can absorb the magic power of nature and store it, a magic circle that converts magic power into magic, and a switch that can respond to the user. Finally, add a shell to the outermost layer, which is usually malleable or can maximize the use of magic wood, and an excellent magic wand is made. Very suitable. His speech was still concise and to the point, but this was the only communication Mist Gang had in the guild other than accepting tasks. When others ask questions to you, you must answer politely. This is the training a prince should have. Who made sleep magic invalid for Kira? 5 4 3 2 1. Mr. Gang counted as he walked, and when he walked out of the guild gate, he counted to 1, and at the same time, his figure disappeared in the faint smoke. Everyone suddenly woke up. This feeling is, Mr. Agan. That bastard. It hasn't changed at all, it's still a super powerful sleep magic. Mr. Agan. The new Lucy didn't know who this person was, but someone immediately helped her. He is one of the candidates for the strongest man in fairy tale. For some reason he doesn't want anyone to see his face, and he puts everyone to sleep like this when he comes to choose a mission. What? It's so weird. So, no one except the president has seen Mr. Agan's face. No. I've seen it too. Laxus stood on the second floor, holding on to the guardrail, wearing the ugly headphones he had worn since childhood, looking at the people on the first floor with a proud look on his face. Hey, Laxus, you're here too. Kira and Laxus have been friends for many years, but their friendship has faded in the past 2 years. This reason can be traced back to Kira's magic shop 2 years ago. Ever since Kira joined Fairy Tail, his talent and strength have been talked about. How could Laxus, the arrogant and self-proclaimed future guild heir, tolerate this? Think about it, you were originally the grandson of the boss of the company, with a good background and ability. Not surprisingly, after more than 10 years, the company's assets will be yours. But one day, someone who is much better than you suddenly comes. People. This person is more capable than you, has better talent than you, and is more handsome than you. The word genius seems to have been created just for him. Who can tolerate this? Relying on the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic crystal in his body, Laxus didn't even take guild arts seriously, so he confidently challenged Kira, but as expected, he was taught a lesson by Kurda. Pause. Just like when you join a new company, you have to create a character. When Kira first joined Fairy Tail, he wanted to create a character of a powerful genius, but this happened to him. Kira was too young at the time and didn't know how to be merciful, so she beat up the president's grandson. Fortunately, this was Fairy Tail, fighting was a daily occurrence, and Marklov was an open-minded person who didn't hold himself accountable. This would have been a different situation. The other guilds themselves had been driven away long ago. Chapter 48 The Boy He Once Was. After that, Laxus kept trying to regain his place, but either Kira wouldn't fight him, or he couldn't beat Kira. Within 2 years, Kira became S-class, and the gap between the two became even bigger. Laxus has always regarded Kira as an opponent that must be defeated before taking over the guild, so the two would fight from time to time, but after Laxus became S-class, Kira began to stop fighting with him. Playing the same game every day will get boring, let alone a human being. 2 years ago, Kira turned around and opened a store, which made Laxus very angry. Everyone was obviously working hard to make progress together, but you took the lead in betraying the organization? It was also during the rebellious period that Laxus had a bit of a stubborn temper. After trying to dissuade him to no avail, Laxus stopped actively looking for Kira. Kira also stayed in the store and didn't come out. The two of them saw each other less. This delicate relationship has never been eased. Speaking of Mr. Agon, there's a reason why he doesn't want to see anyone. After all, that face is too easy to cause misunderstanding. Have you seen Kira too? What does Mr. Ridge look like? Is it so mysterious? Natsu and Happy were very curious about this. Not to mention the two of them, there were probably not many people in the entire guild who were not curious. This is other people's privacy. It's hard to say. I can only say that it's very special. It looks exactly like a very famous person. You will definitely be surprised when you see it. But don't go into the specifics. Even if it's posted, I won't take on guild missions either. What you said makes people care even more. Natsu didn't pursue it, but brought up another matter. Stop talking about this, Kira. Come and have a showdown with me. Let's try another day. I'm tired and out of shape today. Just consider it a win. What? How can there be such a thing? Then Laxus. Come and compete with me. No. You can't even compare to Urza, you definitely can't beat me. Hey? What do you mean? Urza was also very competitive, and her face suddenly darkened when she heard this, scaring the people around her to get up and run away. Urza, calm down. Natsu stood on the first floor and shouted, You bastard, get down here. Laxus leaned against the guardrail on the second floor and challenged, Come up here. Natsu and Laxus were acting at least 10 years younger than their true age at this time. Very good, just wait. Natsu said and rushed to the second floor, but Markov held him down with a big hand. Natsu. You can't go to the second floor yet, you're not hot enough. Laxus couldn't help but laugh at this scene, haha. You must be scolded. Woo. Natsu, who was pressed tightly to the ground, could only let out unknown moans to vent his emotions. Markov tilted his head and said to the second floor, Laxus, please restrain yourself. I won't give up the throne of being the strongest in fairy tale to anyone. Not Urza, not Mr. Agon, not Kira and Gildarts. Laxus didn't seem to hear him, and his arrogant words got louder and louder, I am the strongest. At this moment, a huge 3D holographic projection suddenly appeared in the guild, attracting everyone's attention. Kira held a palm-sized image magic crystal in his hand. Under its operation, a clear image was projected on the guild wall. Laxus, who looked like he was still a child, arrogantly challenged the young Kira, I heard from Grandpa that you are a genius. How about, come and have a showdown with me. I want you to see who is the goblins the most talented mage with a tail. As soon as the scene changed, Laxus was knocked to the ground by Kira's move, lying with a bruised face, crying, how is that possible? I was defeated. Many years ago, the young Laxus tasted defeat for the first time. After the defeat, Kira pinned him down with his elbow and could not move. He said extremely shameful words under the bet. Damn it, I actually lost. The scene shown on the magic crystal was obviously edited by someone. It can be seen that this unknown person deliberately compiled multiple scenes of Laxus being defeated into one image. Bang! Damn it, I actually lost. Boom! Damn it, I actually lost. Snapped. Damn it, I actually lost. Time and time again, Laxus was beaten to the ground one after another wearing different clothes, on different occasions, and in different postures. From the images, we can clearly see the changes in his body, as if he had been beaten since he was a child. And every time he was beaten away, an image of him apologizing when he was young would be played, and the sound would get louder and louder, with a very ghostly effect. There was silence in the guild for several seconds. Everyone was dumbfounded except for Laxus, whose face flushed red, gnashing his teeth in anger, veins on his head bulging, and his clenched fists trembling slightly. Who would have thought that as soon as he said those words, this would happen the next second? Pfft! I don't know who started it first. The atmosphere in the guild, which was very serious just now, was filled with cheerful laughter in 2 seconds. Ha 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 ha, Laxus is so embarrassed. Too bad. What else can you say is the strongest? I didn't expect Laxus to have such a time. The one who laughed the loudest was, of course, Natsu, who was just about to have a showdown with Laxus. He was beating his belly on the ground, laughing so hard that tears flowed out. Kira took back the magic crystal in his hand with satisfaction and shook his head. Yeah, this person likes to see images from the past when he is older, so the magic crystal that takes photos is really an invention of extremely epical significance. Ah! Laxus was full of energy at that time, right, President? Marklov was also amused by what he saw. Ha ha ha, that's right. I haven't seen Laxus like this for a long time. You bastard! Why is there such a thing? Laxus remembered clearly that this was the first time he fought against Kira. Because he made a bet before the war, he was forced to say these words after the defeat. That day was the first time he experienced a disastrous defeat after learning magic. Originally, all of this had been forgotten in the back of his mind. Unexpectedly, Kira, the bastard, not only retained the image of that time, but also released it in front of everyone in the guild today, at his most proud time. He was only 10 years old at that time. He must have just joined the guild at that time. It was obviously my first time to challenge him. This bastard! Are you actually ready to record the battle at that moment? Why can this guy's character be so bad? Hateful! How embarrassing! Even losing to Kira again now is much better than this situation. How long has it been since this happened? Laxus had not been with Kira for so long that he had almost forgotten Kira's methods of teasing others, but at this moment, he remembered everything again. Being deceived, being teased, being tricked, being defeated, all the bad memories rushed into my heart, turning into endless anger and the golden thunder in my hand. With a stabbing sound, the thick golden thunderbolt was so fast that people couldn't react, and it arrived in front of Kira in an instant. No one thought that Laxus would suddenly take action, just like no one thought that Kira would release a crystal image when Laxus was talking big words. The only one who reacted was Marklov, but he didn't have time to stop it. Fortunately, Kira was prepared. With a bang, the thunder dissipated, and Kira was unharmed. He was holding a shield that looked very elastic in his hand. Humph! I knew you would take action. Fortunately, I am fast enough. The rubber shield is specially designed to defend against the Thunder Mage. Chapter 49, Battle at the Harvest Festival. Rubber is an insulator and is immune to lightning. This is what Kira learned in One Piece. As for whether this is scientific, he can only say that this is a magical world now. This is not the first time that everyone has seen Kira's inexplicable magic props, but they didn't expect that he even has such a thing. Rubber shield, do you even have such a mess? To be honest, apart from being effective against lightning magicians, this thing is really useless in other places. Kira obviously made this thing to guard against Laxus, and it seems that this shield looks better than AI Lucis Thunder Emperor's armor is even more useful. This is of course. How can the equipment sold to others be as good as the equipment you use yourself? Besides, Urza's armor is for fighting, and her shield is for defense. The starting point for equipment forging is different. The shield's lightning resistance effect is obviously better. I haven't practiced with you for a long time, how about it, Laxus? Do you want to have a fight? I happen to be in a good mood. Laxus' veins popped out, just what I want. Come on, Kira. Let the two of us decide who is the strongest in fairy tale today. The strongest? Just you two. Urza stood up unhappily. You are too underestimated of the others. The eyes of the three people met in the air. Thunder and lightning were entangled, armors were draped, and the spirit of speech suddenly appeared. The momentum of the three became stronger and stronger, causing others present to tremble and dare not speak. They were both excited about this good show and also surprised by the strength of the three people. Seeing that these three guys tended to take action if they disagreed, Marklov panicked instantly and shouted, "Stop it! What do you want to do? Destroy the house?" "Hey, old man," Kira was the one who provoked me first. "Since you have done such a thing, you must be prepared to be punished by me." Laxus completely ignored Marklov's dissuasion. His current target was only Kira, not even Urza. Kira also patted Marklov's small shoulder and persuaded with a smile, "Guildmaster, don't be nervous. People in the guild like to fight every day. It's not a big deal." His eyes were full of fun and fighting spirit, which was rare. Although he loved watching others fight, he rarely participated in them himself. Natsu on the side was immediately unhappy. His mind was not racing fast, but he didn't think much. He only knew that Kira rejected him, but asked Laxus to make a fight. "Kira, didn't you say that just now? Don't you want to fight if you're tired?" Habi complained, "Natsu, that's just an excuse because Kira doesn't want to fight with you. But the president is right, it would be bad if we destroy the guild." Kira was the first to withdraw the magic, then turned and shouted to the people in the guild, "Everyone! The harvest festival will be here soon. There's no point in having a beauty pageant every year, let's have something fun this year." Marklov's hair suddenly stood on end, and an unpleasant feeling surged into his heart. Come for a quickie? What does this kid want to do? You don't want to tear down Magnolia, do you? As expected, Kira's words triggered a discussion among everyone in the guild. Isn't it great to have a beauty pageant? That's right. The ladies are fragrant, soft, white, and cute. What could be more enjoyable than this? What? What does Kira want to do? Do you want to have a decisive battle with Laxus? What does this guy Kira want to do? There's a good show to watch. Fierce discussions filled the entire tavern, and everyone had excited expressions on their faces. Only Marklov's face turned white and green. Quiet! Kira jumped on the bar, and after another shout, everyone stopped talking and looked at Kira quietly, waiting for his speech. Seeing everyone's eagerly looking forward to it, Kira grinned and announced loudly, "This year's Harvest Festival, let's hold a competition for the strongest person in fairy tale. Except for the president, everyone in the guild we want to participate and decide who is the strongest among us." Gilu. Everyone was stunned speechless by Kira's words, and they didn't know whether they wanted to or not. Done. Looking at the expressions of these guys, Marklov held his forehead and didn't even think about it. These militant guys must be going crazy with excitement now. It's okay to form a team and do tasks. That's work. Doing this at a festival? Or everyone in the guild? Magnolia is really going to be demolished now. Sure enough, after 3 seconds of silence, the entire fairy tale burst into excited shouts. Oh 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 oh! Great! I want to participate! I want to participate! Fairy tale competition? It sounds exciting. How are we going to compete? A direct melee. I'm on fire. Listening to the shouts and screams of the people around him, Kira smiled and looked up at Laxus. What about Laxus? Let's leave the decisive battle until then. Holding competitive matches within the guild is something Kira has always wanted to do. If we follow the timeline of the original work, Laxus will start a civil war at that time. Because of his joining, Kira is not sure whether other accidents will be caused by him. Therefore, by using another peaceful method to replace civil war, you can take the initiative into your own hands. When the time comes, don't you have the final say on how to compete? Maybe we can refer to the form of martial arts training into MODO. There are so many things you can do, such as team formation, mazes, climbing mountains and seas, and melee fighting. Laxus looked at Kira with a maniacal smile on his face. Just what I want. I was really scared to death just now. I thought they were really going to fight. I didn't expect such a turn. After Laxus left, Lucy lay on the table listlessly and said this while listening to the non-stop discussions of the people around her with lingering fear. It's just postponing the decisive battle, but there will be something great to watch then. I'm really looking forward to this year's Harvest Festival. Which one of them do you think will win? Hard to say. The market is open, the market is open. Listening to the busy discussion in the guild, Marklov felt a little uneasy. These children were all grown up by him. Now they have all reached the rebellious stage. What will they do in the future? These children are really embarrassing. Heart. Amid the noise, Lucy asked the bar girl Myra what she had been concerned about just now. What did the president mean when he said you can't go to the second floor? It's a little early for you, Myra patiently explained to her. The tasks on the first floor's taskboard are incomparable to those on the second floor. The ones on the second floor are S-level tasks. S-level. It is an extremely dangerous mission where a slight misjudgment can lead to death, but the relative rewards are also considerable. Only magicians approved by the guild president can take on S-level missions. Those with such qualifications can now join the guild. There are only 6 people inside. Actually, it doesn't matter if you don't accept the S-class mission. No matter how many lives you have to accept that kind of mission, it won't be enough. Lucy didn't think carefully about who Myra said the 6 people were, and just smiled awkwardly. That's right. Chapter 50. Lucy arrives at the door. The next day, Kira woke up from her sleep after partying late into the night. The midday sun will illuminate the Hope Cottage brightly. It is both Kira's magic shop and his residence. I finally had a good rest and did 2 tasks in a row. The last time I worked so hard seemed to be. Kira thought for a while, but in the end he didn't think of the specific time. In the end, he could only say to himself, last time. After spending an hour washing up and having breakfast and lunch, I slowly opened the door for business. You can go to work when you want to go to work, and get off work when you want to get off work. Oh, it's so cool to open your own store. Kira knew that this was not advisable. As a mage in an introverted guild like Fairy Tale, doing tasks was his essence, but for this kind of business at home, he could not leave the house. Just making money is a life that almost everyone dreams of, but how many are willing to say no? He couldn't bear it anyway. Kira's Hope Hut has been open for 2 years. In the past 2 years, the average working hours per day has been no more than 5 hours. This makes all the shop owners around him envious, as well as acquaintances in the guild and customers who have done business with him. And therefore everyone knows Kira's general routine. What a coincidence, but now there is such a new person in the guild who wants to do Kira's business. Yo, Lucy. Natsu. Happy. Good morning. A fat sheep comes to your door early in the morning. Is there anything more comfortable than this? You're so early. It's already late in the afternoon. Do you think you're a shop owner? Do you know how long I've been waiting here? Lucy, who had found out the location of Kira's store at the party yesterday, was eager to ask for the key. She dressed up early this morning, but ended up waiting at the door of the Hope Cottage until the afternoon. Bright flowers and green plants decorate the interior and exterior of the Hope Cottage. Inside, rows of oak shelves are filled with countless magic products. Kira invited the 2 of them into the store. Hi. When you were inquiring about the Hope House, didn't you ask about the opening time of the store? Forget it, just pay attention to it in the future, so that I can do business easily. It's obvious that he doesn't do business well, but Kira doesn't have any self-consciousness at all. Who makes him the boss? You can lie down on your own recliner and drink black tea without any worries. You were always there whenever Urza came over. Of course. After all, Urza is a VIP customer in my store. As long as she comes, she can still greet me even if I'm not around. Lucy. How about you, do you want to give it a try? As long as you spend a certain amount of money, you can become a VIP customer of our store and experience for yourself the attitude of me, the boss, who is arrogant but respectful. I guarantee that you will feel great about that feeling. No, that doesn't sound like a good thing. That's such a shame. While Kira was greeting Lucy, Natsu and Happy were visiting Kira's shop. Although they have always known that Kira runs a magic shop, this is the first time for Natsu and Happy to come here. After all, they usually don't need these magic props. They might as well go to the guild to play with everyone during this visit. Natsu and Happy were playing around with a bunch of props. It's amazing. I mean, Kira. What does this do? Kira raised his head and glanced. It comes with a light magic crystal. For lighting, it just looks better. What about this? The magic crystal of imaging. The image I showed yesterday was recorded using this. What about this? The disguise mask comes with transformation magic, which allows the person wearing it to look like someone else. Happy, look. I'm Lucy. Amazing. It's the same inside too. No. This, and this. Natsu picked up other props one after another, and Kira introduced one to each one he picked up. A staff that amplifies magic, but it may not be useful to a magician like you. The source of out-of-body magic can store magic power in case of emergency. It's a potion that clears negative states. You don't have to worry about transportation after taking one sip. However, it has a time limit. Ah, by the way, it's a rare occasion for you to come here, and there's something I think you might want. Kira thought of something, stood up from his seat, and took something from the innermost shelf. The telescopic fishing rod can be freely extended and retracted in length and is easy to carry. The most important thing is that you will never fail when fishing with it, and you only need to wait 3 minutes, provided there is fish. Oh. Really? Natsu, I want this. Buy me this. If you want to eat fish, why don't you just go into the water and catch it? But Happy and Natsu get into an argument about whether to buy a fishing rod or not. Really, these two guys clearly said they came with me, but they actually had a lot of fun. Lucy looked at the excited Natsu and Happy and was speechless. At this time, Kira came over holding a beautifully decorated square box. I've been waiting for a long time, Lucy, you must be here for this. He didn't forget that Lucy was the main customer today. How much money could Natsu and Happy have? Most of the money they spent on the mission was paid for public property damage, so it would be nice to have enough to eat. Lucy is different. Even if she has no money, she will definitely buy the key in her hand. Ah, is this? Lucy looked at the box in Kira's hand and exclaimed. She had already guessed what was inside. That's right, it's the Star Spirit key of the Golden 12 Palaces in my hand. Kira gently opened the box, and 4 golden keys appeared. The box, which was already extremely valuable, instantly glowed brilliantly. Even Natsu and Happy stopped their noise and came forward to take a look. Oh! So dazzling! So powerful! In the golden light, the key in the box and the key in Lucy's waist seemed to be interacting with each other, and the rich aura of the stars instantly filled the entire Hope Cottage. Do you still have doubts? Of course, this is the magical effect of Kira. When it comes to illusions and special effects magic, in the entire fairy tale, Kira said that no one dares to say that he is second, and even Mr. Ergen is far behind. Whether it's applying magic to the box that makes it glow as soon as it is opened, or the aura of the stars surrounding it, Kira specially prepares it for customers. Otherwise, how could these lovely customers have a feeling of this thing is destined for me? Otherwise, how could they be willing to spend money to buy things? It's all just routines. Fortunately, although the routine is old, it is extremely useful. Not to mention Lucy's attitude of being determined to get the key, even her former business partners often fell into this trap. Ah, Lucy, look. These stars seem to be very satisfied with you. Kira pretended, if you don't buy it, they will be very sad. Of course, these words could only deceive Natsu and Happy, two idiots. Kira knew clearly that although Lucy wanted it, she was not stupid. Heartfilia's daughter had seen nothing. Pass? Listen carefully, they are telling you, buy me quickly. Buy me quickly. Natsu believed it, really? Lucy, then buy it quickly. Yes, yes, aren't you here just for these star spirit keys? Natsu, hubby, thank you for your support. The business is done and I'll treat you to grilled fish later.